Kabatan ko. Oh shit, it's not good. Toki, toki, toki. Meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Tapos,
Dadakan teman hapon ay. Dadakan teman hapon. Amat si guba.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Middle tower is under attack.
Rock it on!
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Stories written in blood.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Rock it on!
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Blaze here!
The mystery is removed.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Coming in.
Blessings.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
You must respect the skyline.
And it's up. Boom, there it goes.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The woods will always want the dead.
It seems that almost anything can.
Fallen to the Dire.
The battle is complete. What's the promised lag in your timeline?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
A prize!
is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top barracks have fallen. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
This is the world. Torn.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Whatever. Your leg's not working? Haste! Soul and spools.
Temple cannot protect itself. That's why I'm here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
What's up mga kapatid, at nagbabalik na naman tayo sa ating stream. Dahil dito para sa iyong streaming layout. RTX mga kapatid natin. Pero don't worry, sa window na to, make sure na ang ida-download yung version is 0.11.0. Sa version na yan mga kapatid natin, included na dyan yung virtual green screen. So guys, kailangan ninyo yung plugins na yan. So next, punta naman tayo sa website ng Nvidia. And then guys, under the video effects, makita nyo po dito yung mga RTX 30 series and RTX 20 series guys. Kung ano man yung GPU nyo guys, yun ang i-download nyo. So ako, I'm using 3060 and then download the 3060. Pipiliin ko quality and then guys, for advanced guys, make sure na maximize natin yung webcam na may PC. And now, bubuksan na natin ang ating OBS Studio. So first, punta tayo dito sa source, under source, add ang ating webcam. So now, once na naikabit na natin ang ating webcam guys, make sure na maximize natin yung webcam na meron tayo. So choose custom, 1920, highest FPS, then click OK. So now mga kapatid natin, ayan yung ating ginagamit na webcam. So ngayon, para mailagay natin yung virtual green screen under your webcam, right click here, go to filters, and under effect filters, right click again, add at highest FPS, then click OK. So now mga kapatid natin, ayan yung ating ginagamit na webcam. So ngayon, para mailagay natin yung virtual green screen under your webcam, right click here, go to filters, and under effect filters, right click again, add, at makikita nyo na dito yung virtual green screen. And from here guys, click OK. And now makita nyo po sa mode, quality and performance. So ako pipiliin ko quality, and then guys, for advanced option, pwede namang automatic. Pero again, if you download the software guys, the Nvidia kanina na pinakita ko, i-click nyo lang po itong Nvidia green screen. And click close guys. And then guys, nakita nyo po na automatic na pong naka-remove dito yung ating background. So ngayon, may tuturo ako sa inyong advanced option para dito sa tutorial na to. Kasi syempre mga kapatid, sobrang dami ng streamer ang gumagamit ng green screen. So paano ka maiiba ngayon? So ito guys. So from your webcam again mga kapatid, right click the filters, and then guys, remove this virtual. Now mga kapatid natin, ayan yung ating ginagamit na webcam. So ngayon, para mailagay natin yung virtual green screen under your webcam, right click here, go to filters, and under effect filters, right click again, add, at makikita nyo na dito yung virtual green screen. And from here guys, click OK. And now makita nyo webcam. So ngayon, para mailagay natin yung virtual green screen under your webcam, right click here, go to filters, and under effect filters, right click again, add, at makikita nyo na dito yung virtual green screen. And from here guys, click OK. Green screen. So guys, kailangan ninyo yung plugins na yan. So next, punta naman tayo sa website ng Nvidia. And then guys, under the video effects, makita nyo po dito yung mga RTX 30 series and RTX 20 series guys. Kung ano man yung GPU nyo guys, yun ang i-download nyo. So ako, I'm using 3060, and then download the 3060 and then install to your PC. And now, bubuksan na natin ang ating OBS RTX mga kapatid natin. Pero don't worry, if you don't have any RTX card, meron naman din akong ituturo sa inyo. Kaya guys, lahat tayo dito happy. So ang gagamitin nating streaming software dito guys is the OBS Studio. Meron akong mga ipapadownload sa inyo ng mga software of plugins guys na nasa description box na lang, na importante kasi hindi mag-work itong tutorial na to sa inyo kung hindi nyo i-download ito. So first, punta sa Google and search the stream effects for OBS, and madadirect kayo sa window na to. Make sure na ang i-download yung version is 0.11.
Oh. Ya kabayo. Oh.
team pick. Dire team pick. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Time. Your turn to pick.
Clockwork.
Sound 10 seconds remaining.
Timber saw.
Your turn.
Dark seer. Bloodseeker.
Ten seconds remaining. Tusker. 5 seconds remaining. Invoker. It's in the bag!
It is in the bag. Bleep bloop. I am a robot. Yeah, just kidding. Tell me someone saw that.
"30 seconds to battle.
Tell me someone saw that.
I'm seeing red. And
I
it's
want a
amazing.
nice, clean fight."
Yes! Bleed for me!
Tell me someone saw that.
Dire's courier has been
Tell me
slain.
someone saw that.
I sense
Radiant's courier has been slain.
Yes! Bleed for me!
Tell me someone saw that.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Short-sighted of you.
Tell me someone saw that.
That is not yours to offer.
Radiant's courier has been slain.
Tell me someone saw that.
Denied.
Not what you expected? Not what you expected? What surge is this?
Thanks.
Tell me someone saw that. Tell me someone saw that.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Denied.
It's all the same to me.
Bounty!
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Tell me someone saw that. Tell me someone saw that.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Not what you expected?
A story written in blood.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Look out for falling rocks!
Tell me someone saw that.
My apologies.
Whoa! Tell me someone saw that.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Not what you expected? Bounty! Tell me someone saw that.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Invisibility!
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Rolling out.
Tell me someone saw that. Tell me someone saw that.
No goal for you. Rock on.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Most learned folks have the common sense to leave me be.
Not what you expected?
As
Not what
one
you expected?
walks towards the dark.
Please for me.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The woods will always want
Not what you
the
expected?
dead.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
That should help.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Torn,
Dire's top tower is under attack.
torn from blood
Radiant's
and
middle tower is under attack.
to death. One wanders out joy.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower has been denied.
Tell me someone saw that.
Didn't see that coming, did you?
Radiant's courier has been slain.
Tell me someone saw
This
that.
one walks towards the dark.
Haste.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Tell me someone saw
Take
that.
no joy in seeing this.
Bleed for me!
Tell me someone saw that.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Not what you expected? Whoa!
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Roshan has fallen to the Radiant. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Do it with flair.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is
Tell me
under
someone saw
attack.
that.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
A story written in blood.
Are you ready to rumble?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
For the twins.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Tell me someone saw that. Tell me someone saw that.
Regeneration!
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Don't get cross with me!
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Are you ready to roll?
Song.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom barracks have fallen. Dire's bottom barracks are under attack. Dire's bottom barracks have fallen.
Two has been killed.
Tell me
3
something.
kills, as foretold by the man.
Radiant's courier has been slain.
The hard way.
Tell me someone saw that.
torn from blood and bone.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Tell me someone saw that. Tell me someone saw that.
Don't worry, Mortimer, I'm still here.
This one walks towards the dark.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Wait for me.
Will never die.
Are you ready to run? Your blood is mine.
Bounty killing!
Someone saw that.
This one walks. Toil and trouble takes the lives of
I'm the 6 million gold beast there.
Dire structures are fortified.
Someone saw that.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's under attack. Victory. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle barracks have fallen. Dire's bottom barracks are under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom barracks have fallen. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's infantry is under attack. Dire's infantry is under attack. Radiant victory. Glasses.
never touch the stuff.
To the moon with you, to be rewoven.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Not so.
Yes! Bleed for me!
I'm sensing a pattern here. I'm sensing a pattern.
Radiant's
here.
bottom tower is under attack.
Denied!
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Here's fear in your eye.
Yes!
I'm sensing a pattern here. I'm sensing a pattern here.
No blood for you. Get over here!
Radiant structures are fortified.
Sensing a pattern here.
The world uses an exquisite toxin. One, now two, maybe three.
A golden thread.
Mine! Behold my searing gaze. Phantom spirit!
Snick, snick.
You have been denied. What have we here? Claim the beast.
Ryan? Mga una.
Sige na. Suka. Adawan sa kinilaw.
I do my work at the cutting edge.
Well, look at that.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
We always want the dead.
Even in death, you'll not see beyond the phantom veil.
Gold for my forge.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I'd have done that one for free.
You and I.
Wonders our world.
A golden thread.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Don't let it vex you.
Radiant's courier has been slain. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
This should make my life easier.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The flames rush forth.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Burn away your ignorance.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Torn meat, torn from blood and bone.
Deceptive zone of invisibility. Never refuse gold given.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Regeneration!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. To the Radiant.
What have we here?
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. middle tower is under attack.
Legend of death wanders Take no joy, a story written in blood.
This.
Towards the dark.
Never refuse gold given.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Discover what lies beyond.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Towards the dark.
If you can see me, you're already dead.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
got a bargain when they hired me.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Russia has fallen to the Radiant. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Top tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Will always they rot the stump of a crash of bone.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The worms will have you.
Death's bounty. Haste.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
All according to plan.
A golden thread.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Double damage.
Oh, you're dead. What a surprise.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
Searing heat.
Dire's middle barracks Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks have fallen. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under
The
attack.
slivers of the moon sing first.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Towards the dark.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's ancient is under attack. Radiant's top barracks are under attack. Dire's ancient is under attack. Radiant victory. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Stay dead.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Towards the dark.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
My just reward.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Your trouble takes the lives of two.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
They run to the stump of a brash
Dire's
of
middle
bone.
tower is under attack.
I'll take that.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle barracks have fallen. Dire's middle barracks have fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's ancient is under attack. Dire's ancient is under attack. Radiant victory.
towards the dark.
Me.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Bounty.
A golden thread.
Radiant's courier has been slain. Tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Bloody, but a clean kill.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been slain. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. The Dire. Middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Precious bounty.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Punishment for the tower.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
plague our enemies.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Fulfill.
Dire's courier has been slain. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. under attack.
I'm sure you
Take
won't.
no joy in seeing this.
Was hard indeed.
Fallen to the Radiant.
Hold and wait. Twice the cutting power.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. been slain.
Not exact.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Damage.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
My dinner close again.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's top barracks are under attack. Top barracks have fallen. Dire's top barracks have fallen.
Better.
Invisibility.
Trail goes cold.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle barracks have fallen. Dire's middle barracks have fallen. Dire's bottom barracks are under attack. Dire's bottom barracks have fallen. Dire's bottom barracks have fallen. The Radiant now have mega creeps.
Wish fulfilled.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Middle tower has fallen. Dire's Ancient is under attack. Radiant victory.
Camera no abot. Camera chat. Quantum chat. 1 3 quality chat.
It's cleaver time!
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
My finger got twitchy.
I'll make it all right, give a good snap.
It's in the bag! "30 seconds to battle."
My friend, this is truly in the bag.
Radiant's courier has been slain.
sec, I thought I owned a window.
You thought you had me, didn't you?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Denied!
Missing middle.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Defense.
Our fates were woven from the first.
The only mystery is how you last.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Invisibility.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Honestly, I just swing at it.
Where's the body?
Ever seen someone bleed out?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Your death
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Denied!
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Here!
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Your fate.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Gold and sweet.
Over here now! Now over here!
Fallen to the Radiant. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I guess it could be.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Illusion. Bad intel?
Over here now!
Even my lessons!
is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, that's no good.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I'm over here.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Torn from blood and bone.
Back to killing!
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Of course.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, and
Dire's courier has been slain. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Here I am.
sorts of strolling night. Something nice out of me.
Your life's in tatters.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
You thought you had me, didn't you?
or down 20k, I think you can never count this team out because their players, I would say they're the highest on like the clutch level when it comes to me. If I want a carry to clutch the game, I'm choosing Yatoro for sure.
Are you choosing Yatoro or Radan, please?
Ooh, that's a good question because he changed his nickname. We saw him power up, shaving his head, shaving his hair. Cut this time around, he feels like he needs something, so he made a new nickname for himself. I don't know. Yatoro still a super tier, S tier level nickname.
Yeah. I mean, it is also because there's so much history attached to it, right?
Yeah.
So he has been vocal on social media about how why he chose Radan, and it is, first of all, it is a boss in Elden Ring, so it's a tribute to that. It is
probably died a million times to him.
It is it the survivor of the Shattering or something like that?
I didn't play the game, Lacoste.
Like that?
Yeah, I gave up after 10 hours.
But I also know that that is not the way you write the actual Elden Ring boss, but he changed it to be the acronym Rain all day, Dota all night.
Yeah, that's a Dota player right there.
I mean,
very deep.
Whatever works for him, right? He did mention that it's not permanent.
Yeah,
true.
Temporary.
It's a temporary name change,
yes.
But regardless of whatever his name may be, that player in particular was the reason why Spirit won the Riyadh Masters last year. I mean, everyone in that team played well, and they all enabled Yatoro, but I remember watching games where he takes it to 80 minutes when they're at a 20k net worth deficit, 20 minutes into the game. That game extends, and he's one of the carry players that you can depend on to win the game for you when things are difficult.
Yeah, I mean, it's iconic, right? TI-10, 13 different carries in a row. I don't think anybody will ever forget that was there to watch it, or that was at home to watch it in this case, because it was the COVID year, of course. You might not know how the upcoming game is going to go. I know we don't really know, but we'll have preferences, and I know you might have a preference as well. And if you do, if you want to predict, make sure you head over to www.stcplay.gg. Get your predictions in, and we'll check if you're going to be good.
Expectations.
If you have a little bit of an expectation.
It is so hard.
I mean, especially what you guys just said. Especially what you guys just said. It's so hard not to go for Falcons. That's where I was going to go for Falcons. That's where I was going to go. Spirit, they start slow. You guys just said get Team Spirit. They start slow in the tournament.
We're getting there. We're getting there. Season 1. Malak were playing against each other. They were playing against each other. They eliminated finals.
They were playing Falcons finals.
True, but it was a good standing. True, but it was a good standing. They still had it. They really powered up that one, and they really powered up that one.
I mean, they did also win the most recent online tournament. Falcons did not play in it, so take that as you will. But take that as you will. But
it was 18-1. Okay.
Falcons are maybe the favorites, but I feel like this is a 2-1 but I feel like this is a 2-1
Okay, well, let's see what's going to happen. And can we talk about DOTA because I know we talk a lot about the team, because I know we just quickly touch upon what's happened in the meta so far. And I think more specifically, how much matters, because both of these teams did not play in the play-ins. So all they got to go off is, and what they saw, all they got to go off is, and what they saw, but maybe more specifically, how much do you think is going to take into consideration, the teams are going to take into consideration, the teams are going to take into consideration?
I think
what was played last weekend?
Pretty much going to be what we saw last weekend. Pretty much going to be what we saw last weekend, even though these teams didn't play every patch, because all these teams are scrimming each other in the same region. In the same region. Give the most value. That doesn't really change depending on who it is you're scrimming, really, depending on who it is you're scrimming, really. And a lot of the heroes that we saw in the play-ins, the pub meta FP high SMMR, the pub meta FP high all want 14k, they're all going to spam the good heroes, and they're all going to spam the good heroes, and we're pretty much going to see what we've always contested. The Shadow Fiend is always contested, the Weaver is always contested, and let's not forget Dark's here.
One hero that I'm looking most forward to coming into this series is Phantom Assassin, not the most popular hero right now, not the most popular hero right now, but Yatoro has gained 15 games in the last 8 games.
With all that data,
I do. It's pretty good. I'll give you the number. Pretty good. I'll give you the number. 66% win rate out of 15 matches.
What is his win rate
out of 15 matches?
What is his win rate?
On everything else, it looks. On everything else, there's a lot. Like overall win rate is 53%. Overall win rate is 53%. He's been winning. Like he's been losing. He's been winning. Like he's been losing when somebody steals. Roll from somebody steals. Like, how do you not say, okay, how do you not say, okay, I'll tank and let Yatoro play the carry instead of let Yatoro play the carry?
You got me convinced. I've only heard bad stories about Phantom Assassin.
I do think it's an underrated hero. I do think it's an underrated hero. It's very opinion in the right lane, but there's people that can make the right lane, but it's going to be carries like Yatoro. So it's going to be carries like Yatoro. Too surprised. I mean, it's not going to be a first pick because then I think you're just asking to lose. You're just asking to lose.
We might see it.
Can I disagree and say the hero's not underrated? I think the hero's not underrated. I think it's rated just for it. And there are carry players who love that hero. And there are carry players who love that hero has made it work. It's great to hear that Yatoro has made it work. So many conditions to be met within a game, to be playable, that it might just be easier to go for Chaos Knight. That it might just be easier to go for Chaos Knight. But I can see it coming out in that overall last.
But it could be. Like maybe it's a player carry diff. Like maybe it's a player fault.
Can we talk? I mean, if we're talking about carry, if we're talking about carry in general, I do want to match up the players against each other a little bit because players against each other a little bit because we got TI winners galore. We got TI winners galore. So regardless in this series, we got Skeeter versus Yatoro. We got Skeeter versus Yatoro. Do you really think that it's gonna be? Do you really think a carry is gonna be?
Oh no, I meant the people that played. Oh no, I meant 4 because obviously like Skeeter for the longest time. I think not anymore. For the longest time, I think not anymore. He didn't get enough credit. Like he didn't get enough credit. Like this guy is a beast. He lanes well. Like this guy is a beast. He lanes well. He sets up his 2 newcomers with the right heroes to make everyone else work. He'll just do whatever he needs to make everyone else work.
He will. We have the countdown ready. This is the countdown ready. This is the countdown that we are all awaiting for. The thing that we are all awaiting for. The draft. We want to see the match begin. We want to see the match begin. We want to see TI winners begin here. TSPIRIT begin here. We have to be starting off on the right side. Starting off on the right side. TSPIRIT on the right side. So we're at the very beginning. So we're at the very beginning. I think easily we can. He didn't get enough credit. Easily
we see Rubik immediately being banned. This is one of the 4 heroes right now, where you have Rubik heroes right now, where you have two of the heroes that kind of have Hoodwink, need to go away. Of course, Tiny, which is a bit of a flexible one. Tiny, which is a bit of a flexible one. This hero becomes Rubik. It's also a flex hero. We've seen quite a lot of. It's also a flex hero. We've seen quite a lot, especially from top. Rubik coming out. This hero provides with everything. This hero provides with everything. I feel like strong laner again, so much. I feel like he has a lot of tankiness, has a lot of damage, has a lot of tankiness, has a lot of damage, has a lot of magic resist.
Phase bans, I didn't first were that usual in the plans. Were that usual a team has a first pick, right? When you want to go for a first pick, right? When you want to go for a first weaver or something of the sort, weaver or something of the sort, taken out because that is the typical hero that is picked as a result. That is the typical hero that is picked as a result.
I wonder if the first phase bans, if they will like change bans, if it gives us like a bit more info on, if it gives us like a bit more info on waiting, right? If they have teams that have kind of waiting, right? Or maybe they have many scripted each other, or maybe they have many scripted each other as opposed.
That is the typical hero that is picked as a result.
I wonder if the first phase bans, if they will like change bans, if it gives us like a bit more info. Waiting, right? Or maybe they have many scripted each other, or maybe they have many scripted each other as opposed.
That is the typical hero that is picked as a result.
I wonder if the first phase bans, if they will like change bans, if it gives us like a bit more info.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire Team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire Team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant Team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant Team pick. Dire Team pick. Time. Ten seconds remaining.
I mean, I know that it's popped up a lot when it comes to the carry role, and I also know that Skeeter has played it very frequently. I don't know if they otherwise also want to put it on Amar, but I think the facet where your web gives enemy heroes reduced HP regen is kind of broken. I think the hero in itself is also very good, and I feel like it's a flex. They could put it mid, off lane as well.
You don't think they're gonna choose?
It looks like a carry root actually, because that really is where the hero is looked most effective. And if you're going to play this offlane brood, you're going to have this primal beast who's going to just chase you around and make it his job to shut you down. But if you're playing carry and you play on your right clicking, and you're not really countered by this primal anymore, you're just a means to kill this DK, a means to take him down. But of course the flex option is still open, right? They could theoretically just place Tiny and Snap, just, you know, roll them around, put the brood offlane if they needed to, put the Tiny mid if they needed to.
What do we make of the overall last pick morphling? Because the boxes that you said last hero should be ticking, I don't feel it's doing that in terms of being able to clear the waves coming out from Snake King and now also potentially Spiders, who, by the way, it will be the off-lane brood.
Well, I do think that Morph has a good carry-to-carry matchup against Sven. He's one of the few heroes, if the Snap or Tiny were to be mid, where you don't really die to their rotations, because you can kind of morph up. I do think it's a very good morph game, but I feel like you don't enjoy the Broodmother matchup once Brood is level 6. So that's a bit of a question mark for me.
I think it actually works because you have this Primal Beast who's going to go and shut down the
he has to help.
That is actually why I liked the carry brood more, and I liked Snap more also for this draft when I thought it was a mid Snap. But they ended up throwing the Tiny mid and the Snap on 4, and it was the Tiny on mid. Yeah,
yes,
Tiny mid.
It's not even playing it. So I do think that the way that they flex their heroes kind of play into what Spirit wanted or thought in the first place. And yeah, Spirit's draft has a fighting chance. I think Morphling can easily win in that late game scenario.
Yeah, gonna have a lot of problems on this Morphling early on. Like you're gonna need Manta, Broodmother builds into Orchid, and also you're gonna be playing against mid Tiny, one of the better heroes overall against Morphling. You will always have that burst damage, early Blink Dagger timing. You pair it up with the Snapfire early damage. I feel like this Morph could be in a lot of trouble. You have a little bit of a save coming up from Shadow Demon to try to break the combo, but definitely a very interesting matchup coming in. I will give a slight edge to Team Falcons in this one.
Slight edge to Falcons for my panel. Let's see if they can make it through. It's Falcons versus Team Spirit for our first match of the day.
go, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to get stuck into the action of Team Spirit versus Falcons. I'm ODPixel here with Fogged, and I can't wait to see what goes down in this one, Fogg. This is going to be quite the showdown between these two teams. We have for some of the panel right there. They feel what kind of Falcons overall before this draft, at least having the edge in this matchup. Do you sort of feel that's the same vibe that we've ended up with after seeing the hero picks? Or what's going on with these two drafts?
I don't know, I'm kind of mixed. I think, yes, Falcons, they have a little bit of an ace up their sleeve with this Brood pick and everything, but this is a very staple Falcons draft, right? I feel like I've seen this draft 100 times from them. The Primal Beast, their DK, it's very strong core around timings and everything like that. It's just, will they be able to withstand the pressure that this kind of, sneaky little pick that Falcons has gone for? And they're doing something cool, we've been talking about these necrotic webs a lot for the Broodmother. I wonder if they're going to, place some maybe in, a mid lane, place one in the off lane, just to reduce regen at the start, because you have... Well, you start with 3 or 4 apologies, something like that. You have a bunch to be able to kind of go with. So
why not?
Yeah, you could put a bunch of them out there. So you could probably put some in these lanes versus these, the regen-based heroes, the DK Primal and Morphling. Could be kind of cool. And yeah, we'll see how these matchups end up going down, because they did end up doing this bit of a switch-up. I also see Crit. He's gone the full bore facet. And we've been seeing pretty much everybody doing the Ricochet, but he's playing versus a Morphling, right? So he's looking for that big burst. So we'll see how Radan or Yatoro is able to withstand the pressure of that lane. That could become overwhelming.
Absolutely. I mean, but overall, do you look at these two lineups and feel that one of them is a little bit easier to play with, a little stronger in your mind, considering at least what we've seen, teams playing with these heroes in the play-in stage last week on this patch?
I don't know. I kind of have to raise play-ins a little bit, because even though the teams, they're very good teams and everything, they ain't no Spirit or Falcons, right? So I feel like timings are a bit different with a lot of these teams, and even though it's this draft from Falcons can absorb a lot of damage and be able to get the ball rolling around this Chen and Tiny a bit, I feel like Falcons has ways to fight back around these towers early. The Primal Beast, if he gets off to a good start, can show up to pretty much all of them. So, I mean, we'll have to see up to execution and how those lanes in particular do go down, because I am worried a bit for that top lane, the Morphling, if he does get run over, how much impact he'll be able to have if the other lanes don't go as well, but...
Sure. I mean, how surprising do you think it was to Spirit the way that Falcons have ended up laning everything and who's playing what? Was that ever sort of into question during the draft, or do you think Radan was ready to go against whatever when he was taking this Morph last pick into the safe lane?
He was probably ready to go against whatever into the safe lane. But I did see, when I saw the Sven, I think for me, I've just been seeing more and more Sven, in particular in this tournament, but also he seems to be the tank killer, right? And when I'd seen what Spirit had already had, they had the Primal and the DK, at least for me, I was considering the Sven to be that carry right away, because he is the one that can get to those points to just always bring these carries down, or these, super strong tanky cores.
We'll see. Apologies for the technical pause, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully we'll be able to get the action underway straight after a few moments.
I think we're in for an absolute treat this game, though. I really, if it does get too stalled out and everything, you can definitely see how this Morphling can become ridiculous. But is he going to be able to withstand triple core scaling that could potentially come out also from the Sven, the Tiny, the Brood? Yeah, his DK scales, but they could be, they could run into some situations that could be difficult. Even though Sven, he can run into some kiting issues versus a Shadow Demon and Hoodwink.
Sure.
We've seen adaptation through itemization to be able to get past those. But yes, we'll have to see, as execution's going to be, obviously, super important. Looking at this Chen as well, I saw him switching around which convert he did want at the start. He had the Hellbear initially, but now he's switched to the Satyr. So looking like he just wants to secure the lane for Skitter, burning the mana, be able to just ensure that this Sven can get free farm.
Yeah, no, was it interesting to check? So we saw kind of the hero's level of involvement in drafts so far. It's been pretty low. Is this just because there's some teams that just don't have a Chen player, or is it because some teams just don't consider this hero good right now?
Could be both.
Yeah,
I'm not too certain. I think it's a very particular.
I mean, do you when you're playing your game, do you like to see a Chen in your team, or do you feel this is a hero that's just a bit of a risk right now?
It does feel like it can be a risk, but Pro Dota is just so different, right? With how much it comes down to the grouping up. And I feel like we're just seeing so much about auras. I think it's getting more and more than ever where we're seeing a Greaves, a Pipe, Crimson Guard even in almost every game. Sometimes, yeah, there's just there's a Darkseer and then there's a Beastmaster on their side, so you don't get to see the auras on both sides. But then I see the supports. They're building mechs. They're building pipes to kind of stabilize the aura.
Sure. And Chen's the kind of hero
Chen buys auras.
He's going to be happy to do that.
Always.
And even if you don't get this amazing start, right, he can hit the jungle, get that first aura, first item online at a pretty good time, regardless of how the lane's gone.
Absolutely. And I'm curious to see the Satyr, how much effect it does have in the laning phase, because besides the fact that you're burning the opponent's mana, you have that beautiful mana regen aura.
Oh, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your patience as we get into the action here of Game 1 here between Team Falcons and Team Spirit. Let's see how this one plays out. Bounty runes are going to be going 3 over the way of Team Falcons to start things off.
Cool. And let's see what Snaking's able to do on the Chen overall. Playing versus the Hoodwink, as we've said a million times, this hero does seem... Hoodwink overall does seem to be one of the best, if not the best, pressuring for. So let's see if they can withstand the pressure of this very strong lane that they do have on Spirit down bottom. Primal Beast, I think I've seen Collapse do various different builds on this hero, either going down the aura route or just going for his own, like phase boot drums pressure.
And this mid matchup, I mean, DK and Tiny, I feel like these two mids are kind of the kings of denying.
Yep.
Who kind of takes the edge in the denying in this matchup?
It depends, right? Because you're getting breathe fired on one end, and the other end you have a tree grammed in on a situation. So I feel like it's a pretty much skill matchup. But I can see Laurel do very well in this matchup versus Malrine because he can put the harassment onto him. So I don't see DK do bad. I don't see DK do bad in these matchups, or any matchup. Really.
No, I'd say, yeah, it's almost certainly going to be close to the outcome of this lane. But yeah, maybe Laurel will indeed be able to get that slight edge.
But we'll see, because also Tiny, the toss, the crash landing is absolutely insane at this point in the game too. Like, it's just got
crazy damage.
Yeah, it clears creep wave so early on in the game. So see how many denies do come out. And yeah, I did mention before about Crit going for the full bore. So very different type of stop, but very understandable since he's playing versus the Morphling on the Gon.
That's for sure, right? You're going to have this high chance of maybe even getting a surprise kill on him.
Yeah,
unlikely, because Radahn, we know his Morphling is very, very strong. He's not going to get caught like that. You can see on the badge at the top, level 30 Morphling here. But you never know. It does happen to some of the greatest Morph players.
See if Crit what he wants to do here, because Miposhka, he's got a lot of stacks on him. Yeah, he'll have to just TP. The beauty about Shadow Demon right now is it feels like he's one of the best 5s to secure lanes just because of Menace. I feel like people really do write that one off quite a lot, but I've seen Miposhka kill almost any hero lately as a Shadow Demon, especially in the last tournament. He was playing like, I feel like his versus like a Bat Rider, and he was solo killing a Bat as a Shadow Demon at level 1 and 2, which is a big deal.
At bottom lane. I guess the real question is indeed when like the level 3s come out for both sides. Yeah. I mean, if Mirror and Collapse, it feels like they could go for kills, because how much is a Chen going to be able to hold back these two heroes when they get on top of one of the two of you? It's going to be difficult to keep yourself safe. I guess they're just going to make sure all possible times that their HP is pretty much topped up.
Yeah, they do at least have a stun in the lane, right? Sven does help a lot versus something like the Primal, but could be a dangerous lane if they do step out of position. That being said, though, Snake's literally just burning all of Mira's mana, so it's a pretty cool approach to prevent the Hoodwink being able to get that spam out, just this Satyr. And he even gets the deny on his own Satyr as well, too, so. Laurel having a fantastic time in mid for now.
Oh, what a nice little courier snipe there from Crit. That's the little Shredder at level 2 is able to take that out.
He gets the blast onto the Morph there from a distance.
Stops Shredder from being able to get that early ban of Elgin skin. He's trying to get in. Early stats to help him with the CS. Every little counts towards trying to make this area of the map eventually a place that Amar on the Brood is going to have complete control of.
Amar shouldn't have any troubles up here getting any of that farm versus the Morph. He should have pretty much free. Gonna start seeing these tosses for that extra CS, but yeah, Laurel's actually quite a decent margin ahead now in these first few waves.
Yeah, he's doing very well. I mean, he's got this whole wave coming in onto him as well, so easily a wave advantage so far against Mallory. I guess we expect the DK to have a slight edge, but this is definitely a little bit more so far than I would have expected on paper.
Yeah,
so Laurel playing very well.
He barely missed really many CS at all, right? I think he's been 24.
That's true, yeah, close to perfect.
Almost perfect besides those denies on the Tiny, so very nicely done from Laurel. Bounty for bounty exchange. Mira checks his at the same time that Crit's checking the one up top. So similar kind of movements even from the supports. Even though it's not like an impactful movement, it's still just grabbing these bounties which could deny it away from one of these two mid laners. Probably the DK if anything, or the Tiny because DK doesn't go bottle, but I'm curious to see when the moves come out around these, who's going to make the first move around to one of these side lanes, because, Laurel, if Malrine does move from the mid lane, of course there's going to be that pressure, so are they going to make the move to the mid? That's usually where we do see it, but do they have kill threat on these tanky cores? We'll have to see. Did get too many stacks onto him there, but just bothering him. Not letting him kill any more couriers.
I mean, and as the lane goes at the moment between Amar and Radan, you know, Amar getting the edge in with the denies, having that slightly better time, so... Now, he's not too fussed with the fact that he's just kind of keeping the Shadow Demon interested in himself, being a bit of a distraction, and letting Amar play the lane 1v1 for the most part.
And these webs do have quite a bit of an effect onto something like Morphling, right? Like,
true.
I'm just watching him try to stand outside of the web AoE in some of these situations and move up to regen, because this 20% reduction is pretty painful.
Amar definitely very happy with the lane start. Leader Radan is going to have quite the work cut out for him ahead of this, as this won't be a free lane.
Laurel's going to have 6 good amount for the time, actually, with this next wave coming in.
And you have pretty aggressive supports to be able to bring across and set up with Laurel. You see this Hoodwink and the Shadow Demon both with pretty nice setup to kind of harass the Tiny out of the lane and set up to push the tier 1 tower rather early.
Got 4 stacks.
They're in with the cookie. He's able to block Crypt first, though, so first blood goes the way of Miposhka, but Amar will be able to take a solo kill in return, getting that XP all for himself.
One of those situations where it's like, nice play by the 5 position, but then also Amar's like, good job, Crit. Yep, I've got a free lane now, and he might hit 6 even earlier.
Way, and then, yeah, absolutely. Yep. This Brood start for Amar is going rather fantastic.
Yeah, and they do get the bottle refill out of it as well, too, so it's a death, of course, for Crit, but it's going to, of course, have its own benefits. Malrine, not quite level 6, the support rotations are coming, but now he's at 6.
What are the Avalanche, but disruption there from Miposhka to hold back Malrine. Gonna keep Lars safe as Lars able to keep his distance, continue to poke damage back in onto the Tiny. They'll turn over towards Miposhka. I think a setup, good cookie here from Crit, toss forward as well onto the 2 of them, and that's a kill with the blast, the final punch there from Malrine. So support rotations coming in on the mid, but ends up succeeding more for Team Falcons.
There could definitely be a difficulty for Team Spirit to bring down this Tiny early game. Their damage overall, until like Hoodwink hits 6, until like the Primal Beast rotates in, I don't think they're going to be able to bring down Malrine. So I think bringing these rotations to this Tiny is going to be pretty nice for the side of Falcons, just to set him up for success, because Malaro's not going to be able to push this tower, and that's ideally what you want to have happen as this DK. They're going to get a toss back, too.
Very, very nice toss back there underneath the tower. Crit coming in as well with the body blocks, trying to get as much damage in as possible from the tower. Lars going to try for the TP out. It's a good move from him. Gets himself back to safety. But indeed, Falcons, we're seeing this pressure coming in on the mid, just trying to do what they can to stop Lal from being able to get that early damage onto the tier 1 tower, despite obviously the laning success that he had, hitting that 6, having that edge with the denies and such in terms of the XP. Falcons, they're making sure that they deal with that and don't let this Dragon Knight get out of control.
This top lane's now definitely an issue. I'm wondering who wants to make the rotation up here toward Amar, because they
who deals with the Spider?
Honestly, they might have to move. They might have to swap where the Primal Beast is at some point so they don't just lose towers too fast. Miposhka starting to get chased out. The spider block.
Nice blocking here from Amar, indeed, surrounding Miposhka with the spiders. All this Brood.
Could be a big problem.
It absolutely does at least feel like the beginning of one.
And overall, bottom, the lane that could have been that maybe dangerous lane for the Sven, he's completely endured it because of snaking, just burning the mana off the Primal, burning the mana off of the Hoodwink as well, and he's been stacking. So Skitter, after having a pretty successful lane, not dying at all, now has these huge stacks to go back to as a Sven. Pretty damn good start here for Falcons. And even though the rotation's coming from Laurel, they can put some pressure onto the tower, as we said, for killing Malrine. It's just not really an option for them until they do have more levels. This Tiny set looks kind of cute.
Oh, which set's he got?
He's got the turtle shell. It's
the new one.
The new one, yeah.
Oh, very nice indeed. You get it, I think when you've got like the level 3 or... You have, well, I think, yeah, level 3, you get the crab on your back as well, crawling around.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah, have you not seen a little red crab crawling around on the back of it? It's very cool.
Okay, so who goes top? Okay, that's the question for me for Spirit. Who wants to deal with the Amar pressure? Or
probably got to be, surely you just got to bring your offlane duo up there.
I think so,
you get sort of the setup with the Hoodwink, and then you're able to come crashing in, grab the spider with the pulverize.
It's either that or you make the rotation a mid and you try to pressure the tower super hard and you sack your safe lane tower kind of in a way in order to get the mid, but let's see what they do look to do. Maybe they do bring a rotation afterwards if they get a good position where Amar's too deep to be able to get a rotation from the Prime King. He's here.
He's trying to do a little bit of body blocking by this. He's trying to catch on to Lal. The damage here.
So outrageous.
It's so much burst, and the final right click from a Chen takes the DK down. That's a pretty sad way to go out there, getting right clicked by a Chen.
between the toss and their full bore scatter blast, they have some pretty insane long range burst damage for these heroes.
I mean, it's the toss mainly, right?
It's the toss mainly.
Insane.
It is definitely.
It's so much damage.
Yeah, did Lara actually pick up a... I've seen what some people are doing. It obviously does not solve the issue of the damage, but I've seen a lot of people picking up raindrops and stuff just to endure the toss.
It feels like you might need something. I mean, at the moment, where he's at least with the Q, time Q, he's trying to go for that blink dagger rush, so very much feels that he's got to be that way to get things started and be the one to jump in first.
So far, Falcons with a very nice lead, though. 4-1. All 3 cores farming. Sven under no pressure, and there's a brood problem. There's absolutely a brood problem.
Yeah, that's the main thing. There's not a soon available clear answer to the fact that Amar has had a very free lane.
They're going to try. They're going to bring the primal with the disruption.
They got to get him out of this lane. They've got to try and shut him down. They'll
get the grab.
With the pulverize, they should have the burst. They do. Goes the way you want to see it go as well if your Team Spirit Radahn able to get the final touch and take Amar down.
It's got to go like that, right? Like, Collapse has to be the one to pretty much move in the early game every time to get the catch. He's going to immediately go through the portal right afterwards, so it's a really solid move to at least shut down the Brood. But the net worth so far, you can see the Falcons still just getting way more out of the map, at least here in this early laning phase.
Amar still able to be annoy Radahn from the grave there. Was able to snipe his courier, I believe, with the spiders.
Mira walking up the hill blind.
Falcons, yeah, they were very set up for that quick kill.
And immediately the Morphin comes back to lane. Amar is there again, and they're probably like, we might have to just somehow swing Collapse back up there soon again.
Like, you just keep doing this over and over again, because despite the fact that they made that move and they succeeded, this net worth, it just continues to grow for Falcons.
It's a difficult call to make, really, as Laurel, again, getting chased, so much stun, so much damage. And great blocks.
Yeah, blocks here from Malrine. Toss again, look. Easy kills in this mid. I mean, Spirit, this is a rough early game to try and get through and to try and make the call of what to do. I mean, you just have to avoid fights completely, let Falcons get what they want, and just hope that Radahn on his Morphlings eventually able to carry you to success.
I think you probably just have to rely on Collapse for your early game at this point. Make sure that every single one of these Primal Beast rotations hit. If they don't, definitely going to be some big issues that happen when the map starts shrinking. We do see Radahn, though, his net worth isn't so bad, right? Versus the Sven in comparison, at the least, he's only about 300 behind. They need to find places to open up the map for him, and bottom does look like it's going to be that place for now. But they've already lost that top tower. Brood takes it so much faster, and this tower is not dropping too fast at all. They don't want to swing Laurel down. Laurel doesn't have ulti, he's just hitting some jungle creeps for the time being, so it does take him a little bit longer to bring down this tower, which means Brood is poking tier 2, Owen. The tier 2 is half HP top.
Uh-oh.
Gotta bring Collapse up there.
I mean, yeah, this Brood is getting to proportions in which...
Oh! He caught him with the toss.
I mean, toss, it's an incredible... It's a spell in the game of Dota 2, Fog.
It is.
It is a spell of all time.
Oh, and things are crumbling quick. 8-2, the mid tower now in jeopardy as well. Falcons speeding things up.
Yeah, they're crushing it. They really are.
It's a blink dagger, I believe, on Malrine already. It's going to become... It's 20 gold away, but he's already playing around mid. He's got it now finished. And he does, of course, find Fairy Trinket. I do have to point that out as well, too. So even more toss damage, of course.
I mean, I guess this is the problem when you're drafting against Falcons. There's kind of so many things that have got to go. But after this, I feel like you've at least got to take the Brood and the Tiny. Or something. These two... Malrine on the Tiny, it seems completely busted.
I think
more
Tiny's
so than the hero is just at a base level. You know, Malrine is just pushing it to his limits, and then Amar and the Brood. How can you let this happen? I mean, he's 6.5k net worth, 11 minutes in. He's smashing these timings on his the Orchid. I mean, and everything to follow after. You can only imagine it's going to come out at incredible timing. He's just getting so much.
Anyone who comes up is dead, even
I can't
Collapse.
imagine any team here wants to play against this Broodmother. Top lane, they get the setup, the TPs are coming in, so they might be able to do something in response.
Okay, Miposhka's there.
They get the save.
Can they counteract it at all?
Collapse still might die, he's got to run away. Onslaught off to the side, the kisses are coming in, is Kraven fighting with the connection he is.
Needed. And
they
Laurel
get
now.
The kill, they're turning over towards Laurel. They're going to almost certainly get him as well. The Avalanche comes in, Crypt with the double as he snipes him with the scatter
base
blast.
isn't safe.
I mean, Amar's diving the tier 3s. He's just 12 minutes in, and he's going to get away with it. Miposhka's dead.
These guys are too good. This is devastating. I mean, the early game is broken. We're already into the mid game. It's 12 minutes in. They've got Mech, they've got Blink, they've got Orchid, they've got key timings on pretty much every hero, it feels like already. Tier 2 already under a ton of pressure. And the Morphling, the problem is Morphling can't help you. Now that everything's kind of gone away and gone so poorly, Morph can't turn up to kind of help and fix any of these problems. Mira,
he's got to run.
One more toss is all it takes if they want to chase.
I mean, they're doing so well so far and having such a lead, we might not even get to the point where we get to see the cool red crab on the back of the timing.
That's very true.
The game might be over before then. We'll see the replay again once more of this dive up top. I mean, there was a point where the TPs come in, you know, Collapse isn't dying too quickly. They get the save off. It's like, okay, maybe Team Spirit's able to get out of this alive with their cores. But spoiler, they weren't able to, Fogged.
No. And they don't have a response. There's not really damage, to be honest with you. I see, you know, Miposhka, good TP to save people, but Hoodwink's still not level 6. Everybody's full HP anyway, but they're just getting ran at and dove too far. The 1-by-1 there from Spirit.
I know, I've never seen any tier 3 dives at 12 minutes in throughout the whole of the play-in stage so far. And here we go straight into the groups. First game for Falcons. They're here, and yeah, first game, they're diving tier 3s at 12 minutes in.
Yeah. I think Tiny's probably the most one to go, because I think, it's had a 90% contest rate so far, even in the play-ins.
This hero is crazy. You give it to a team like Falcons, you give it to a player like Malorine, it's you're playing Dota 2 on the hardest of difficulties.
Yeah, even though Laurel, as we said, you know, he had a very good matchup in the mid lane. He actually pulled off very, very well. Just 1 or 2 rotations. They don't have a kill threat onto Malorine, and then Malorine apparently just has massive kill threat, even though it's DK, who's supposedly this tanky hero. Does not look like it.
We heard as well, Yatoro changed his name. One of the reasons why, because he's an Elden Ring enjoyer.
Sure.
He likes games that are hard. He likes the suffering. But this is kind of, you know, this is
maximum.
This is Elden Ring on a difficulty that's a bit above that of the game itself. So this game a little bit harder.
It's probably on one of the hardest modes you possibly can. Your Morphling has a not even a Yasha, and there's the blood. You know, the Orchid already finished up time ago. Map definitely gonna shrink. Spirit have to at least try to play more if not being 1-by-1 TPs or anything like that. But even if they do go as a unit at this point, they have fallen so far behind so fast. The Chen almost similar net worth as that DK now at this point. So Laurel's timing's just... he's gonna have Blink, but what's gonna happen with the Blink afterwards? They'll maybe be able to get a kill or two, but overall in a fight, it's gonna be disastrous. I mean, Amar, already knowing, he's high-fiving these towers, knowing how big of an advantage they already have. And they're not gonna let up. Smooth.
Just sort of sweep across the map, take these towers, and know that there's very little, really, that Spirit can do in terms of showing up. At the moment, yeah, it's Radahn on his Morphling that has the most farm.
Another one.
He's not going to want to be involved in any sort of action. They could kill anyone, plus more.
Literally anybody. There's definitely no team fight that can come out here from Spirit.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Sven also has Skater's had a quiet game, but a very nice one. He's just like, thank you guys, great job. Seen this a couple of times, of course, here for Falcons when they just demolish that mid and off lane. And Snag looks like he wants to at least apply some pressure onto the tier 2 mid. And Pushka says he wants his team to defend here. If they do overextend, that's where Spirit can look to fight back, as long as they have the numbers, but they need absolutely everybody, it feels like, and they still could lose people.
Lau's got his Blink. Okay. They're going to come out for a smoke, but it's definitely one of those situations in which he knows he's got to be the one that has to go in.
And it's versus Mech and
it's going to feel pretty terrifying going in. Because if you go in, you're probably not coming out alive at this point unless something absolutely fantastic happens behind you. They're going to try and jump the Chen, see if they can burst Snaking. I mean, Snaking only barely gets brought down to half HP. Mira, can he line up the sharp shot? Onto Amar he can, but not onto Snaking. So Snaking's able to heal up. That's the Blink Dagger reveal, and kind of as expected, didn't do a whole lot at this point, Fogged.
No. Snag patient, just waiting to get the opportunity to use the Mac. He still has Hand of God.
Yeah. He didn't even break a sweat out of being jumped like that. You could see indeed he was, you know, but not spam pressing all the abilities, the items. He knew he was perfectly fine, despite Team Spirit trying their best to target what on paper at this point should be the easier hero to kill. But even that hero, pretty much impossible to kill as it seems. Yeah. Falcons 10k net worth lead here, 15 minutes in.
They're covering each other nicely too, right? If they do go on the Chen, you see Malorine just instantly stuns, covers the backline so there's no follow-up. And I didn't see it, but there might be like a cookie to disjoint the stun that comes out there from the Hoodwink as well too. So they have all these ways to kind of counter the jump that can come out from Spirit. And now they're just getting so big at this point. Skater's level 13. He hasn't even had to get really involved. He's going to have Blink as well, too, so they can force the issue. And speaking of force the issue, looks like it's Roshan time. And Spirit, not in a realm of being able to contest that.
No, not at all. This is... I mean, we did see some kind of one-sided games during the playing stage, but this one's up there.
It definitely is. It's not over at 16-minute marks per se in terms of buildings dying, but it might be over in terms of per se of how much pressure Falcons can make. Radon getting closer to Manta, which is one of his big timings, but his other two cores just have nothing. They've gotten nothing yet. Collapse getting closer to BKB.
Radiant's bottom tower.
At least for like a straight-up team fight, but Falcons just getting more and more. Wonder when Amar's going to look to purchase. Sitting on 3.3k.
Oh, yeah. Has he got anything queued up?
He's been queuing up a lot of things.
Okay.
He's switched it like 8 times, so...
Oh, Lincoln's feels a bit too safe for him, though. Oh, he's going to do it. He's a sensible man here.
He might just want to close it up. Oop, having some lag. They might just look to like go for a high ground push with this Aegis on. I think it's a possibility.
I mean, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, if they were ready to dive tier 3s at 12 minutes in, I think with an Aegis at this point and this lead, they're certainly ready to go again. Get in there, get some sort of toss back setup. I mean, we saw there as well. Skiddy just picked up his Blink Dagger, so multiple ways to get in and start the fight. And many a hero that do not mind jumping straight into the base with how strong they are at this point in time on Team Falcons.
Crit also getting very close to a vessel, so these heroes are quite far away from those BKBs besides Collapse. Great versus the triple cores. All 3 of them can suffer, even though if there's going to be a Manta from the Morphling, you can only dispel so many things. They're getting all these timings, and they're prepared for, I would imagine, every single one of these fights. So Spirit just has to be careful, just to really split and hope. It's a big hope, of course, but that they can hope to get this Morphling to a stage where he feels comfortable, but that feels like it's a very, very long time away.
Let's see. Apologies again, ladies and gentlemen, for this momentary pause, but it looks like all the players are on their way back into the lobby. I think we're still just missing Malrine.
It just looked like a little bit of lag for a second there.
And we'll be able to see what Falcons want to do next with the Aegis.
They're set up for mid. Like, Crit's already in a position where he can left the TP fast to the mid tower, so if they want to just... They can defend this tower, they can pressure as well, too, to force TPs back, but I imagine... They probably don't want Spirit to get literally anything extra out of the map, so just defending the tier 1, killing whoever does show. They might even just swing and just fight, so... Spirit just have to be very aware of that and keep trying to attempt to, split push, get the farm up for this Morph, but it's a tall ask.
Here we go, back in action. Let's see what they want to get done.
Trying to poke mid.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's so dangerous to even poke here. Yeah, Laurel literally hits the tower twice and instantly blinks out. Just a very scary position.
Fortification has come out immediately here from Spirit. As soon as Falcons show themselves on the high ground, they quickly TP back over towards the mid.
Keeping the front TP fast still. You see them preparing this defense. Malrine TP is tier 2, so front TP, they're probably telling each other, TP's a fast one if they do look to go for a play. Maposhka? Won't get caught by the stun. Right on the outskirts. But they deter that push in mid. Everyone on Spirit trying to find farm where they can on the map. Maybe even cutting waves, it looks like, just to stop any extra pressure onto these lanes, but this tier 2 mid, one more hit, it's pretty much dead.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
It's kind of like, this desperation mode from Spirit, just trying to find what they can.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Malrine.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Ready to make that jump if he catches sight of any of them. There's 3 of them right now playing around this point.
Find a courier, show where they are.
It's the Greaves recipe, so quite a nice snipe for them to find.
Might get another too. Yep, they'll find another courier as well too, so decent little
vessel.
kills. Yep.
So yeah, 2 big item upgrades that Falcons won't have to play with.
Yep, and they're cutting waves too. Laurel starting to get a bit of farm here. The Manta finished up for Radon, so even though he's still quite a ways away from that Sven, starting to get at the least his itemization. And he is going to do the build that we've seen him do in pretty much every single one of his Morphling games and more. Just Manta straight into the butterfly if he's able to. It's gonna take time. See if they can buy that time. They do have good heroes. They have these annoying heroes to cut waves. The Hoodwink in particular. Might get caught this time around. Skeeter's right on top of him, but is being very pesky.
This time Malrine ready to make sure that they're not able to cut the creep wave. Mirror is out with a TP. They have managed to grab the creeps once more, so can look to try and push down the mid.
They stopped the entire acceleration in the last 4 minutes.
They've slowed it down.
At the least for Spirit, right? Yes, it's been kind of consistent, just sitting at that 10k since they got the Aegis. And, yeah, they're just waiting for at least a timing. BKB is done for Collapse. They do have that Manta on that Morphling as well, too. DK still a bit of ways away from another item. He actually has the Mage Slayer coming out, so maybe with 3 core, if they see an opportunity of Falcon overextending, they can punish Mira. Probably won't be so lucky.
Just immediately burst there. Orchid into the Scatter Blast and the toss, and now up to the high ground they go. Team Spirit, what have they got? Collapse has got his BKB, so doesn't have a way to get in there, but at the same time, I don't think they'll struggle too much to kill him off through the BKB, especially when they're just grouped up as this fight, man. They're pushing these buildings. I mean, Spirit.
And they're not overextending.
They can't do anything. Godstrength's popped by Skeeter. He's able to take his, ready to swing around towards the mid and maybe just go for more.
Spirit has to hope for an overextension, but Falcons is just playing for the buildings. They're playing for the objectives for now. Got a jump.
Some of the jump. They're going to see if they can try and burst through the Sven. There's going to be a toss back to safety, but Collapse is never getting on top of the 3 of them. Bursting both. They're able to take Skeeter down. Collapse looks over towards Snake King. Gets the grab as well on towards Amar. They're taking out the Chen. They're taking out the Brood. They're taking out the 4 of them.
They might get the Tiny too.
Marine's the last one left alive, but the Bushwhack setup's there. Sure, he's got the Aegis, but on his own, they should be able to deal with him twice.
Oh,
Team Spirit,
goodness.
they're able to hold. They only lose the top set of racks. They won't be losing the mid set of racks, and they'll be keeping this game alive long with a triple kill. This game, it ain't over yet, and it won't be a stomp, Fogged.
Nope, they're completely back in it, honestly.
Wow.
That is an amazing jump. Collapse catches everybody with the charge through, right?
Check this out again.
They're all clumped up. He hits all the creeps
the way they
and
went.
3 heroes.
Lyle gets the call to get. He starts things onto the Sven. It's a nice toss back, but indeed Collapse straight in on top of them. Knows to go straight over to the side. Doesn't need to grab Snake King as he knows he's going to get caught in the AoE at the slams as he pounds down Amar with a pulverize. Beautiful defense, and honestly, one that I don't think Falcons saw coming.
I don't think
anyone did. They felt very much
did.
in control of this game. They quickly took the top racks. They were ready to go straight away for the mid racks. They underestimated Spirit's defense, and now with that, there's only a 4K gold difference now with the Tormentor being taken, but considering what it was before, Spirit, they're absolutely back in it. Look at some of the individual net worths, right? Radan,
they're pretty much back.
He's caught right back up.
Absolutely.
He's up there. Lars pretty close behind. Spirit, they're here to give us a game.
I'm sure Falcons is kicking themselves a little bit with how much they stacked. Collapse literally hit everybody. It was like 3 or 4 heroes he gets with the charge through, and all of the Chen creeps as well, too. They tried for a toss back, but Spirit.
Yeah. I mean, definitely, I think, without a doubt, one of those situations that, you know, Falcons, they turn up, this is the first game, they're like, we're crushing this, and then this maybe got a little too comfortable, and indeed get caught off guard, as you said, with their positioning.
Yeah. Thought it would require more of an overextension, but it seems like if they just stack like that and Collapse gets that type of charge through.
Oh, yeah.
It's beautiful.
And he's going to be even more ready for it next time, trying to get this Veil into the Shiva's guard.
They also have, I believe that is that the butterfly pretty much done? It's almost there.
Radan, like, his farm has just skyrocketed after that cleanup in that fight. He's up there, level with Skeeter. And again, just a crazy swing back. Sure, the gold overall lead is still there for Falcons, but you just can't underestimate just how big of a swing that was, considering how much it looked like Falcons were potentially moments away from maybe even closing the game if they played it right.
Absolutely, with all these auras that they're building up on the Chen, right? They're still going to look to probably ball up, look for another play here. They have the BKB on the Sven.
Big stuff here from Spirit.
They've completely caught it back up.
Radan's getting the chance to go. And now the game is absolutely a point. Even if like the next fight or so doesn't go too great for Spirit.
They can stall.
Yeah, this Morph, Radan on his Morphling, he's ready to carry.
Yep, and Mira even too. Mira did not go down the route of the Atos first. He knows he has to play for the farm, so Maelstrom to be able to keep that farm going, to delay the game more. And Laurel now does have a secondary item finished up after that Mage Slayer just off of that one fight.
Are they going to try and go against Falcons?
They still want to try to close it up and get one big opening to take that next rack. So Spirit has to be careful with their positioning.
Sure, but this time they don't have the Aegis. Sure,
they do not.
First, you would imagine we're not going to see them get caught in the same fashion that they did on that last failed push by by Falcons.
Spirit's ready for this move, though. Look, DK already comes back.
They've got items.
They're prepared for this pressure play from Falcons. Super fast butterfly timing. I mean, especially with all things considered.
Yep.
They're actually going to smoke and maybe catch Falcons off guard here.
Marine's watching from the high ground, but they're ready to get the jump on him with the Dragon Tail. Collapses him with the follow. They're looking to burst through the Tiny. Marine's gone in an instant.
He even used the BKB, but they get the grab right away. Now they all got to run.
Now Falcons have got to back off. Very, very impressive stuff there from Spirit.
Snay still playing in the area, but they don't have their Tiny. Laurel's going to jump in for him.
There's going to be the setup and Collapse. He's ready with the follow-up. Straight in with the onslaught. Over the wall, Snake King, Crit, Skitter. Is there anything they could do to help their Chen out? I don't think so. Collapse blocking off the escape of Snake King as he'll go down.
And Crit
also in trouble. Ooh, he's able to TP away just in time before the Dragon Tail comes out and connects on towards him. So he'll escape. But again, this is Spirit getting out of their base, being able to make these moves. And Falcons, just the game, the grasp they had on the game, it's absolutely slipping away.
It's gone. I mean, there's no lead anymore at all. Even if it's like a 1K or whatever like that, it's Spirit now perhaps in the driving seat themselves. You can feel that Falcons maybe wanted to get something else with that push, with the Malrine positioning, try to catch someone off guard so they can get a push, but Falcons now maybe the ones in trouble. Spirit. Some excellent macro plays.
They're looking great, and Radan just continuing to hold that top spot. And if sort of the dynamic of the game continues, you can only imagine this Morph is going to stay a step ahead of the Sven.
And he's got a great 1v1 matchup there.
Yep.
So there's no Bloodthorn. I mean, the Brute, of course, can switch up to go for the Bloodthorn, but Amar... I mean, maybe Amar's reconsidered. Like, he's probably like, man, this Linken's actually didn't really do what I wanted it to.
It kind of didn't, right? And honestly, it felt kind of un-Amari. I thought he would go for something a bit more aggressive and for the quick kills, but actually took the safer route.
And maybe he was thinking he can just block like the DK stun or one of those primal jumps on the initial go, and they could have closed things out, but that was not the case in Spirit. Feeling so much more comfortable. Everyone now has those big core items as well to fight back. Falcons, they're going to try again to go for it, but it feels like they're trying to force the issue here.
For sure, and I think the big time is going to be when Radan's able to get the BKB on top of the Manta.
Yep.
You know, this kind of game, you give him the BKB and the Manta, it's very unlikely he'll die in these team fights, and you can guarantee he's going to be able to get a huge amount done.
Can Falcons get the catch on him when he's not ready? Miposhka is at the ready. He's got backup too. It seems like they always know this move is coming. Even Laurel TPing back just in case they know the fight's coming in. Yeah, just super well prepared. BKB looks to be the call there for Amar. So they do have triple BKB timing on the side of Falcons to be able to take a fight.
Radiant are scanning.
But unless they really catch Radan by surprise, killing this Morph is going to be incredibly difficult.
Shivas is also finished up
Collapse.
for Collapse.
He's ready to go. I mean, really, the main man when it came to keeping this game alive for them.
He has been very clutch on his Primal Beast in a lot of situations. Let's see if Falcons is ready for this, if they're able to get a jump themselves. Problem is they're actually under a ward right now, so Malrine is completely under vision. Spirit have their pick of the litter for a second here. Smoke on smoke.
This could be quite the fight for Spirit. Got slightly the better information. Sure, Falcons have the sort of better area to hold from. The Spirit know exactly what they're walking into. They know that they're all here.
So watch the positioning of these supports. Miposhka's pretty deep.
They're going to get the jump over towards him. The Collapse comes over in return. He's got the pulverize to hold the tiny position, but the BKB is already out. They turn, they take down Miposhka. Now they look over towards Collapse. Collapse have put the Shiva's guard, trying to draw their attention away from the rest of the team. Sharpshooter comes in. Toss over towards the DK. Lyle turns with the Dragon Tail onto Skeeter. Radan turns into the Tiny. Avalanche onto the two of them. He's got the toss burst damage on towards Amar. Not enough to kill him. An immediate buyback from Miposhka as he looks to rejoin the fight. Lyle getting chased down by Falcons. They'll bring him low. They'll bring him down as Lyle will fall. See if Radan can do any sort of a cleanup. He's got his eyes on Skeeter. He's going to bail out. Realizes this fight is no longer a fight that they want to take. Miposhka, he'll go down a second time. Falcons, they'll take the fight, and with that, they'll be able to claim their Roshan.
So cool the way they take the fight. They see Miposhka steps up for a quick second. He wants to go for, I'm actually surprised he's the one that goes for the D ward himself, because he reveals his positioning there. They instantly jump him, and they don't have to save. The Sven is able to just pretty much beat on whichever target he wants. Bit of a mistake there this time from Spirit. Falcons capitalize massively. They do lose the Chen, but either way, well worth it. Skeeter able to hit these targets nicely this time around in the fight.
Yeah, and you can see as well, you know, for Radan on the Morph, he was watching kind of the way it started that fight, and with sort of how quickly his teammates were going down, there was only so much he could do. He knew exactly when to bail out and know that that was not the fight to fully commit for. So everybody gets next item done now. Satanic finished on the Morphling.
He had to be cautious because he did lose the SD so early, so the save was gone, and then, you know, Collapse did end up dying afterwards, so Radan, he does spend his gold, which could cause him into some issues. But with Satanic, very survivable, but if he does get caught and popped, things could just close out quickly again also.
I mean, it's necessary to spend up here. The rest of the team, right, doesn't have buybacks. You lose a fight here, Even if you have a buyback on the Morph, the rest of the team don't, it's probably game over. So they're going all in. Gleipnir's been finished up on Mirror.
And it's still, at the end of the day, it is still difficult for Falcons, as we saw in the last one. Going that high ground the secondary time, I don't know if they'll make that same mistake versus Collapse again.
Sure. How do you want to go about doing it differently if you're Falcons then? How do you try and approach the high ground here? Do you not quite do that yet? Do you look for the tier 2 bottom?
I think you maybe just still farm it up. Smoke out from Spirit to maybe catch them off guard here. Since they have the Aegis and Cheese, there's this ward, but the scan will catch them perfectly.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Spirit. Do get caught here by the scan.
And now Skeeter does have MKB, so he has this matching damage item to be able to deal versus that butterfly that was picked up pretty early from Radon. So does have an answer, and of course they can go down the route of the Bloodthorn if they want to, of course on Amar. He still is thinking, he's been switching his itemization like 8 different times still. Thinking what he does want to go for. Falcons reestablishing themselves after one big fight around that rush. Aegis and Cheese. Ooh, and amp damage now also for Skeeter. Overall for Spirit, do have to be careful from... I think Miposhka just has to be much more careful with his positioning up in this upcoming fight. He cannot be that far up to go for some type of D-ward.
Set up on the high ground. They know the Falcons are coming for them. Team Spirit.
Tough fight versus this amp damage, Sven. Skeeter. Is he just gonna jump in? He's thinking about it.
Bilal, he's good with the jump as well. The turn was the other way to get the stun on towards it. The bushwhack's there. Straight away, Skeeter turns towards Mirror. The pole to collapse. Holds Skeeter back. Mirror will go down, but the Aegis is taken out of the hands of Skeeter. So he's what they did on round 2. He's come up with the blink out. Team Spirit, they want to try and chase. They are one hero down without the hoping. They get the Dragon Tail opening onto Mallory. Collapse thinking about charging forward, but he'll hold back from this.
Don chasing in still. He's got the Insatiable.
Forward. Doesn't want to try and lead in on this. They'll take this. They lose the support, but they're able to take the Aegis away, and they're able to stop the push.
Very cool. Scary, this Morphling, when he turns into the Brood, pops the Insatiable Hunger, shifts back, and he actually has double damage, pretty much. I think it was plus 300 there that I saw on this Morphling, so... Falcons will give the respect to that. That was a crazy jump from them, too, just waltzing into high ground blind to go for it.
And the high ground attempts, other than that top set of barracks that they're able to find, Falcons haven't been going too hot for them, despite having the lead, having these map objectives in their favor, such as the Aegis.
It's where it's hard to find these Shadow Demons and these Savers. It allows Collapse without a Blink Dagger in the base to get these easier initiations a lot of the time. Like a Skeeter just jumps in and forces it. It gives a natural initiation. How many misses? I think one of those got absorbed by a tree, but either way. And yeah, look at Radon's damage. They instantly know they have to reset when that Insatiable gets popped by him, so... Good on Falcons to be able to get that reset. And I did see the Halberd, of course, coming out there from Mar, so looking to be more of a preventative carry, anti-carry kind of in a way as this Broodmother. Feels like a different kind of style from Amar than I feel like we used to see.
Yeah, I guess it just feels what obviously has two very solid kind of carry-esque heroes in the two other roles, right? This Tiny and Sven.
Hey, he does still scale super hard as it gets to later stages anyway, because you're a Broodmother, so you're still universal and you get your crazy 25 attack speed, but... Not the route that I fully expected from Amar, and they're keeping their net worth on those two cores in particular very, very good to be able to keep the scaling versus the Morph. Even though Malrine falling behind a little bit, they do have the scaling on those two. And the supports too, I have to be honest. Crit has really kept up with the pace as the Snapfire, even though it's been like kind of constant pushing, that sometimes maybe your supports can struggle when getting that net worth. Crit's been able to keep it there.
We'll see now Falcons want to try and make a move whilst they don't have the Aegis. The last two times they sent back and waited for the Roche, but that has only given really time for Radon to continue to just grow this lead.
Checking what other... I mean, they do have a couple item timings that are soon being hit as well, too. The Condo's about to be done for Malrine. They almost have Sven's next item as well, too. I believe the Satanic, so maybe just waiting for those to all coincide together before they look for that next big fight. Well, for Spirit... I'm sure Radon is just telling them, like, let me just keep farming. If I can get to this later stage of the game, I can probably be able to carry this. did get another item timing, though. Laurel, 18, and he's got the Aghanims.
Radiant are scanning.
Might be able to catch off guard here. They have this ward that's outside. Amar, if he's not careful, might just get caught.
Just outside of vision, they're able to put the Linkers again in with a follow-up stun. They've got the pushback as well. They're able to lock him down, take him out. No sort of heals coming out from Snaking. Will be able to save him.
Playing on that vision perfectly. The 70 seconds, they could look to go for another kill here. Can they find anybody immediately? All the Falcons splitting up.
Dire are scanning.
Both teams just really understand how to play this map pretty beautifully. The moment one gets pressured, the other just splits back up, gets that farm continue going.
Check again on the replay there.
He's playing like just in and out of that vision you see there, but then boom, they get that catch. Lincolns will only help for so much. Isn't able to get that BKB off.
Falcons continuously just getting sort of shaken up, despite the lead that they hold.
I mean, they're still keeping it. Somehow they're still keeping it, even though this Morphling continues to get online. They're keeping that farm super high. And that they're not really like overreacting or anything. The Brood dies, nobody kind of panics. They keep their farm. They're waiting for that Brood to respawn, because Amar, if he does get BKB off in a lot of those situations, might just be able to survive. But again, Radahn, another item has been finished up. I believe that is his. Is that the Scotty pretty much done?
He's got it done. He's got it done. Yeah, this Morphling is massive.
I'm gonna try to keep tabs of how much damage he has, because maybe that's also why Amar did go for the Lincolns. I was trying to like think more besides just the DK stun, the primal thing. It's to prevent the Morph from turning into the Brood, getting insatiable hunger, because it's legit a double damage. It makes this Morph absolutely out of control.
Yeah, maybe sort of the matchup able to sort of be turned on its heads now that the game goes on. I mean, Falcons with this lineup and deep with their play early, they were not expecting this game to still be going 36 minutes in if everything was going to go to plan for Falcons.
Look at this wraparound. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Gleipnir set up onto the two, and the pushback as well onto Skeeter, toss up into the side, but at the same time, Radahn and La, they're able to get over to the back lines, take Snaking out.
Falcons is fully split up.
They're ready to go and help join the rest of the team as Malorine's BKB is going to soon come to a finish collapse. He's got the control with the pulverized Lal, and Radahn looking to bring over the damage to try and threaten Malorine. Jump forward from Lal, sentries down, they've got the detection, again with the bushwhacks from Mira holding Skeeter back, so Skeeter cannot get involved in this fight. A beautiful onslaught from collapse over the two of them. Skeeter, he's going to likely fall through the BKB as Radahn takes him down. Jump forward, they're not done yet. They'll look to Amar. He's got the BKB still at the ready there, so will manage to get out in time and avoid the stun. They're trying to chase though, Radahn, seeing if he can get his hands on the Spider, but Amar, a bit too speedy, will make it back to the safety of the base. Still their Spirit, they take the 3 heroes down, and now 37 minutes in, Spirit, they take the gold lead.
That was versus the Cheese too. Kind of awkward to start there for the fight for Falcons. They're trying to go for a wraparound, and it's pretty much the worst hero that they could have get started on first. The Chen gets caught from the Morph. They don't get any spells off there. They might just lose. They might just lose the set here.
Yeah, no Skeeter, no Malorine, neither of them with buyback. And the push for Spirit is pretty severe here with Radahn beating into the tier 3s, exposing the barracks. I mean, they have to probably just at least let this set go. And there's still a tier 2 up in the mid lane, so Spirit won't be able to immediately swing across. But
they're looking for another catch.
But they are setting up on the sidelines, and Amar, of course, BKB is still on cooldown for 35 seconds. Collapses in with a set of him.
Almost just kills him.
Very close to. Amar lucky to get away from this one.
Lincoln's definitely saving his life since he can't get grabbed, get some tower push going, but that one feels where its Spirit has completely blown open the game. I thought the last one probably was, but Falcons did some impressive moves to bring things back over that Roche. Now this Morph getting critical mass. And now I'm seeing the supports be able to cast their spells on the Sven too. I think I saw Skeeter get like 2 attacks off in that last fight. He just got purged. Gleipnir fully CC'd here from Mira and from Miposhka. So it feels like it's getting harder and harder for Falcons to be able to take those fights versus this Morph.
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, Radahn has 28k net worth. Now, Radahn on his Morph, he doesn't really tend to lose games when he's got this sort of a lead.
No, and now they're the ones to be able to finally get the Roche too for themselves. Falcons feeling like they did need that one to be able to have a fighting chance in these next upcoming fights. And let's see if they look to go for just some type of like team pressure move or something like that, because it seems like the team fights overall now feel too difficult since Collapse he really can just charge through. especially with this Aghanims. Gonna be very strong.
I think was that Miposhka who took the axe from Roche?
I believe so, because he can just double purge the Sven. I think it's all about just controlling Skeeter. I need the 3 cores, right? The triple melee cores can definitely suffer versus that SD, so they already have it on the 2 important ones. Falcons. Can they somehow reestablish this game? Versus a Morphling with their lineup. Feels very difficult, but if there's any team that can do it, perhaps it can be them. But again, it does feel very difficult now at this point with an Aegis on the Morph. And they did, I believe, yeah, Falcons did lose their gem also on that last one, so they are carrying that one as well. On the side of Spirit. And an Aeon Disc on the Shadow Demon, so Miposhka can play in a bit of a better positioning too.
Sure.
He can play a little more aggressively.
Yeah, he's always going to get these purges off. It's going to be very, very difficult to stop him from playing his hand in the team fights.
Rattle Cage for collapse, big chunk of armor versus the Sven, all these little, I mean, I say little things, these big things do add up, of course. Ogre Steel Totem also for the Shadow Demon for positioning. Falcons, what's the next timing?
It's sort of hard to find. I
really
feel like, Falcons with this lineup, they were all in on kind of plan A.
Yeah.
I don't know if necessarily plan B was here with this draft. They felt
like
that this game should have been over 25 minutes in. They weren't able to do it. They have that slip up. It gets heavily punished by Spirit. And now Falcons are having to play a different type of game with this lineup that they weren't expecting to play.
They had like that little, maybe like not like a plan B, but it was like that little mini plan B, the Roche, where they kind of came it back. Because I thought at that point that was where the Morph was going to fully just take over, but they did do a big comeback. But now, is there another one that they can actually do? Maybe just catching people off guard with like a Hex or something like that, or maybe the tiny burst catches people off guard, but Spirit now in full stride, getting their own push going. Catapults.
Amar
should be fine.
He's going to be okay. Another Force also picked up by Snaking, just trying to make sure they have some sort of tool to break the core out of whatever combo gets laid down onto them by Team Spirit in these pushes.
The big thing Falcons still do have is the toss-back mechanic, right? So they still can always stall and be able to catch heroes if Spirit does play out of position. So Spirit does still have to be a bit careful with how they look to pressure. Don't want to be split up at all. So I imagine just group up here for the push.
One thing's for sure so far from Spirit, we've seen them be definitely more cautious about how they go about the high ground in comparison to what Falcons have been tripped up upon in this game 1.
Spirit are definitely quite a bit more careful. They just send these Morphling illusions. Tower's dropping. Someone's going to have to show. Amar will. And they saw the Scatter Blast from the right side, so they know that Falcons is smoked up somewhere. Toss to just clear a wave. Malvarine will just be able to delete that one. So the push at the least is stopped for Falcons.
That's level 25 for Radahn now with that Wisdom Rune.
Malvarine has found an amp damage. Okay, maybe that is the other difference maker, if he can actually get just a big one-shot or something like that onto some of these heroes. Not easy, though. As we said, Miposhka, Aeon Disc, and that's the one that they want to go for in most situations, so... How does Falcons approach this fight?
A minute left on the Aegis. Radahn's ready to get stuck in. Straight up to the barracks. I'll get the fortification out. TPs to come into play from Falcons as they're going to try and start to set up something.
Toss back.
And see if they can do it the once. They get the toss back on towards the Morph. Can they burst through him? He's able to put the man to the catch up with the cookies on afterwards. They've taken the Aegis out of his hands. The barracks, of course, have been taken. See round 2 on the Morphling. Radahn able to get away with the waveform. BKB's been popped in by Skeeter. Can he get his hands on anyone to look over towards Lyle? But Lyle's forced out of the base, forced again up to the high ground. They'll keep Lyle safe. So the barracks are gone. They lose the Aegis, but it was going to be timing out anyway. Everything continues to go fully in the control and favor of Spirit.
That's God's strength used as well, so they can look to re-go as soon as it does wear off. They know.
And they're ready. Smoke up there was a side. Lyle. Is he going to be able to find anyone coming back from the Tormentor? He's definitely going to be tempted to hunt, and he's going to find Snaking. He's out. No buyback on Snaking.
Straight to bottom. They can go. See how comfortable Radahn does feel to do so with a cheese. He also has buyback if necessary. I mean, Malvarine's looking, but there's no God strength. They're going to try.
Look at the toss back. So now towards Lar, they get the stun to follow up, but straight away they're just focusing down the Tiny. Lar's falling over, Collapse comes crashing in with the onslaught. They immediately delete the two of them. Malrine and Amara dead. They're onto the tier 4s. Buybacks have to come out straight away here from Falcons. Spirit, they'll turn their attention over towards the final set of barracks in the tier 3 down bottom.
How long on God's strength? 8 seconds.
Still no snaking for 30. Tier 3's gone. Mirror
controlled.
Trying to scout things out in the tree line. And Malrine, he's got the toss back.
They get the stun.
The opening stun, but he's got a lot of HP here. He's sitting full HP and straight away Collapse. He's in with a backup, comes in with a pulverize onto more Skeeter, takes him out. Skeeter does have buyback, also having to use it immediately.
Radon.
He's looking over towards Amar in the tree line. Amar pots the BKB. Skeeter tries to chase him outside of the base, but the pulverize is there again. Collapse. He's able to grab him once more. It's a dieback on Skeeter.
Wow.
Murray tries to come in with a BKB, but he has to run. They've lost their Sven, they've lost their carry, and they've almost certainly lost this game. GG is called. Team Spirit, with a beautiful hold, turn this game around. And my goodness, if you watched this game for the first 15 minutes, you would not have thought this would have ended up going this way, Fogged.
The team play, honestly, from Spirit, all it takes is, I mean, that one high ground defense, they got stalled a little bit afterwards from Falcons, but wow. I mean, Radon playing like a beast, but honestly, Collapse.
This guy's good.
Collapse really came in for me clutch. These charges, these catches, finding 3-4 heroes. Beautifully done from Spirit.
Absolutely. Collapse indeed. if he was any other hero, it wouldn't have done the job. But it Collapse on the Primal Beast. Every single fight, they just couldn't deal with him.
They couldn't.
Even after that sort of failed push, there are multiple times afterwards where Collapse was still able to find team fights, where he was charging through and easily making contact onto 3-4 heroes every single team fight.
They got their 3 core items as the high ground push happened. Ends up working out for them.
Oh, there we go. Incredible stuff from Team Spirit. Team Falcons definitely getting a bit of a wake-up call after I feel that they've maybe felt a bit too comfortable after what looked to be an easy early game for them. Spirit, they turn it around, and Team Spirit will take this game 1.
Yeah, don't pay attention to the match board, guys. That's definitely not how things went down. We did not have Skeeter on the Phoenix.
They repicked mid-series.
Here. But oh my gosh, that was an absolute treat to open this group stage with. I know that we had a slight favorite to Falcons going into the draft, and I must say I was among the people that was thinking, 15 minutes in, it's like, well, we're going to be way ahead of schedule at this rate, Kazu.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a type of game where I feel like you can see that both drafts, of course, have ways to win, and ultimately the gameplay will kind of come out. Because I think if Falcons cleanly execute perfectly, okay, maybe Spirit have no chance, but if they make one small mistake, which they did, Spirit capitalize, and they are probably one of the only teams who are able to actually bring this game back and win. Because I must say that both teams played incredibly well. It's just that Falcons did it for minute 1 to 20 and Spirit did it for the remainder, so they won.
Yeah, I would say so. I think there's always something fascinating that goes on when you watch Team Spirit is when they're losing, you never feel like they're out of the game. Whereas when you watch other teams in situations like that, it just feels like for 9 out of 10 teams, that game's just over at that point. But Team Spirit, you watch them and they just find a way to open the map. They find the perfect initiation on Collapse. With that Primal Beast, BKB timing, he charges through 3 targets, pulverizes a perfect target, and just brings Spirit back into the game. And then this is where the Morphling idea comes in, right? The Morphling was picked after the Broodmother, and we had our doubts about whether or not Morphling would make it to the late game, but if it did, it would pop off. And then we saw what happens when you replicate into Brood. You just have 300 bonus damage, and that's when their vision really came into play.
Yeah, losing the early game did set them back. I mean, we did say that it's going to be a really tough Morphling game early on, playing into Orchid, playing into Tiny. He even solo killed him once. This toss damage, the crash landing faucet, is insane. Yeah. Like, the amount of damage, and they were just playing off of that. You don't go for the full combo, you want to toss something else on top because it deals way more damage, but they managed to survive. And this is the reason why Team Spirit is one of the most resilient teams in Dota 2, maybe even Dota 2 history overall. Going for the high ground against them, they had that one play. If they lose that fight, they lose the game.
Yeah, this was a game where I'm now worried for every team we've seen in the play-ins. I feel like we watched the level of Dota, like this could be the finals, Lacoste.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, when I saw the first opening of the groups, I'm like, you know, we have the grand finals before the grand finals for a good reason, because these teams, you had, as Kezu said, first part of the game that belonged to Team Falcons. They didn't manage to capitalize on that. They were unable to close out the game, and then it was pretty much the Team Spirit show.
Yeah, and I believe Lacoste, you also have a replay for us. I think this is minute 11, so it's when Falcons is still very much in the lead.
Pretty much, you see the damage coming out from this Tiny. He goes in, Orchid Reveal from Amar. They're still going to get multiple kills, and they're diving base. 12 minutes in, they're going to go underneath the tier 2, underneath the tier 3 towers, close to tier 4s even. You see the damage, everything is maxed out. The spell damage is insane. One of the reasons why they were so effective early on, you're playing Dragonite, you're playing Morphling against this Broodmother, 30% region reduction. When you're sitting in the webs, very difficult.
I mean, it's something that Falcons, like, there was something really cool going on, the crash landing and also the scatter blast faster on crit.
Yes.
I think like this high range poke you can go for. But like Mira was saying, like what Spirit remind me of is like prime LGD back in the day. Even when they're behind, they know what to do, what to wait for. Like here, they get this BKB timing. I mean, Falcons make a mistake. Obviously, they shouldn't be like that, but it's on Spirit to have found the BKB farm to be able to make this play, to come back. Because honestly, yeah, this is just a moment of the game that brought it all back.
Yeah, and I feel like from that moment, Effie, we saw, I mean, for a while, the game was brought back to even. And then we had this cat and mouse game from who has the better initiations.
Yeah, there was this one fight where Falcons were able to just bring themselves back into the game when they were fighting for that second Aegis, and Team Spirit make the initiation and it fails. Their Shadow Demon gets silenced and instantly dies, and there are a few clutch Orchids going out, which proves that we've talked about the Primal Beast, we've talked about Morphling, but the supporting cast was very important too, because if you looked at the supports, they were doing a lot in these fights. Sven was constantly being disrupted by Shadow Demon, he was constantly being purged, and then you also had the Primal Beast Pulverized dealing with the Tiny, but it was the supports the entire time who were dealing with Sven. He was either getting purged by Shadow Demon or bushwhacked by Mira. So if the supports were able to live through the initial engagement and not get bursted, they were able to actually be the unsung heroes of these team fights for Team Spirit.
Yeah, they were fantastic team fights. I think if the game 2 looks anywhere like this game, I'm a fan. You know, I'm gonna hope for that. Of course, there's a lot of games going on at the same time, and Purge is gonna keep us up to date with what else is happening.
Hey, Purge here at the secondary stage. We have some huge matches going on right now. You guys have mainly been watching the main stream, but we have a B, C, and D stream. Directly behind me, we've got Gaming Gladiators playing against Heroic. Gaming Gladiators, fantastic team. Heroic did really, really good in the last tournament. They're getting super, super loud over there. There's also 2 other matches going on in the same room with the same setup. So we got Blacklist International versus OG Esports. That's OG's last big tournament of the season. And also on the other stage, we've got Aurora versus LGD Gaming. LGD Gaming barely squeaked through the play-in stage, and Aurora was doing quite good. So some huge matches going on at the same time as the Stream A matches. Keep your eye out for more, and I'll bring you guys more from the secondary streams.
Of course, we'll hear more from Purge as the day progresses, and at some point we'll also have some results, so we know how all the teams that came in from the play-ins are doing against the teams that came in with their first play-in day today. But of course, right here, you're at the correct place for, in my opinion, the blockbuster of the day. We got Falcons and Spirit, and Game 2 is coming your way after a break. Welcome back. You are watching Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup, and we are in our first match of the day on this stream, and it is the best match of the day. It might even be the best match of the week. We don't know. It is indeed the first one, so hopefully not the best, but it definitely makes us wanting more. We got Falcons and Spirit on the main stage, two of the favorite teams here, and game one definitely delivered. The question is, how are you adjusting from that to game number 2, Effie? Because I feel like you can focus on draft, but at the same time, I don't think any of the team's plans was bad. So where do you go from there?
Actually, I think that there will be some focus on draft from Spirit's side. I definitely think they're going to reconsider letting the Tiny through. I can't see that happening in this game too. Whereas Falcons, their draft did what it needed to do. They just stumbled and they lost to probably the best team in the world who can pull off these comebacks. With Spirit, if you give them an inch, they'll take a whole mile. And it's probably just a wake-up call for Falcons to, you know, just wash their faces or whatever. Just make sure they don't make a mistake like that, because they can't progress at the same momentum.
Yeah, I would be surprised to see Tiny let through, because I feel like at least, I mean, sure, Spirit won the game, but do you want to make it as hard as you did? Like, they're known for clutching, and of course they did do that, but I would say this hero looks too busted. Unless there's a different idea they present, I would prefer if they take it out. Whereas Falcons, I feel like they were probably pretty happy. I think for them, it's more up to like gameplay. I would be like, guys, you were up 6k gold at 20 minutes. You don't mess up there. Easy game.
Pretty much. It would be a 15-16 minute game overall. And I think the talk for Team Spirit would be also different. What needs to be changed. I don't think they would be going for these like late game carries like Morphling, because you didn't really feel the influence of Morphling in the first 20 minutes of the game.
Yeah, I think the Morphling might still work for them, just not in that specific draft.
Yeah.
Or they have to look at how they're going to be able to enter the mid game versus Falcons, because that was the biggest difficulty for them.
For sure, we got countdown on our screens, and now you know, like previous time, this is the countdown to get the draft on your screen. So it's time to see what adaptations will be made between Falcons and Spirit, and if we are indeed going to see the Tiny banned, or maybe we have a change in who is first pick, which might also, of course, mean that Team Spirit gets... Never mind, Falcons doesn't want to give it away. Banned already, we got the Doom removed as well, and the Shadow Fiend banned on the side of Falcons, who is Dire side this time around. It is Team Spirit that's Radiant side this time around, and it also is Team Spirit that I believe is going to be the first team to pick out of this ban phase.
Yeah, and I do think that's interesting. Like when Falcons were first pick, obviously Spirit didn't ban it, they let them have it. Falcons, when it's the other way around, you can tell that they value this hero super highly for the right reason. So at least this game, we won't be seeing this little pesky hero.
Doom is the interesting one. It was not contested in the previous game. Maybe they're thinking about, you know, it is a Mars hero, and also maybe another game for Morphling. I'm just wondering, like right now, I don't see why this Doom is so good, because it was not contested. Even though they did pick Morphling in the previous game, it was still not banned. So want to see what they're cooking.
I think they might have wanted that Weaver first pick on Team Spirit, and they just wanted the Doom out of the way as a response to it, because when you are playing against Falcons, you have to consider the Ammar heroes coming out way earlier than they would in any other team.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if there's anything like... Also, we need to remember that these teams haven't played much. There's been lots of scrimming. Maybe there's some, you know, some new tech with the Doom that I don't at least know about, because I'm also maybe a little bit surprised. But it's just always interesting to see the different kind of first phases where Falcons ban out the Monkey King again. I think the teams that play this hero well in multiple roles, Monkey is just very, very nasty and annoying to draft against.
Can we also talk about Beastmaster? Because that hero we didn't really mention, but he is one of the most sought-after picks of this tournament, and Doom would have been a pretty good counter to Beastmaster, so that could be up for grabbing if you're Team Spirit.
Yeah, I guess I mean, obviously both of them played very well. I know Collapse's Beast is kind of insane, so we have to see if maybe there's something towards that. I mean, even removing Darks here, I feel like seems kind of like pretty normal at this point. Lanes well, buys Pipe, buys Greaves, feels good, everyone's happy. But, you know, very, I would say, generic first pick is good in most roles, feels good in most drafts, gives you damage, you're happy.
Snapfire is also a hero that doesn't fall off. No matter which role you're playing this hero from, you'll always have something. You'll have that save. Maybe later on you will have Aghanim Scepter, heal coming out from the shard. That's a new thing. You don't have it on the talent anymore. It does feel good to play hero, and we've seen, you know, some power to it from it in the previous game where you were scatter blasting from a very far away, very, you know, impressive stuff when you play against Morphling. But also, if you leave Phoenix in the pool, you just have to take Snap. And Phoenix was banned in the last game, left in the pool. They didn't want to take it for themselves on Team Spirit, and they just gave it away to Falcons. So Snap is always going to be valuable in team fighting if she's playing against Phoenix, right? You just find your way to the egg, you little shredder it, and you've already negated a lot of the value of this hero. With that being said, I think Phoenix is so strong that Falcons were not disincentivized to not take it here. Yeah, you'll always have something to kill the egg, of course, because Mirana is not a hero right now. This is one of the most worthless heroes in Dota at the moment, just unplayable pretty much. So with Snapfire in the pool, you'll never lack damage, you have good scaling, you'll always have someone that can kill the egg in the middle of a fight.
I mean, I do think it's like not the most black and white match. Of course, Shredder is good against Phoenix, but yeah, they'll find ways to make it work, right? Some Amar Mars, you can always have people who are ready. Maybe you play more on front lines, so you have them run in with the Sunray to kind of heal through the ult. So we'll see what they do. I mean, obviously they're the best team, so they do have some good planning going on.
The reason why I like it is because there's been in the previous patch or the patch before that, we added extra attack range on low Shredder, so it works much nicer against Phoenix. Yeah.
But also Phoenix doesn't really care that much the way that he used to about bad matchups, because now that he has evasion on all of his abilities, anyone who hits the egg, you have a much higher chance of surviving as a Phoenix. And let's not forget that Snap is a high HP hero who gets smelted by Sunray too.
So, like, I would even say that both teams are pretty happy. Again, like last game, I think it's a lot about how they build on top of what they have, right? Like, is the Phoenix more allowed to, like, stay in the back, and is he protected from the snap? Is the Snapfire, does he have a very easy time to just ult in, get the team fight going? So it's just more about the follow-up here.
It depends what the front line's gonna look, if he's gonna be playing off the Sunray, and if he wants to, you know, keep the distance, and if Falcons will pick heroes that can protect the egg.
I have to remind you guys of the heroes that we kept seeing in the play-ins, which were Beastmaster and Pango and Ember Spirit, that we didn't get to talk about much in that game one, but are still left in the pool right now.
Yeah, especially Ember Spirit, also with a very high win rate. We saw that more and more. Maybe specifically in this matchup, we'll see the mids being kept more open. Previous game being an exception because, in theory, both the Dragonite and the Tiny were, of course, flex picks. And this time around, they might save it for a lot later down the line.
I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised for Spirit if they would entertain some type of Beastmaster for themselves later. I mean, I would say most offlaners lane very well with Snap. You love having this hero with you, but you're also good against the egg. You help your team get Roche. Think Aegis, obviously, it's always very nice. I mean, Falcons may have to reach into like a... I mean, I'm not going to say deep hero pool, but maybe some different... Ooh. Okay, this is one hero that I've only seen in pubs. I mean, apparently it was picked once and it lost. But I know Malrine has played it mid.
Like
and I know,
15 times
a
last
lot.
week or so.
And didn't Quinn play it mid as well?
Yep. So maybe it's back. I know that Amar can also play it off lane, so it's a little bit of a flex going on for them.
Okay. I'm still a little worried about this hero from the mid lane. Sure, you get your Blink Dagger timing, go into Shiva's Eternal Shroud, Aghanim Scepter, whatever. It's needed, but all your damage is magical, and we've seen a lot of Greaves, we've seen a lot of pipes being built recently from position 4s, from the offlaners, whatever is needed just to have that, you know, extra protection for yourself and the team.
So what could be a reason that Sand King mid is popping up now? Why is he good?
I'm honestly, I mean, he did receive some changes. I think it's stronger now to play on Sandstorm. I honestly don't have the best reason, at least for this draft in this specific position. Maybe it's more about the flex, and I feel like it's good against the heroes that Larl wants to play. I think that's something in these matchups that you have to consider. What type of player is the enemy mid laner? How do my heroes fare up against that? But I would say those have to be the main reasons.
The question that I have about this Sand King is, why did it come into the draft
so
this early?
Yeah.
Because it's something that I think they could have busted out in the last phase, probably with this hero slipping through the radar. Maybe they wanted a hero within the draft right now that kind of covers for Phoenix's flaws, which are, you know, not having a stun, a frontliner, something that Phoenix can build the supernova around, and also the flex to the offlane and mid. they wanted a hero that fit those bills, and maybe they wanted to shove Sand King into the draft.
It is a good egg protector.
Yeah.
Aghanim Scepter, you know, Sandstorm, you're sitting there, you have Burrow Strike as well, you have another form of initiation. This hero is scaled super well if we're talking about like the super late game, have a lot of early game presence, picking up the Blink Dagger. If we're talking about the off lane, I don't think you should be like rushing immediately a naked Blink Dagger. It's not 2012 anymore, but overall the hero feels strong, but I think that they could have gotten away with something else on this second pick.
Yeah, I hope that one of the two picks they pick now, like whichever pick they delayed, where they took the Sand King before, I feel like you need some impact here. Because you kind of made the Sand King have not the easiest time. I think if you go offlane against ET, I'm not too happy, because this guy, if I'm Sandstorming, he's just gonna clap me into the ground. I have no chance. So I feel like it's most likely going mid, unless you're finding a good forward that's gonna lane with the Sand King. Because yeah, I would say I'm also a little surprised. It's the one pick that has thrown me off the most in both drafts so far.
I think Falcons need a hero to respond to the ET to make the Sand King pick this early, this valuable. And to them, it's going to be the Enchantress because she can dispel ET's buff when she goes on him with Enchant. And it's just a hero that Snaking likes. We saw that he played Chen in the first game. This could also be a crit hero if they needed it to be interchangeable.
So I do like that they have two supports who lane very well into ET. I mean, you have Fire Spirits to lower the attack speed and to purge with Eng. But the thing is, I think Eng can heavily suffer playing into Snap and Primal. If I get to pick one or two offlaners to play against Eng, I'm choosing Primal Beast.
I'll agree with you. A lot of teams will opt for the Primal Beast when they see Enchantresses and Hoodwinks and supports that need to be jumped on the backline. And Falcons played into that, but they want to shut down ET's ability to play the lane correctly, and this is probably the best hero to do that in this situation. Because what other purges can you get from the support role? Oracle with his hard. You don't want to force an Oracle into your draft.
Ooh, Blink's coming out.
Okay. So that's going to be countered as well to an Enchantress if necessary. This is one of the heroes that his inventory looks pretty bad when you look at it. Like it's just mana boots, magic wand, straight into Deso, then back to Dragonlance. It does feel kind of bad, but it gets the job done. And I think this hero is still very undervalued in terms of what the hero brings. It gives you extra attack damage. You have ET with you in the lane, so somebody to soak up the damage later on when your aura is maxed out. These heroes are gonna die. A lot of minus armor coming out from these heroes, little shredder from the Snapfire. I wanted to say that Falcons support duo, it looks pretty weak. I've seen a lot of these like support duos that don't get out of the laning stage super strong, but they fixed it with 2 stuns, so you have like 2 big bodies in front. Laning stage wise, it looks good, and if it was any other team, I would say that they would not be having as many stuns, but Team Falcons, they are an experienced team, and they are going to make these 2 supports work.
I don't like Falcons draft right now.
I'm with you.
I think this Clinkz absolutely demolished what they wanted to do with their draft. So they got the Sand King early on so that they could counter the ET on lane, and then they countered the ET with the Enchantress that they wanted to play on position 4. But then Team Spirit take the Clinkz, which is going to eat the Enchantress creep. They're going to lane it with the ET, but you're still forced to lane Enchantress against ET because you set up your draft this way so that you can counter this pick. If you don't do it on Falcons, you're just playing into Team Spirit's hands.
I think also that Spirit needed, I feel like they found probably the best pick in the slot. You want a range carry with ET. Having a range heroes against these heroes is incredibly good. You kind of help your ET who got semi-countered. I think Falcons are in a tough spot. They do have last pick. I don't know if there's something cool you can do with some flexing. DK, carry, Sand King mid, pick a new offlane, or you just, whichever one is going to win you the game. But I don't currently see the easiest last pick for Falcons that makes me feel like, holy damn, holy base, you know, this is the one.
Also, on the Clinkz pick, this hero is one of the only heroes that can completely shred through a DK. Like, DK, as a hero, you need some kinds of burst damage, and the heroes on the side of Team Spirit before the Clinkz came out do damage over time, but not really overwhelming burst, and Clinkz can do that. 6-slotted Clinkz will eat DK.
I'm looking at the damage in the mid game. Let's say you get out of the laning stage. If Team Falcons are not ahead, they're gonna have some big issues. Let's say this Sand King gets shut down. Dragonite's damage early on is not that big. You need to get like impetus shots. You need to hit those Fire Spirits. Well, you have a lot of explosive damage on Team Spirit, and these are not the easy heroes to kill. Clinkz can be very deceiving how tanky he is.
So I'm thinking about the good aspects of Falcons draft, and I guess that Falcons will always be able to blink, stun, and burst a target with their support damage, because there's not really a save on Team Spirit. So if Falcons can maneuver around these team fights and play on their own vision and not play into Team Spirit's hands, that's their means into these team fights.
Sneaks. It's coming. I've heard a lot of stories about Nyx. It looks really good here. A lot of uncontrollable damage. You know, the Dragon Knight. You have also Sand Fire Spirits on the ground. This is going to be mid-snap fire, something that I wanted to see in the previous game. I think this hero provides you with so much. Great scaling, quite a lot of damage. Matches nicely against Dragon Knight with that Lil Shredder, so you have that extra minus armor. And somebody that can hunt people down, provide vision. So now you have two invisible heroes, so that means that supports will need to invest a lot of gold into sentries, into dust, so they will not be as farmed if they're not getting the value, if they're not getting the kills.
Also, between Nyx and Clinkz, Enchantress's creep is completely going to be useless in this game. You're not going to get the vision aspect out of Enchantress.
Okay, so they're gonna go for, I feel like they needed something like very spicy. I don't know if this is, you know, the right type of cooking when it comes to me, but I feel like
it might be too salty for me.
Yeah, like Spirit's draft is very nasty. I'm very much looking for, in my opinion, for Falcons to have a good game. I need them to overperform in the laning stage and take it from there, because I feel like Spirit have, in my probably the most beautiful draft I've seen in this tournament.
It looks good.
Wow, the most beautiful draft.
Yeah.
This has big words.
I think the Elsie pick actually can do a lot, because if Enchantress is diving with Elsie under tower, they can pressure Clinkz when he's most vulnerable, and it's a save for his teammates from the Nyx initiation, from Pulverize. Like, this Elsie actually provides something that Falcons did need, and it does increase their laning strength.
Yeah, you saw in the previous game that Lincoln Sphere on Amar, he had one job to pop that Lincolns on whoever's get initiated on by a Primal Beast, and pretty much the same thing is going to happen here with that press the attack. So you will have, you know, him being as a bit of a save, because they don't have much, but if they get that press the attack, they get the healings coming up from the Enchantress and also the Phoenix, of course, so they can reset multiple times. This is what this lineup is really good at.
I mean, I'm just kind of looking at maybe like this 15-minute mark. I think early game Snap can take over. If Collapse gets a pipe, I see a very hard time unless Falcons can do what, you know, Mira talked about. The LC in the lane with the Ench, you do well. You keep playing through all your cores, you get this tempo. Because I feel like if they're behind this time around, I have a very hard time seeing
Falcons they need to slap early.
Hard. Hard slaps.
This is going to be Sand King in the mid lane.
Yeah.
And we heard rumors about it. We know people have been playing a lot. We have not seen it yet. Surely, it's gonna be real good. No?
He's gonna max
They
Sandstorm.
pick it up second.
I mean, yeah, it better be good.
And
they
it's
also
not
pick
like
up
it's
Elsie.
a surprise that it's gonna be mid, because I'm sure that if we know that that's what people have been playing, they know. And they're gonna assume that their opponents know.
I mean, I think Falcons draft is actually not that bad. I just like how Team Spirit set up their draft, but Falcons with the LC do have save potential, they have dive potential, and they have the ability to rotate their supports mid. They just have to play a better game than Spirit, which is hard.
Okay, well, let's see what's gonna happen. It's game number 2 with Falcons and Spirit.
Thank you very much, Shibby. Yes, here we go, getting into the action here of game 2. Some pretty strong words there for the panel, considering the drafts coming out here. Fog, do you tend to agree? Are you looking at some stuff here and thinking, wow, this is pretty strong stuff?
I feel like Collapse has just been dominating on Primal Beast so hard lately that it's hard to go against it, but Falcons, they've gone for a very similar, it feels like to me at least, of early tempo, kind of looking to shut down the map with this LC pick. That last one with the DK, that synergy to try to take over the map early, is what I think that they are looking at, but we'll have to see if they can, because Spirit, they have a very strong scaling team fight in lineup that it can fight back early. You know, this Primal Beast, we've seen it time and time again be able to just break lineups, especially if they're not careful. And Falcons, especially because of that last one, I think this one, it's like, you can't give a team like Spirit even, I mean, I'm gonna say like an inch, you don't know what that is, but like a centimeter, because they'll take the entire space of it. They'll take a kilometer every single time. They know how to capitalize on any type of these mistakes. And looking at some fun things to point out, since we do have this Sand King mid.
The battle begins.
Just waiting to see if there's gonna be any rune stuff, but looks it's just gonna be
3
this time. It was 3 last time for Falcons, but
it was, and then they lost. Yeah. And now it's 3 for Spirit, and then maybe we'll see what happens.
Yeah. So the Sand King, we've been hearing the rumors about this Sandstorm in the mid lane. This Nyx pick, I've been seeing Mira do it a lot more, and the important thing to point out is Nyx's innate ability. versus Sanking, you see 400, around 400 around, you can see these Invis heroes. So inside the middle of fights, if Mira's alive, it could be annoying for Malrine. They don't even always need a sentry ward or something like that. Just a small thing to point out, but...
I mean, so what is it about Sanking? Because obviously we had that kind of patch, relatively recently, right, where Sanking was pretty busted. But even on that patch, right, people weren't playing in mid. Then he kind of gets nerfed. Did something get changed sort of for a positive that makes him better in the mid? Or what's going on with this sort of stuff?
As far as I saw, the damage got increased, right? Okay. That was kind of the only thing I saw, but overall the Aghanims got really nerfed, so... I don't really know. I've been seeing them doing it all the time in the pubs, especially Malrine and Quinn a couple of games, I believe, but it feels very tough versus Malrine playing Snapfire. That feels like a pretty horrible matchup for the Sanking, but see if Malrine can endure. It's just that melee versus Snap.
Malrine playing Snapfire?
Sorry, Laurel playing Snap.
Both mids?
You know what I'm saying. Whatever. But yeah, Laurel, he should have a very good time versus Malrine, pretty much. And it's not an easy matchup to kind of bring it back. You'll be able to farm at least on Sanking and catch up with some jungle camps and stuff, but Laurel should have a pretty free time.
And talk about this as well.
Let's see.
We heard of some of the benefits right for the panel in terms of picking this Legion as the last pick, but I can't imagine this was ever the go-to because again, this hero in the off lane, we're just not seeing it picked for.
No, it's been nerfed a lot. Maybe they're looking for some type of extra save because Collapse especially was able to get such godly ults off, and now they do have that save for their carry. I'm not sure. Because this doesn't feel like something that Amar's been playing as much recently. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and check.
Yeah, go check out some stats on that, because we haven't seen it from other teams, but indeed, has Amar been keeping up to scratch with his Legion playing
When I saw
pubs?
He was playing mostly the Venges and the Darkseer. I don't believe I saw Legion on the list. And at the next glance, I don't see Legion on his list, at least in the last couple days, so... Must be something they saw in particular about either the press or just the way to be able to pressure the Clinks lane, and that's probably what it was.
Yeah,
it's the pressure the Clinks.
And they might just... the Stomp's going to be in place very nicely from the Poshka, so Redan will be saved. Top lane, Collapse and Mira, they're going to try and make it go on towards Snaking. But won't quite have the damage straight up between the two of them. I say that Mira's going to continue to trade.
There's Fire Spirit's backed up, but he's
going to win the trade indeed. Comes in with a final nuke to take him out, and he's going to survive as well. First blood for Mira. Great time to strike there. As soon as they hit the level 2s, they went for it, Spirit.
If you ever getting a first blood in a Nyx lane double melee, you're feeling very good, because a lot of times this hero does not contribute the most in the laning phase. Right now, they're doing excellent. They are getting the CS as well on the Primal Beast. They're slowing down the DK, and they get a kill. That is astonishing. Looking at mid, yeah, Laurel's kind of owning, and I believe Malrine now has to do some type of... I've seen him before doing this, but like creep manipulation shenanigans where you're pulling waves into jungle and stuff.
I mean, that's the thing right with this hero, I guess, mid. If you do have a rough time in the mid lane, which I guess you never really want... that's never the plan, right? Because you're picking Sand King because you feel it's going to have some benefit in these 1v1s. You can at least hit up the jungle, right?
Yes, you can. But, I mean, even Snap, I'm just like thinking more things. I just watched them doing like the sentry exchange. Snap can kill your sentry before you kill the sentry that gets put down every time because a little shredder as well too. So in theory, Laurel can almost always have it here. But either way, Malrine getting some catch up, but Laurel, he's gonna have this insane farm on the Snapfire.
Wow. And we've seen Snap be pretty crazy recently. Right? With the little shredder and the ricochet, this hero can be pretty bonkers.
Oh, absolutely. Even the tanky cores just get shredded, and the timings, of course, when you get the level 15, when you get the 20 talent, it accelerates quite massively. So far, definitely seeing Laurel have that better time, and at the moment now, with their double down, I would say, from the side of Falcons, they put a Legion Ench lane versus an ET Clinks. Doing okay, but the Clinks is getting CS. Because you don't see the Enchantress put in this 4 roll too often. It's specifically because they're versus that ET, and they want to just try to shut down this Clinks as much as possible.
Yeah.
And so far, yeah, Clinks slightly slowed down, but not too much. He's kind of chilling. He's having a better time, actually, than the DK in that opposite side.
Now, honestly, I feel like kind of out of everything that Falcons has got, Amar on the Legion, if he can get the Blade Mail Blink right, this is going to be pretty potent against both the Snapfire and the Clinks.
To be honest, it feels kind of necessary for their draft a bit for him to have
that
this
is
type
the way they kill these heroes.
Yeah, I feel like he has to. Because the DK overall is just getting really slowed down.
What do you say? Does he go for a different build? He doesn't go Blink Blade Mail?
No, I think he can.
He must do, right?
I think he has to.
I think that's the way to play, right?
Yeah.
You don't do anything crazy, you don't do anything different. You jump, you kill the Snap, you kill the Clinks.
I'm watching a Sand King try to recover, and Mira has Mind Flare, and he sees a big creep.
Oh, is he
just going to steal the jungle from him?
Oh.
He can just walk in. They have that ward that they placed down, so they knew that this matchup was going to be pretty sour for the Sand King, and he's just going to start stealing his jungle.
The gang's going to come in from crit.
All right, nice rotation, but crit? he will live.
Yeah, they really needed that. They needed to shut Lyle down a little bit and make this area of the map a bit easier for Mallory to play, because yeah, these first few waves ain't been great.
No.
But indeed, Mira is going to make sure that there won't be an additional fallback available for this Sand King.
Beautiful move, though, from Crit. That level 3, I think we've seen this Enchantress rotation a lot, but usually comes from the safe lane and usually comes with the secondary support. See if they maybe do it again, since Sanking now might get pretty close to 6. I mean, Malmarine is tipping him because he just went back to his neutrals, and he's like, wait a minute.
Yeah, these large creeps are disappearing.
The ones with mana, and Mira's going to take the last one as well, too.
Off we go again.
Maybe he's going to go for the kill first, or scout the rune and then take it.
I mean, they've got the 3 of the mid here, Team Spirit, so they'd definitely be down to try and get aggressive onto Malmarine, but Malmarine's staying safe.
This is still a lot of pressure onto this poor Sanking. Kisses are available, tower's getting pressured. Can he drag the wave? He can. But the rune will be given to Laurel. And see if Laurel looks to make a move with this, because he has kisses available. He has kill threat on any of these side lanes. Up top, collapse. Already starting to bring it to Skitter. But Laurel not there just yet.
Gonna go for Radahn. He's gonna get any backup coming in on the bottom lane. He's able to get a quick burst of heal. Maposh get in with the stomp. Onto Snake King, and Radahn's gonna be pretty
Skitter top.
Diving in, indeed, with all the focus the Falcons are putting down bottom, trying to get Radahn. They're not able to keep their own carry safe. Skeeter dead under the tower. Radahn's perfectly fine against the 3 of them. They're not able to get in and get the damage done onto this Clinks with these 3 heroes.
He's actually about to hit level 6, and now Snake King.
Thinking about turning over to wall Snake King.
So he has to be cautious. Radahn, yeah, level 6 is hit, so Panel was saying how sometimes this hero, you think that he's squishy, but Clink's no longer the case, especially when you hit level 5. You get that double point in the Death Pact, and that's exactly what he's done to sustain. This is an amazing early game for Spirit, and Falcons, that's not the way they wanted this game to go with their draft. See how they're going to be able to recover things with the DK under so much pressure, and also their mid laner, not only just under pressure in the lane, but under pressure in attempting to find any jungle creeps to catch up.
It's, as I said earlier, it's all down to Amar. He's got to carry this one pretty hard from his Legion.
Does feel like it.
With the Blade Mail into Blink.
Collapse is just going for another kill here. Mira's here. Got him.
And they really have.
I think this Primal Beast has to go versus Spirit.
It seems a little too good on it.
Collapse is too good at this hero.
Dire's top tower.
That's now too. I mean, the last game, of course, he got shut down super hard, but he was the driving force for the recovery.
Well, that's true. Yeah, if he's able to do what he did in game 1 after getting crushed in the early game, imagine what Collapse is going to be able to do when he gets this sort of start.
I just cannot believe how well that top lane went, to be honest with you. The Nyx Primal lane versus a Phoenix DK. They've shut down the DK. Like, you don't expect this dual melee lane. Nyx is one of those kind of weaker laners, but he's been able to make it work versus the Phoenix beautifully.
And the thing is as well, it wasn't like Mira had to stay there all the time, right? He kind of did the first few waves, and then he was able to come and annoy the mid lane and start stealing these creeps away from Malmarine.
And look at Malmarine, he's attempting to just do some type of kind of sneaky plays to steal farm, but they're very aware of it. Spirit, the macro play, phenomenal so far here. 2K lead in the first 8 minutes. And Falcons did draft, as I said, they drafted to be able to deal with these lanes, especially double downing with an Enchantress Phoenix versus that ET. Some stacks to recover.
That's just going to be a bit of a race towards that Blink Dagger for Malmarine before he's able to start setting things up. And Jeff Ramar, the Blade Mail. Once you can start looking to try and make plays, for Falcons, both of them have these first 2. They can start looking to try and make plays and catch out some of these high DPS cores.
They have to do it as the blink hits and before that pipe comes out, because I've seen this build from Collapse now a few times. I believe it was last tournament, just the Arcane Boot, triple bracer into pipe when he sees that they can run out of damage early. If he gets the pipe, the damage from Falcons is completely gone. It really is only Amar at that point then, because the DK at this point is shut down, and if the pipe comes out for the Sanking AoE, where's your damage gonna come? So they got to make some big moves when that Blink Dagger comes out from Malmarine, but he's already getting gone on.
Mira's in with the setup, but quick burrow strike from Malmarine will get him out the range of the follow-up. So very fast moves here from Malmarine. In response, we'll save him.
And there, he did have a sentry down, but you can always see the Nyx sense to be able to see through that invis. As Mira just walking in versus 3 heroes, no fear.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This tower's pretty much gone.
It is.
They're going to bring TPs in. They want to try and hold this Amar. He's considering starting some. He's going to go for the duel straight away onto the ET, and they have got the follow-up damage. So nice defense from Amar comes in. As I said, he knows he's going to have to do some heavy lifting this game, and we're starting to see the beginning of it.
And he holds onto the tower, right? So 134 HP onto it. We'll be able to keep it alive here just for a small amount longer. And they are smoking, so do they have... Okay, they don't have the point in Epi, but they do have Egg. So looking to set up with something here. It's a tanky Primal Beast, though. I don't know if they're going to be able to bring down Collapse. He's got the cloak already brought out.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
I feel like it's very likely he just gets away, even if there's like 4 heroes on him at that point without Epicenter. Yeah, Spirit. I'm sure they're super happy with the way their laning phase went. Clinks is free farming. That Deso timing is going to be excellent for him. Laurel as well, too. Maelstrom timing is going to be good. So Falcons, they're trying to get something here. But also trying to just make sure the Malrine can farm a blink.
Look at this from Mira.
One step ahead.
Power of pink.
He knows he's here. He's got eyes on him, and the backup's coming in. And Skeeter, I don't know how much backup he has available to himself at this part of the map.
A little deep.
Now, Radahn doesn't want to go for it immediately. Hesitant about what might turn up in response. Wants to maybe try and find the back lines. Snake King, he's going to dive forwards.
He gets caught.
He is going to get caught. Gets grabbed as well by Collapse. There's Snake King gone.
It was like a bait on a bait on a bait. They back and forth baited them and then waited for Snake to show, and they got the grab. Skeeter a little too tanky for them to full commit, but there, they'll be able to get Snake.
Middle tower is under attack.
And they get the tower out of it as well, too. So great moves again from Spirit as Falcons attempts for recovery from Malrine. Still 600 away from the blink. It's going to be a slow one. Very, very slow.
Got the Storm set up, they're bringing in the TPs as well.
Laurel's here.
Starting off the fight. I mean, Amar's just going to go straight for the duel. He may have just given up damage. He has. Lal's able to get the win.
And Crit's going down too.
Certainly looks to be the case.
Oh, he gets the kill though.
Oh, he does indeed. Lal does end up dying to Crit, but Lal won't mind that. He just turned up and he got himself a free plus 10 duel damage.
The dream on Snapfire, really.
I mean, it didn't seem even that close as well.
Really
I guess Amar felt that there was less backup for the snap, but when he's TPing in on top of you, you've got to believe that the snap's pretty confident.
Yeah, and it's an ET. I mean, it's not an ET with any points in natural order, but I believe, yeah, 3 points in the Spirit, so extra big damage too, so. Amar tries for it, but does end up giving up that damage.
Absolutely a risky move. They're going to come out with the smoke.
Do they have the blink?
They do. It's on the way.
Okay. They have to make big stuff happen with it because I just keep clicking on Collapse. That pipe, it's very, very close already. Blink reveal.
They'll settle for the ET. He's going to try for the TP out, but the damage is done.
And they get some neutral creeps at the least out of it there. And they don't have to use Epicenter, so they can look for a further catch here.
They're going to set up onto Amar.
Oh, stun off the Mars.
He's going to go for the duel, but he's not going to win this.
Wait, what?
He's got to stop doing this. This is 2 duels gone wrong. He's already given away more damage than he's gained. And it's just 13 minutes in, Fogged.
That's got to be Mira's Dagon already finished, pretty much. Hey, yeah, solo co-potential on all the supports now at this point, too. This game is rough.
This is rough.
I don't think they expected these lanes to go as poorly as they did on the side of Falcons. But Spirit just playing it beautifully, and there's that pipe. So Collapse, he's got that first aura. I wouldn't blame him if he just goes for the Greaves as well. And that's going to prevent... I mean, the Phoenix and the Sand King's damage is now heavily negated.
We'll see again. I mean, Amar, I guess he felt strong with the blade. Man wanted to go for the duel, but against these two, against the Clinks that's by the side of the Nyx, beating into him with the Desolator, it's not going to be a duel that you're going to win.
Nope. And that's the Deso stack and duel.
And that's the Wisdom Rune taken by Mira.
Now they have to kill him. Just commit for him. Don't let him get away. Do they have the duel? They do.
There we go. Amar will be able to gain himself the second victory.
But they lost the Wisdom as well, too. Their supports who are struggling already.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Don't get that little bonus either.
Dire are scanning.
I'm trying to set up things down bottom by the looks of the Falcons. Has been scanned out by Spirit.
Do you want to go on Collapse, really?
I don't know, with this pipe and triple pressure, it's pretty tanky. They're going to try. They're stepping up, but of course they don't have duel. Still on cooldown. It's a bit of a sloppy attempt here from Falcons. Amar will be able to dodge the stop, but he won't be able to dodge everything else that gets thrown down his way. Amar dead on the front lines once again.
I think perhaps they're like, oh, maybe we can get him. And then they click him. They're like, wait a minute. He's got a pipe. Get the hell out. Get out of there. And they do run. They do lose Amar again, though, and we were saying he has to be the one to bring things back. That's 3 deaths now.
They really needed him to pull through after what was a tough start on the other lanes. Now at this point, Arsenal falling back to the level of everyone of his other cores on the team. Snaking gets caught top. I mean, we're seeing already, you know, Riyadh moving across the map, gaining these Deso stacks like no tomorrow.
Mira even set up. Oh, might even just go for Malrine instead.
Why not? It's the bigger kill. Has got enough. He has.
It's a solo kill, essentially.
Uh-oh.
6K lead. Spirit cruising through this early game with a lineup that scales beautifully. And Falcons,
I don't know. Maybe the Sand King mid ain't it, Fogged.
not versus Snapfire, perhaps. Maybe versus something else. But versus Snap, that looked real rough for Malrine. I mean, top 2. Somehow they just make this Primal Beast with a Nyx Assassin dominated DK Phoenix lane. Falcons at this point now waiting for items, but what item is it for the Sand King at least that makes his game feel too much better? Both him and the DK are just completely solved. Spirit, another one.
DK, I mean, Skeeter's dead in an instant.
And they've got Gleipnir now for Laurel too, so now he's actually got that big damage item and extra control too.
Bottom tower is under attack.
How do you fight into this if you're Falcons?
They're gonna just lose another hero. Crit. Can he actually?
He doesn't want to go for a collapse. A little too deep.
Okay. He's actually about to. Oh, he has the mech pretty much done also on Primal, so double auras versus this limited damage lineup.
Malrine. Mirrors in with the setup. He's got a hell of a lot of burst, and he's got the follow-up damage from Riyadh.
The Nyx sense. There it is. Didn't even need the dust.
Well, then, even looking to set up on a crit beyond the tower. Splitter comes in, won't connect, but the onslaught from collapse, that certainly will.
13-5. This is devastating. Shard now being brought out also for Riyadh. They're hitting every timing and more.
Oh,
feels
they
like.
are. That Spirit so far in this series showing that they can bring a good old comeback after getting completely crushed in the early game, and they can also crush the early game.
Absolutely.
So showing off their versatility so far from the Dota we've seen here today from Team Spirit.
This one looks very difficult to recover too, because the early, like, you want your DK to ideally have a much better time if you're putting him in a safe lane. He's the bottom of the cores too. He has a blink, but where's their damage coming from? Yeah. Have to catch Spirit out of position pretty much now. And Miposhka, he'll play it safe. I don't know. Spirit's draft just scales harder, and they have such an advantage at this point. Especially with ET.
Yeah, who makes the plays? Who goes in on Falcons?
They might just have to do some suicidal plays, really, but who's going to be your carry then at this point? Since DK is so shut down, Amar has to be that carry, but as we said, he's died now multiple times.
There is kind of a world where it's like Falcons line up. It's 3 offlaners.
It's 3 offlaners.
It's 3 offlaners. Where's the mid? Where's the carry?
I'm astonished with how shut down the DK is. The Nyx nearly has the same net worth as the DK safe lane. Remarkable stuff. And I can talk about like later, like the DK overall matchup versus Nyx in the past. It used to be like you get this group up kind of thing. Nyx is usually this like, you know, he's this pick off kind of hero, but that's not the case at all in this type of game. This Nyx might just solo kill cores. He's got the shard finished up. He's got the Dagon. Malrine could absolutely die to this Nyx by himself. See if Falcons can work some type of magic, but this one just feels incredibly difficult.
I mean, we obviously saw it the other way round in game 1.
We did, but they don't have a morph.
It kind of felt like the game was over.
You know, they don't have that morph.
Well, yeah, indeed, they really don't. They don't have a Riyadh.
No. They have a DK, who's not that super late game. Collapse, mech and pipe finished, and he's going to go down the creeps.
Has been killed.
He just keeps showing himself. 2,000 HP Primal Beast versus majority magic damage at this point.
Mirror's on the hunt. Snake King. He's looking very dead. Goodbye. I mean, Mirror, he's having a whole lot of fun. It's pretty fun playing the Nyx, right, when you get to this point. You're just running around the map. You know that you are making the enemy very upset.
He's been spamming this here on pubs, too. This, I believe, is one of his top ones. Also, to point out, Riyadh, when he has to play the 4 position, he's playing the Nyx as well, too, in a lot of the games, so.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
There's the answer from Mark. He's got the blade mail blink. As I say, you know, if you're able to get the jump.
Oh, and where's the damage?
I mean, that's the thing. Well, it's the blade mail, right? You're trying to use their damage against them. I guess the problem is that at this point with the lead the Spirit's cores have, even if they're kind of hurting themselves with the blade mail, they're probably going to have tools around them to keep them alive and allow them to win the duel. So,
and they have counter initiation too. The duel comes out, there can just be an ET stomp, splitter, follow up. And overall, as far as I've seen, it's really just been Collapse showing his face. So you don't really want to duel the Primal. You want to find some of these squishy heroes, but they just haven't been giving you the opportunity either.
Easy Tormentor.
And the Greaves, they are finished.
They're smoking up. They're going to try something. They get him with a Blink Blade.
They find the Clinks. Is there damage?
No, there is not. That isn't dead. They do have the Burrow Strike. In fact, a big combo here. In fact, with the Epicenter and the Supernova, they're doing a lot of damage to Spirit, but the Supernova will fall. They've killed Lyle off, though, Falcons. They found 3.
Can they get Collapse, too? His
Maybe.
They've got
eyes on him. Burrow Strike in. Isolated and on his own, they will get him as well. Falcons, they find 4.
They catch Clinks separated. He was very far up, separated from the team. They actually did not get the counter initiation.
Okay, did win the duel on the way out, of course, Riyadh. He got himself a +10, but overall, a successful fight here from Falcons. We'll see again, you know, Mark.
It just gets deleted.
I mean, you said one of them sort of had to make kind of that suicidal play. That was a mark. He goes in, he starts the fight, but it works out. Sure, the Supernova goes down, but so much damage has already been done amongst the Epicenter, the Sandstorm, the Supernova. The Falcons, they're able to get the cleanup this time round in their favor.
Kind of the perfect, literally the perfect time to strike. The Clinks just had stepped out of position of his teammates there, so.
All right, a little bit of something for Falcons.
A little bit of breathing room.
They're going to need quite a bit more of that.
Quite a bit more absolutely needed, but at the least they got one. One fight where they get a win. Small win, but a win nonetheless with the position that they're in. Skeeter able to get some cleanup. Still bottom of the cores, unfortunately for him, but... And also, Laurel, pre-fight, so since the Clinks was taken out of the fight, there was no, extra hits to be able to take out the egg. Laurel had already used a little shredder before the fight started, so Snae's egg actually took them quite a bit longer to bring down.
Yeah, it was able to get a lot of damage out during that Supernova, yeah.
And also, the Greaves were killed on the Courier, so Collapse didn't have the Greaves for that fight as well, too. So it was quite an opportunistic move that Falcons was able to find right there.
Yeah. After finding it once, doesn't necessarily it's going to be any easier to find that sort of chance the second time. They've still got to keep things and execution at top level here, Falcons, if they want to have the ability to stand a chance to turn this. Mira not able to get the stun on towards the Legion, and in fact, he's able to turn with the duel. This time Amar will win it, but he does still end up dying afterwards. The Burrow Strike over on towards Collapse, and indeed they've got easily enough magical to bring down this Primal this time round. So, once again, 2 for 1, but maybe this time Spirit will continue to clean up in their favor. The damage coming out here from Lyle and Radan. Skeeter steps up to look from the Pasca, but there's damage from the Deso Clinks too much as Skeeter falls and Radan's ready to chase from all. Looking towards Snake King and crit. Snake King will get the Supernova off. Can these two take it down?
It's a lot of misses. It pops.
They're not going to get it. The extra success. The Supernova goes off. Supports gets burned down by the Sunray.
The supports?
He might get ripped to Radan as well. Dive forward.
They've got him.
They have the vessels in. Radan's going to fall. Snake King and crit. They'll do it. Crit the last one standing. Okay, not for now. Mira comes in, kills him off. But again, it's something for Falcons. This time around, they do lose quite a lot of their own heroes. I think, in fact, they basically get team wiped. But overall, they're doing this whilst they're behind. They're getting a bit of a gold increase, getting a bit of an XP advantage.
They need these type of plays to happen. Mira off the mark there with the stun. Probably, might even just kill Amar if he does get the initial stun on him there. But Snaking and crit, they did the work. Look at crit and Snipe. Full duration Sunrays, full mana pools from the Impetuses as well, too. Wow. And then in the Mira finds the soul.
Yeah, this next assassin, Mira, this is one of those kind of games where Mira's like, I don't even mind that we're not winning this smoothly.
He's going to have
I get to play more. I get to kill more. I get to go for these, solo pickoffs. This is every Nyx assassin's dream.
Let's be honest. If he did hit that stun on Amar there in that last fight, Amar is instantly dead as well, too. So he was pinging out. He's like, they have vision in the area, but he was just off the mark on the stun. But still, he will one-shot these heroes.
We're going to replay here of that little pickoff, Amar. Look at his health. He's got a lot of it, but doesn't matter. Not for long. Even with the Dagon combo. It's a lot of damage.
Can't prevent it. Mira's having a field day.
Yeah, he don't want this game to end, Mira. He wants to keep killing.
What's this, a Dagon 3 now? Is it finished up? Oh, yup. All right, so the supports seem to be the key for the side of Falcons. They have to do that heavy lifting. Can they have another situation like that happen? We'll have to see. Snake, that mischance did add up. But here comes Mira. Who's it gonna be?
And this is the thing as well, how does Mirror keep getting away with this? I feel one of the reasons why we don't see Nyx in pro play, because everyone's like, oh, Invis ain't that OP, you can set up, you can prepare for it. But seemingly, you can't. He still finds opportunities to get you.
Usually, it's the thing is also that usually your lane doesn't go as well. But this lane went phenomenal. So he just is that far ahead. He did hit 6 really early, so. BKB on
Maposhka. It's not going to be a successful TP. But he will take the smoke, gang.
They get the duel.
Amar continuing to grow his damage up to a nice plus 60.
Can look to take out this tier 1. It's low. So Skeeter, blink BKB timing. Falcons might look for a little bit more of a catch. They don't have duel. Spirit might also look to fight back here. ET respawning soon. Radon just gonna cut the wave. He's got the Lincoln's got the Dragon Lance, and he's got the crit. His damage is pretty absurd at this point. They still do have to solve the problem of him and the scaling that's coming out from the Snapfire. But small gains, of course, that Falcons have been able to find.
Yeah, they've kind of been able to slow down the gold increase from Spirit, but they haven't really been able to turn it around.
No, and it will come down to, is Skeeter going to be able to match a Clinks and a Snap as this core to see? Because he's still slowed down on his DK.
Arin. Does he want to go for this? They've got the Dragon Tail set up. They're looking over the walls. Collapse. He's in with the jump. Collapse.
Very
charge away with the onslaught, and Radan's holding the high ground.
He does go down, though.
He just got to back off with the BKB. Falls very low. We'll start to get healed up. Radan and Maposhka, they're going to look to try and chase. You've got Mirror coming in from the side. They're looking to burst through crit. They'll take the Enchantress down.
Falcons has to run.
They're going to continue to chase for more. Marion able to blink off. Maposhka pretty speedy here with the chase. He's able to get the Spirit out. On the side, lands him with the glide near. They've got the catch on the wall.
Snake got caught.
Maureen is likely going down. Same to be said for Snaking. As they just can't quite find the fight this time round. Spirit in a much better position to set up for it. And with the lead that they have against Falcons, Falcons just don't deal that well in a team fight when they're not able to take it on their own sort of decision, own sort of initiation.
It's deep as well, too. They had to commit absolutely everything to bring down that Primal Beast, and then, yeah, Spirit. Everybody was at, like, what, 20% HP very quickly, too. They have to just full retreat. Radon able to get clean up. I mean, they feel like they need to go for this Primal Beast, though, because he's too much of a nuisance, but he's absorbing the damage, and he nearly one-shots him.
He really does. I mean, Amar's going to go for the duel. Is he able to get the win? He is.
He does.
Okay. Extra bit of bonus damage for Amar. Takes out the Nyx Assassin, and does put a stop to the push.
Skeeter, lucky. Very lucky to survive there. Miro wants this game to keep going, though. He wants to keep trying to go for these solo kills. But is giving some breathing room, Falcons. Who got the last hit there? It was Amar, right? Yeah. So Amar now with a BKB. Can perhaps actually jump in a lot easier and maybe won't be that sacrifice. Quite a bit of physical damage, though, still on Spirit. And playing into the double Lincolns is still going to be obnoxious. Kind of the only... Yeah, he has to kind of just duel who he can find, since these Lincolns are always going to be up.
They're trying to start towards Radan. They got the Supernova in on top of him. Radan, he's going to get taken out.
They got him.
They get the jump, they get the kill. Maybe they can even get something more. Amar's looking over towards Lal, trying to
burning him down.
The gap. It's around the tier 2, though. It's kind of difficult to dive, but he's going to try and go for it. He's going to go straight away over towards the Nyx Assassin. They've got the Burrow Strike to Mira. They take him down, and they're diving in for more. Lal tries to hold his ground with a little straight up at Amar. He's able to pick up the double kill.
This game is absolute chaos.
Amar on the retreat now.
The Rock.
Going to connect, and he's got the blink back up, so Amar's fine.
They go back in.
Back in. Jump forward again with the overwhelming odds. They're on a nuke through Maposhka. Collapse will turn with the pulverize. Start trampling over the two of them with the onslaught. He's taken out Amar, and he might just get Skeeter. He does. Collapse. He ends up on top of it all. Big smiles on his face. Triple kill for him.
And this game is this even done at this point? It's 30-21 now, and I feel like both teams are just running at each other. This is insane. Literally look, there's just a Clinks getting jumped from 5 people, but then they jump too far. Collapse cleans up. Oh, this is a treat. This is super fun to watch, no matter what.
Falcons, they're desperately trying to make these moves, and that one nearly kind of worked out until Collapse sort of got a triple kill at the end of it all. And got a huge further burst to his golden XP. But, you know, good aggression from Amar. You know, I like the way he's starting off fights. He's really trying to get something going. We'll see at the start of it all when Riyadh got initially caught. This was one of the reasons why Falcons were able to find something out of the overall team fight. Because if Riyadh doesn't die at the beginning, there's no way Falcons are getting the chance to get these sort of kills.
They're doing a pretty darn good job of like breaking these Lincolns as well, too. I didn't even see who broke the initial one. But this just felt like it's like sheer persistence and just aggression from Falcons.
This is what they go back in, because why not? Look how low the two of them are. It's very tempting.
That's you right there.
But then you kind of remember the collapse is insanely farmed, and 2 versus 1, it doesn't matter. You're not going to kill this Primal.
Diving under the tier 2s for that 5 position. Very worth it for the 2 cores right now. Giving Collapse massive kill.
These are my kind of plays, Falcons. And into the Roshan Spirit go.
Back to the more normal kind of stuff. Objectives being taken, Spirit. Looking for that Roche. I feel like Falcons just trying to cause chaos to just break.
To do something.
Yeah, because the game state is not great for them, so they're just trying to make things happen.
That's 15k lead now for Spirit. Aegis onto Riyadh.
Level 20's been hit for Snapfire, so Laurel has hit that big timing for the core snaps. Look at this wraparound.
Oh, I like it. I mean, Falcons, they just go, go, go. They don't want to sit back. They don't want to wait and try for some high ground offense. They want to try and catch them by surprise, Aegis or not. Amar's ready to jump in and look for a dual objective.
I'm watching the 2 supports really on the side of Falcons if they can get full mana pools off and eggs in a good position, but top fast Laurel.
King scouting things out.
Ward placed down for vision.
Amar, who's he gonna find?
Scouting
down.
Right. Rock thrown.
Ooh, has to use the blink to dodge the rock for now. Aghanim's done on ET.
Miposhka's got an Aghanims.
Don, he's going in. He's going straight for Snakey. Snake's dead. Doesn't even get a chance really to get a single spell off.
And crit as well.
I think they've just got to sack the 2 supports to get the cores out of it. As indeed Riyadh cleans up both of them. The rest of Falcons have to retreat.
They're trying their hardest to get these wraparounds. This one is red though. Spirit were prepared. And Miposhka's got an Axe. No longer easy to bring down on this ET either. Scaling it has hit. Can look for the Tormentor if they want now. With the 2 supports dead. Feels like Falcons needs absolutely every little thing to be able to take out.
Oh, and Miposhka's going to get that as well.
Oh, that's nice.
Riyadh's in. He's ready with a push onto the tower. Because they don't have the buybacks on the 2 supports, so likely the 3 cores are going to have to sit back and watch their bottom set of racks get taken away.
Glyphs in 3 seconds is still on cooldown.
I mean, look at Mira, he's trying to set up something sneaky here.
Towers go down.
It's the fortification.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
They're taking a second set.
They're gonna try. They're thinking about it. They're pinging Riyadh, but the buildings are dying.
I mean, they want to wait for everyone to be back up. They want to wait for crit. And that is indeed going to mean that they're going to have to sack their second set of barracks. Spirit, they get both of them.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Spirit playing it cool and collected.
And they can just look for the top lane now, take that tier 2.
And Falcons, they might just smoke and kind of YOLO go for it, because it feels like if they just play normal Dota, there's no chance backing it. I'll look for Mira, but they can't. I actually don't know if they have a smoke. I was checking. Doesn't look like they did. So just might have to brute force an attempt into this incredibly farmed lineup of Spirit.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower
Better not fall off.
Feels smooth. Feels like smooth sailings for Spirit. Up to top. Still got the Aegis for about what, 2 minutes.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Gotcha.
Oh, they're gonna go for some type of sneaky smoke play. Maybe look to catch him inside mid. Be cool. Mira. We'll scout.
Good TP back from Crit. Knows that they're likely to be sweeping the map like this. We'll get back and ready for the high ground defense. Same to be said for the rest of Falcons. They're prepared in the base.
Spirit was just looking to kind of catch them outside there, since they know that someone was definitely just trying to farm up. I think their smoke, it just came back up here for Falcons. So tough to say who they need to even prioritize in these fights, because just everybody at this point is a problem. Even the ET. Miposhka has somehow been able to find his Aghanims farmed up.
Here goes Riyadh. With the push, they're trying to jump in there. They'll pop the Lincolns, but not able to find the follow-up stun. Jump forward from Amai's going to go straight for the duel. Everyone's eating. The Pulverize is there. Immediately Collapse grabs him.
He's just dead.
Pushka's going to win the duel. Maori jumps in with the epicenter, but the damage is negligible. It's not enough as he has to back away. He cannot kill any of them off. They're on full retreat right now, Falcons and Lyle. He's not going to let them retreat. Forcing forward there with the little shredder. Triple kill for him. Skeeter desperately trying to get back towards the fountain. The buybacks come out. The damage is too high. Ultra kill for Lyle. They're killing them off in the fountain. The rocks come through. GG's being called. Team Spirit. They take both of the games here today. And this second one, it, for the most part, didn't look close, folks. No. We had a lot of fun. We had a lot of clashing. You know, Falcons, they went for it. They ran at them. They did. Try and stop the win from coming out from Spirit and to try and turn this one around. But Spirit, for the whole of this, they were just too far ahead.
They were way too far ahead. I don't think Falcons expected these lanes to go as poorly as they did. They kind of drafted themselves to need to win these lanes, and they kind of all crumbled quite hard there. The Legion Commander lane didn't even get a kill early onto the Clinks. The mid lane, we saw what happened. The Snap was kind of crushing, and then the top lane is the biggest surprise to me. The Nyx and the Primal Beast just decimated DK Phoenix, so Spirit looking as hot as ever, even more so.
Nah, that's true. And if Falcons, you know, one of, if not the best team in the world, you know, coming into this tournament, one of the favorites, can't deal with this Primal Beast Nyx lane. What team in the tournament is going to be able to? This has got to go. This has got to be taken away. Whether it's the Nyx or the Primal, I guess in your case you would say more the Primal element of it. Because Collapse on this hero right now, insane performances, both games. Turns around game one, and game two crushes it from the laning stage and never falls behind.
Yeah, it's got to be at least that one, but there's a lot of other problems, of course, that came in. Spirit, they just look completely on point today. Their macro play, their team fighting spells. Team fighting in particular has always been this team's prowess, but wow, yeah, very impressive.
And Falcons, you know, it's fun to see something a bit new, a bit different. We always like it when you bring something different into the meta with this mid-sanking, and even to the extent Legion Commander coming through, something that we haven't seen, I believe, in the tournament so far. I didn't mind the Legion. You know, this was a kind of a lost game, but Amar still made some cool moves. He did give away some dual damage at the start, but the sanking mid, the lane just went far too rough. The lane went far too rough. You can't have that sort of happening. No. As you were saying before, you picked this here. One of the reasons why, because you turn up to the mid matchup, and the enemy mid, he hates you. He hates laning against you. This wasn't the case this game. Lyle, he loved it.
Yep, absolute free farm and pressuring and getting kills. Everything just went perfect for Spirit this game. So Falcons definitely get back to the drawing board and see what they'll have to do. And what other teams are going to have to do to prepare for this Spirit that is just in absolute top form.
No, absolutely. No, crazy stuff indeed today. Well, there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, quite the performance, quite the result. Spirit, they get both games 2-0 to Falcons. We're going to be able to head over to the stage.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by Laurel of Team Spirit, who is starting things off very, very strong here in Riyadh, especially in that game one. I want you to take me back through Falcons having a substantial for most of the game, claiming Asia, and attempting to go high ground and just completely throwing the entire game away. What the heck happened there?
I think Sven should farm BKB. They have he has enough money to buy BKB. They just maybe feel they strong enough to go high ground, but I guess they don't understand our power. Yeah, power our heroes. So, and I think Aegis should take Brute or Sven because it's more core. Yeah.
And maybe they just don't understand your power in general because we have not seen you guys play post-Facet patch. So I was hoping to maybe get your thoughts on 7.36 Dota. What was your reaction to Facets being added in general?
I think I don't have much. Reaction, just it's good to have some updates in Dota 2, so we just feel good in new patch, I guess.
Did it change any of your heroes where you were like, oh, maybe this is a new style of playing Leshrac or something like that?
Yeah, they maybe have good Snapfire buff also. Yeah, Ember maybe. And Storm, he was good, but now he's okay, just okay.
Well, that's keeping up with modern times, but I was hoping you could take me back to maybe just about a year ago, because it was maybe 12 months that you were standing here in Riyadh, and that was your first big championship with Spirit. So as time has progressed, what's it been like going from a newcomer that people didn't really know about to being one of the most feared mid laners in the world? It's my words, not yours, don't worry.
I don't have much feelings about this. Just feel good when I can play with my team and show good game. Like, yeah.
It's been fun watching you. And my last question, I see you went for the bald buff, but that was because of some content stuff. So I saw you guys filmed some movie-inspired pieces. Yours was inspired by Fight Club.
Yes.
Had you watched Fight Club before?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So you knew the character that you were representing?
Yes, I know.
And you were okay shaving your head for it?
Like, yes. Like, yes.
Because Yotaro, or Radon rather, saves his head shaves for very strategic moments.
I mean, it's summer and I don't like much hair on my head, so it's good.
All right, well, you're staying cool, Laurel, and you're making your gameplay look cool. Congratulations on a strong start as we send it back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Tsunami and Laura. And I can totally recommend for people to watch the skits that Team Spirit put out. They are some great ones, and indeed, Laura on the classic with Fight Club. But let's talk about this match, because this was also crazy, and in certain times it did look a little bit like Fight Club. But this was... Okay, let's start from the beginning. Laning stage, Team Spirit, Lacoste did it really well, and we saw Falcons already struggling to keep up.
Yeah, I mean, they counterpicked some of their heroes. They saw this ET, Enchanters were going to dispel that, then they picked Clinks, and top lane, Nyx Assassin, this is the hero that always had one issue. He was always a weak laner. Now with the Mind Flare, where you can kill the range creep, secure that money, he also got the first blood, so his game is going to be through the roof. And he was also camping in the mid lane, knowing that Sanking's not going to be able to play against the Snapfire, making the stack. So he comes in, puts the pressure onto the mid lane, and steals some of those creeps as well with the Mind Flare, going through the jungle. Nyx Assassin is back, baby.
I just feel like that Spirit had their number, both gameplay-wise and strategically. Like, from the start, I feel like if Falcons go back to this draft, they're not going to pick the Sanking again like that. Like, the way I see this draft is that even at the strongest stage of Falcons, Spirit are stronger than them, and they have better scaling, which to me shows that you're outdrafted. You need to outplay them, which to me, they didn't do. So I think this was an incredibly hard game for them.
Yeah, we have to talk about the elephant in the room, right, which is the second pick, Sand that came into the draft. They picked it very...
Yeah, they picked the Sand King on the second pick. I'll take over a little bit. What other messages should I be relaying? Well, the Sand King is the elephant in the room. It was like the biggest problem, I think, when
Scorpion in the room,
it came to the draft.
So I think when you brute force the Sand King into your draft, they put it in that position because they wanted the potential between mid and off lane, but they got captured after the flex potential came through, and they never really were able to get Sand King's ball rolling. So I think that Falcons put themselves in this position.
Sorry, Heffy, we're gonna fix your microphone at some point, but for now we're gonna look at some highlights of the game that we just played. Yeah, we're gonna have to you know, reset your smart things to say quota, so you can get some more words in there. So this happened minute 20. We already have Team Spirit very much ahead.
I mean, I still want to show that Falcons, or like what these two teams do is, like, let's just take the drafts away. Even when they're far behind, they know what they have to do to like showcase what their draft can do, how to come back in the game, because this is a fight with them being down 15,000 gold. That's no joke at like the minute 20 mark. So of course their draft still has like strengths and whatnot that they can play around. But yeah, when you're down 15k at 20 minutes, not the position you want to be in.
Also a bit of a chaotic fight there, because they killed the enemy Tormentor. They did use Pipe/Guardian Greaves as well, so they did not have that available for the fight. And also Mario, he was feeding a lot of those dual kills.
He gave away a lot of damage.
I think he gave away more damage than he gained himself. We got another clip for you as we look towards the 23-minute mark. This was another fight where things went well for Falcons, I believe.
Supports are owning throughout this whole game, even the whole series as well. Mira did miss a stun there, but the damage coming out from Phoenix in this one is going to be through the roof. Great positioning from Snaking. This is a bit of a longer clip where he plays out and lands a couple of those Fire Spirits. Also the Mischance, the great addition to the Phoenix, makes him such a strong laner and a team fighter, of course. They will connect. They will try to go for the high ground and kill that egg. he had some really nice moments throughout the whole game. Like, they're trying to fight into a vision. He goes in, dives in, gets that observer ward, gets a sentry on the hill, and they fight underneath that.
Yeah, and it actually also showed that picking Phoenix into Snapfire, it's not that bad.
I mean, if you're very good, you can always make up for it with gameplay, and they did that. You know how to protect it, how to play around it, and that's what good team fights are from the top teams. They kite back in, they know how to fight, and yeah, just making it look good.
Making it look good. Lacoste, I believe you will get one final highlight for us to show.
I believe I do. Maybe. Let's check this one out. Yeah, this is the fight where they cut off Klinks immediately. This is the time where he gets the jump first, I believe. Or maybe that's not it, because I've chosen quite a lot of clips.
This is, yeah, this fight, they kind of like start diving. This is a very long clip, Lacoste. I'm pretty sure you did choose it.
Yep, I remember you see.
Yeah, it was the ET stomp. Yeah, that was the one, because ET landed the stomp onto 2 supports immediately, and we did highlight that the supports on both sides were pretty much dealing the most damage. Nyx Assassin with the Mind Flare with Dagon, and then also Phoenix as well, but he kind of shut them down in the place, and they managed to focus down the heroes immediately, killed them off. 4v5, 3v5, immediately done.
Yeah, I think this game, we did see that even though we do appreciate your presence, by the way, Effie.
She's nodding. She's helping.
She's helping.
Thanks, Effie.
I think it really shows both games that even though a team is very much far behind, if you get the right fight and the right positioning for that fight, you still have a good shot of making the game go your way. Obviously, in the last game, it didn't end up going away for Falcons, but they did continue look for those fights. They weren't just sitting passively waiting in their base for the high ground defense. They were just making their moves.
I think it's just people will always very easily like go to the draft and then say that the game is unplayable. But I think if you know your heroes, if you know your timings, you can always find a way back. And I think the best teams like Spirit, like Falcons, they will demonstrate that. They know when they can go, what timing to wait for, how to smoke to like ultimately take the fight. And I mean, that's what makes them such amazing teams.
Yeah, and that is indeed the case. Now, during the series, there was one person in particular that impressed us the most. It is our PlayStation MVP, none other than Collapse. I don't think you could choose another hero. At the start of Game 2, we thought maybe Mira was in contention on his Nyx Assassin, and obviously he played good Hoodwink in Game 1 as well. But Lacoste, it has to be Collapse.
Yeah, he owned throughout the whole series. First game, got that timing on a BKB. If he does not have a BKB, I think Falcons close out the game in 16, 17 minutes, but he gets like a 3-man charge with the Primal Beast, sets everything up for his team. And in the second game, playing it again, but going for a different item build. He understood the importance of tanking up for his team. Most of the damage was magical, so rushing pipe, a double bracer, triple bracer actually, and then going for Guardian Greaves as well. Just wanted to make his team much more tankier. And it's more about, survivability, because you're not going to lack damage. You have this super farm Klinks, you have a super farm Snapfire coming up from the mid lane, mixed damage, physical and magical, so you're definitely not going to lack it.
Yeah, I mean, this guy is just clutch. Like Lacoste was saying, if he doesn't get that big, if he has one less creep wave killed, if he has one more death in Game 1, he doesn't get that BKB, they might lose. In this game, if he doesn't go this item build, maybe it looks different. He's just clutch, knows what to do. Phenomenal.
Yeah, I feel like this was, obviously it was Series 1 for both of these teams. It's the first game they play here in Riyadh. And there is a lot to learn from this series. And I think also more eyeballs on Team Spirit going forward, because we talked at the start that they sometimes are slow starters in the group stage. Lacoste, not the case here.
Yeah, never at Riyadh Masters. They did reach 2 grand finals. They did win 1. So expecting them to do the same thing here, considering how strong of a showing they had on this first game.
Yeah, I feel like there's OG magic, and for Spirit, it's like money magic. The big tournaments. Okay, we're here. Let's go.
They're here, let's go. Obviously, there's a lot of teams playing at the same time. There's 8 teams within the group as well, and we do have 4 streams going on at the same time. We cannot watch all the games at the same time, but Purge can.
Hey, Purge here. You guys missed an amazing game for Heroic against Gaming Gladiators. In game number 1, Analog played Shadowfiend mid, and he went 13-0-8. On Shadowfiend, died 0 times. They went 8-2 in the plains, by the way, topping their group. They're red hot right now. In game number 2, he's playing Huskar mid. Can't wait to see what happens. Lots of great matches happening on the other streams. Make sure you tune into them.
We will tune in eventually, or we'll watch them back on highlights afterwards, because of course there are the games happening for us as well. We need to watch those, Purge. But I know he wasn't talking to us. He was talking to the people watching us right now as well. So, Series 1 done. I want to just have a quick talk about the difference in Dota we saw here versus that we saw from the weekend. Because do you feel like some things were taken away from that, or was this a different meta? Because obviously these two teams probably also scrimmed a lot together, and we talked about the Doom earlier that we saw banned, especially in Game 2.
I do think they took some things away, but it's maybe not easy to tell because likely this was already happening in their scrims.
Yeah.
So like they just took that with them. But if I have to look at the gameplay, I think that they're definitely... This was by like at least one level higher than the play-in teams we saw last week.
At least.
Yeah.
For sure, and I think the heroes that we've seen in the playing stage are going to be different. These, you know, top-tier teams are not too afraid to experiment with the picks, even though, like, we've seen Legion Commander played by Amar. He really doesn't play that hero, might bang it out from time to time, every 6 months or so, but if they feel it's good, they're going to play it.
They will play it, and I'm sure that we're going to see a lot more picks come out that we don't know about just yet. And maybe we'll see a Sand King come out that actually...
We will. Just not second pick from that position. Okay, maybe Mira doesn't want to see it.
Mira is not convinced. 8 picks? 8 picks total.
After 8 picks, you can pick it. Or on the 8th pick to close the face, then you can pick it.
After 8, pick 8th.
Eighth pick. Okay,
close
your face with Sand King.
We're gonna fix Mira's microphone. Don't worry, we got that covered. We're also gonna move forward because obviously, as I said, it was just series 1. There's gonna be 3 series per stream, and we are gonna move forward to our next game here, which will be BB Team versus Beast Coast. We'll see you after a break.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hour silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
and welcome to the Boulevard, baby. We thought we would take you on a little tour for all you suckers at home that didn't make it to the event to show you around the sights and the sounds of this epic place here in Riyadh. First place I want to take you, of course, is the STC Play Gaming Hall. A lot of cool stuff in there that you will see for the first time, so please come with me. Oh. Hello. This is the Team Liquid hut where Blue is supposed to be here. Let's go take a look at some of the things that Team Liquid has won. May we enter, please? Thank you. Look at these grand trophies. The Aegis and the lesser trophies. Here's the horse we were supposed to talk to. The only reason I came! Not a big deal, though. We'll wait for Blue, I'm sure. He's real busy eating hay or something, but we'll wait. Thank you, Team Liquid. Please let us know when Blue arrives. Thank you. Where's Blue? Where's Blue? Is Blue here yet? How long till Blue comes? Where is he? Please tell me. Okay, we'll be back. Just waiting for the horse. Just waiting for Blue. He'll be here soon, I know he will. Team Liquid never disappoints. Just waiting for Blue. It's been 4 hours. We're still waiting for Blue. Still hoping for Blue. With my boy, I'll wait all life. I'll wait my whole life. Wait for the horse. Oh! Blue! Yeah! Blue! Oh, thank you, Blue! I love you! Blue, he's my favorite mascot because he can't talk. And he listens. He really listens. I love Team Liquid. I love you, Blue. Wow! Thank you, Blue. Thank you, Blue.
Turn up this up right now. I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now. This might loosen me up right now. Get off this bus right now. You're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now. I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now. This might loosen me up right now. Get off this bus right now. You're acting sus right now. This one. I know what you want. I know what you need. Here's some seeds. Grow some trees. Ain't no smoke, it's made for lungs, but you believe. But it's okay, we make mistakes, be relieved. So why art doubting? They're not like me, my eyebrows too intense. I rock out like the Brahma. I wanted to be like Dwayne Johnson. Teacher said I'm trouble. Once I clocked my dreams won't work, I started snapping, I bust bubbles. I think it's how creators see. Other creators be perceived as fly. You're whipping right, but off IG, you're broken cheap. I need an electric bike to vend this food, to bend these rules. Get these tools, cause haters drool, they're watching me. Haters discretion advised. Oh me, oh my, I just want to survive in the sea under darkness, hiding from the light. All we do is push violence, pain over violence, radio silence. Turn up this up right now. I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now. This might loosen me up right now. Get off this bus right now. You're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now. I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now. This might loosen me up right now. Get off this bus right now. You're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now. You might be stuck right now. Up right now. Get off this bus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now. You might be stuck right now. Up right now. Get off this bus right
Here we are, we're back with another series of Dota 2 here, coming your way from Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup, as we see the Jamil Motorsport arrival of the players that they get to be in the nice cars. We don't get to be in the nice cars.
Need to be a player.
Need to be a player.
Golf carts?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Nice.
It's really nice to drive around in the golf carts. I was allowed to do it a little bit this morning, but then I was kicked off again. Anyway, focusing on the match at hand, we got BB Team versus Beast Coast. They're coming your way here in a 2-game series. It's in Group B. Both of these teams only have one series to play today, and that's actually the case for all Group B teams. Today is their lucky day, only one series, and then tomorrow they'll have to play 2. Also, we swapped things up on the desk today, or the no desk.
Yeah, the no desk panel.
No desk panel. We got Kezu here still with us, but we also got Fear and Gunnar. Hey Gunnar, how you doing?
I'm good.
Yeah?
Doing pretty good today. Exciting match. I like Beast Coast. They're really fun to watch.
They are really fun to watch. How are you doing this morning, afternoon, Fear?
Wonderful. Glad to be here and also excited for this match. Beast Coast, first land, so it's going to be very exciting to see how they perform on that.
Yeah, we got some veterans versus the new squad coming out here with BB Team, of course, being incredibly experienced when it comes to LANs and just overall a lot of matches together this year. We're going to focus our attention first on them because they have come in with quite the story. They have quite the road to get here. Let's take a listen.
BB Team have become a mainstay of Eastern European Dota, and for good reason. The core roster of Nightfall, GPK, Save, and Toronto Tokyo have played together for almost 2 years. With the addition of Miro early this year, they've been performing better than ever. The main roadblock and rivals of BB Team this year is Team Falcons, who've stopped BB Team from taking first place at any event this year. At the first EPT event of the year, Dream League Season 22, they were knocked down to the lower bracket in playoffs by Team Falcons, who they went on to lose to in the grand finals. For the next EPT event and the first EPT LAN of the season, ESL 1 Birmingham, BB Team managed to claw all the way to the grand finals through the upper bracket, ultimately getting knocked out by Team Falcons once again. The most recent and last EPT event before the Riyadh Masters was here, Dream League Season 23. BB Team started the playoffs from the lower bracket, but managed to fight through the entire bracket until they reached the lower bracket finals against Team Falcons. It was the end of the road for BB Team at 3rd place. However, losing only to the strongest team in the world and achieving top 3 in every EPT event this year are some very respectable results, and it has secured BB Team the 2nd place in the EPT leaderboard. These guys are not to be underestimated. They have proven many times over that they are capable of beating any team in the world, and on a good day, they might even be able to finally get past their biggest obstacle, Team Falcons. Maybe Riyadh Masters will be the time to finally do it.
Top finishes all year round. And Gunnar, I would love to hear the player perspective of why BB Team is such a good team.
I think I would say GPK is one of the best mechanical mid laners, so I think they play around him a lot. And honestly, they're probably 5 of the most mechanical players. I think Eastern Europe always comes with these really, really good players that are just good at their roles. And I think Miro is really stable. And I think that's kind of what they were lacking in terms of an offlaner. And ever since they got him, he's done his job, goes in, and he looks really good doing it. And I think that's kind of helped them propel to the next level.
Yeah, and speaking of Miro, actually, we got Purge standing by for an interview.
Hey, Purge here with Miero from BB Team. How are you feeling so far as the games are coming? Did you watch a lot of the play-ins so far?
I think we prepared well to this tournament, and we watched some games before this game. So, yeah, I think we're pretty confident.
Yeah, it must be nice having your opponent play matches before this, so you get some strat ideas. You played a ton of pub games in the last week. You've had a huge variety of heroes. What do you think are the strongest offlaners right now?
I guess if you choose on the first stage, like it's some Brew Darkseer, I guess, or sometimes it can be Brew if we take some bans. I think that this offlaners.
Great. In your past couple tournaments, you guys have been like consistently getting top 3 amazing results, but you're always just a little bit from the end. I mean, there's obviously very tough competition right now with Falcons and some of the other teams, but do you guys think that you're close to breaking that and finally getting to first place?
I think we got some thoughts about this, and on this tournament we will try to fix this result.
Well, even if you don't, I'm sure you're going to have a great performance. You're an excellent player and your team's really strong. So good luck in the matches coming forward. And yeah, thanks for the interview.
Thank you.
I think a lot of people are expecting BB Team to be very high up here this Riyadh Masters. When you're looking at BB Team Fear, which player do you normally gravitate towards, or did you really watch from that squad?
Well, I play a lot of carries. I look at Nightfall a lot, and he's been one of those carries that's very vocal, and he always has been throughout his career. Oftentimes will lead his team around the map, so it's very nice to like watch him. He pings a lot. He's very expressive on the minimap and the microphone if you play pubs with him.
Are they the most pinging team?
Yeah,
I think they're the
they
team
probably
that
are.
Significantly the most.
I'm sure he holds the record. I don't know who found the stat, and it's very off topic, but in one pub game, I remember he pinged like 8,000 times. I don't know how that's possible, but he is very vocal. I think he's very good. Maybe sometimes, at least in my opinion, he lacks a little bit of the clutch factors that some other carries sometimes have more often.
In his defense, though, sometimes if you are that leader type and you're talking a lot, you can't really focus on your game 100%.
It's harder. Yeah.
It's a lot harder, so maybe he just has to do that for the team to function.
Yeah.
That's very true. Let's focus our attention on their opponents today, because we have not seen BB Team because they only came in through EPT points starting today. But we have seen a lot of Beast Coast as they have been playing in those play-ins. They were like a middle-of-the-pack squad. But overall, Gunnar, how would you describe Beast Coast and their playstyle?
I think they're very South American in their playstyle. They kind of just run at you and fight.
In a good way.
In a good way. Yeah. I think they're catching up to Heroic, which I don't think many people saw coming. Because I think everyone sees Heroic and they're like, oh, they're the best team, no one's really close to them. But I think Beast Coast has a chance of kind of catching up. Maybe not now, maybe not later in the year, but at some point, I think they will catch up to Heroic in terms of skill. And we see Heroics doing really good at the tournament so far. I think Lumpy has looked really good.
Yeah.
His Shadow Fiend, he's had some really nice plays on it. So I would say he's kind of the one to look out to.
I love that because I'm a fan of the name, 100%. So there's a lot of new people coming from Beast Coast that a lot of people have not met, are not familiar with. So let's get familiar with them, and let's start with the carry player, Pyke.
Hello guys, we're here with Pyke from Beast Coast. Pyke, ¿sabías que es el jugador más joven de ese torneo?
Sí, vi la verdad algunas edades de los players y como que están por los 20 para arriba. Y bueno, ¿no? O sea, es bueno creo para mí. Eso y nada.
He knows he's the youngest player and he thinks it's good for him. He was checking some ages, they're all 20 plus. Let's see. Pyke, ¿te sientes como una joven promesa dentro del mundo de Dota? ¿Sientes que tienes aún mucho camino por recorrer?
Bueno, la verdad, no como una promesa, pero voy a dar lo mejor de mí y simplemente jugar, ¿no? a lo que yo quiera llegar, mi objetivo, y nada, simplemente lograr eso.
He doesn't necessarily feel like a young talent that's about to bloom. He feels like he's there. He's just going to play his best and he's going to try to achieve his objective. ¿Y cuál sería ese objetivo en este torneo?
Ganarlo, ¿no? Mis expectativas son altas y quisiera ganar este torneo, la verdad.
His expectations are high and his goal is to win this tournament. Finally, Pyke, quiero preguntarte por tu equipo, el apoyo que sientes de ellos, una primera org que te ha apoyado durante bastante tiempo ya, habéis llegado a Riyadh Masters. ¿Cómo es tu vínculo con tus jugadores, tu coach?
La verdad nos llevamos muy bien. Hay por medio de una confianza entre todos y bueno, es chévere, ¿no? Divertido jugar con ellos y nada, es divertido. Me alegra eso.
He says he feels a bond with his players, he feels like it's fun to play with them, and he specifically says that he's happy that it's fun to play with them. ¿Te sientes, es divertido jugar con ellos? ¿Delante de este torneo incluso más divertido?
Sí, o sea, cuando estábamos jugando con no sé contra qué equipo, hubo risa de por medio, ¿no? Como que se divierten, ¿no? Nos divertimos entre todos, y sí.
Even on the stage, there's laughter when they play, there's laughter against other teams, and that is something that Pyke is looking forward to and something that he likes about playing with Beast Coast. Pyke, mucha suerte, good luck.
Looking forward to seeing them play on that stage because, yeah, we have just not seen this squad. They were gate-kept, Kezu, the entire year. Yeah. Heroic, and if it wasn't Heroic, it was Boom.
Yeah, and I think it's just good for a new team with a lot of also newer players. I mean, we've seen Moose before and their coach as well. You know, they are somewhat familiar faces, but it's important that when they come to these tournaments, they bring their own strategy, keep your own style, and I think focus more on yourself maybe than your opponent, which can be quite hard to do, but I would just like for them to stick to their own style.
Yeah.
I know Moose, so he changed roles. He used to be a 4 player, now he's 5. I talked to him. He was really excited about it because he said that it's a lot of new challenges and learning the game again. So I think even though he's experienced, it's nice for him to as well kind of feel this new coming into the game and like having to learn every game, having a lot of new experiences. He's laning with a carry now, so I think they have a lot of potential.
A lot of potential.
I mean, I definitely agree. This is a team. I mean, Moose, especially after his last qualification, got pretty emotional because he hasn't been there for a while. But he was like, it looked really good, and he's very good for the team.
Well, we're going to find out what's going to happen when this team takes the stage. Their opponent, Noah Discovered and BB team. But we're going to see what's going to happen. Let's head over to the stage to Tsunami and Fancy.
Welcome back, everyone, after what an incredible inaugural series that was here in the Gdynia Arena. Seems like this tournament is starting off on the right foot.
Honestly, nobody expected that Falcons will drop at least the first game, but then they also dropped the second game. It's 2-0 for Team Spirit, and now nobody knows if Falcons are going to remain as the favorite to win Riyadh Masters 2024.
And that's just on here. Elsewhere on the secondary streams, Heroic just got a 2-0 over Game & Gladiators.
That's right.
There are no predictions to be made right now at Riyadh Masters 2024.
That's right, but now we are ready to introduce to you the second match on stage in this group stage. So for the first team, please welcome BB Team. This Eastern European roster have always been able to get to the finish line, but never crossing it, placing top 3 in 4 international tournaments this year. But now, they have made it to Riyadh. There's no doubt that they will be making it a deep run, but will they be able to make it across this time?
And their opponents, please welcome Beast Coast! Yeah, BB team may have a lot of podium finishes, but a lot of these players have never even set foot on a stage before. Moose, the veteran of this roster, has been guiding these newcomers from South America to glory, and this is an opportunity for them to really show what they're capable of here on a stage, on a LAN.
It's true. Now,
teams, there we go. The teams, they're ready to go, and we're very soon ready to go as well. So we're waiting for the draft to start, but before we get there, we still have a little bit of time to talk a little bit more about the teams and the players. And okay, we can talk about BB team, and I feel like because they get so deep into every tournament, we talk about them a lot.
Yeah.
Because they have so much to dig into in terms of the stories that they bring. I bet everybody's heard it by now. You know, I want to dig a little bit deeper into Beast Coast, and I happen to be on a panel with a couple people that are very familiar with some of the Beast Coast players. Gunnar, you play in the same region oftentimes with these guys. Any player, what can you tell us?
Any player? I know Moose the most.
Yeah.
We played on a team before once. I think he's a really hard worker, and it's really nice to see him get recognition. Also, their coach has been around the scene for I don't know how many years.
Yeah, for people wondering, by the way, he's now going under the name Mariano, but he used to be Pepita, so many people know him under that name.
And I think the big thing about this team is kind of, again, I said it earlier, it's lumpy.
Yeah.
He kind of goes off on these flashy heroes, like the olden days of mids where he wants to play Shadow Fiend every game, or Ember Spirit, kind of just like pop off 1 versus 5. And I think that's kind of what they're going to hopefully go for, which it's a tall task against GPK. He's the kind of player you expect to shut down. But we'll see how kind of they draft around it.
Yeah, I mean, for me, for most people, BB team are definitely the favorites coming into the series. But I would say something that I've seen from Beast Coast, which maybe they have learned a little bit from like Heroic, maybe some scrims or looking at them. There's a lot of like minus armor stuff going on. You talk about the Ember, I feel like they have a lot of Ember Weaver, sometimes like some Slardar SF, Weaver SF, like a lot of minus armor mid-game run at you. I just hope that they keep the style, because I think that's their best chance at going up against BB team.
Yeah, have you had experience with players in your pub, Fear? I know that recently you played a lot of supports, right? So have you support Pike, for example? Or is that outdated?
No, that's a little outdated, but that's fine. I also played on team with Moose a while back, so I know him very well, and Papita at the same time. So these are like the veterans, and they brought in, I think Pike, they said it's the youngest player here.
Yeah, he's 18, and I think, no, actually I know that Malrine beforehand always was the youngest player at 19. I know that Amar is 19 and BZM as well. They're all from the same year, but you know, it's a couple months difference, but it was always Malrine. Now it's Pike.
Well, this is his first LAN, right? So he's got to show up eventually. He is very talented as well. Him and Lumpy are obviously the cores of the team, getting carry in mid. But Vitaly in the offlane has also been very impressive for me as well. He plays a lot of Pango. That's like his specialty there. But he'll still play the Brewmasters, the Darkseers, everything that is strong in this current patch. So he's looked very good as well.
I feel like, or you guys probably don't know them as well to answer this question, but I feel like when you're a new player, like if I look at Amar and Malrine, something that I think is very important, that you have like a mixture of cockiness, but also humbleness. Like you need to be cocky enough in the game that when you go up against some GPK, Nightfall, whatever, that you still do what you want, like your natural gameplay, but also humble enough to like still know when it's not good and like when to listen to your teammates. Do you guys have any idea where they fare when it comes to that?
Well, he did say he plans on winning the whole tournament.
There we go.
The confidence is there.
I would assume it's the kind of confidence that they don't really care who they're playing versus.
Yeah.
And they're just going to go in and do their thing.
Well, they are doing their thing right now as we are in the draft. We got ourselves on the Radiant side, BB Team, Dire side, Beast Coast, and it is first pick going the way of Beast Coast. Instant open with the Rubik that we've seen banned out in first phase quite a few times already, but
I mean, I feel like this hero is like pretty good, right? Probably banned for the right reason in some of the other games we've seen before. Gunnar, I don't know what you think, how much flex there is. I know there's some people that love mid Rubik, like some, you know, some Thompsons and whatnot, but would you say it's just a very good patch for the hero in general? Because, you know, facets and whatnot, you're going up against good heroes, or is there more to it?
It's definitely one of the best pause 4s. I think the biggest reason they pick it is for Enigma. They're kind of preemptive countering it. Mirror likes playing that hero a lot.
Okay.
It does worry me that they give away Tiny for it. I think Tiny's probably top 3 heroes of the patch.
It looks like it, yeah. This hero is nasty.
Yeah.
And so maybe you can steal Toss and you kind of become your own Tiny, but it is something that kind of concerns me that BB Team already starts off, I would say, very strong with a second pick.
I mean, I also say they have, I mean, most teams have very good Tiny players, right? I don't think the heroes like Giga complex to play either from 2 or 4, but I think both Save and GPK are incredible players. So yeah, a little bit scary, at least for now.
I wonder how much factor will come into the fact that they played play-ins on Beast Coast, right?
Yeah.
And the last official for BB Team was like 2 months ago. So I wonder if there's a little bit of rust needing to be shooken off there, whereas these play-in teams, they're all warmed up, right? They've already played, they won, and that's one thing I do have going for the side of Beast Coast right now is the fact you do have the ability to just be like, we're warmed up, we know what's good for us, and let's just play it. Where BB Team, they just have to rely on their scrims and make sure whatever they scrimmed, it's good enough.
Yeah, at least that's like one of the good things, right? If you're a playing team, I mean, you can take it kind of as you want, because maybe you can also be like, oh, you know, they weren't good enough to like fully understand if something is actually as good as it is or whatnot. Right. But yeah, BB Team don't really know what they've been up to, but now that they have the Tiny, I think it's very important. They should be looking for follow-up damage. Don't make the Rubik's game too easy. Like, I think all these Hoodwinks or Hoodwink still seems like a S tier hero. Snapfire seems on the come up. I don't know if you feel like if there's any replacements, Gunnar, for like these two, if they were to be taken out.
I think Hoodwink is not replaceable, really. I think Hoodwink
the best.
I would say by far the best 4 in the game. The only nice thing about Rubik in comparison is Rubik can flex. Some teams play it. I know there's a mid, but I would say more so in 4 and 5.
Okay.
I think Moose is a good Rubik too. He used to be a 4, so he can play at 5. And it kind of counters some heroes. Like Pango it's okay versus with Rubik. It's good versus Enigma specifically. So it's more of a light counter as a first pick, rather than just like securing your lanes with Hoodwink. You pick Hoodwink, you win your lanes.
That was an interesting troll ban for me by Beast Coast there.
I mean, it must have to do with one of their follow-up picks, right?
Yeah, it has to be. Like, it's telling something, but what exactly is it telling? Like, do they want...
The biggest one would be Tusk. I could see... I think Troll's the best carry to lane versus Tusk. They also do play Tusk 4 and 5. And so they could be hoping to get a Tusk, kind of flex their lanes. They can pick a melee offlaner, ranged offlaner, to do whatever. Keep their draft open, because they don't have last pick, right? But...
Do you think it's very common to ban for your support pick here on this stage? I feel like most cores would want to talk about, oh, I want to play this hero, so I'm going to ban like this whatever core. Like,
it's not.
It's just up in the air.
I would say, if anything, 2 of their bans are already for the Rubik. The ET and the Enchantress are both Rubik 4 bans. They're the best supports for Rubik, so I think it's good if you have value in your support, especially because one of the biggest things that crushes these like Rubik 4s is losing the lane.
Yeah.
And so if you pick the Rubik and you're confident it's mid-game impact, you ban the support that destroys in the lane and you'll get out 50-50.
Well, it looks like BB Team is looking to change the record on the Batrider, as that hero, as we just saw, has not won a single game yet this Riyadh Masters.
I mean, I know it's been nerfed, but I feel like it's still good. At least in the games where we've seen it, I feel like it wasn't perhaps used to its full potential. I would at least still say it's kind of, I mean, it looks more than playable. So I think it being 0-4 is at least a little surprising to me.
Yeah, and I think in some of Toronto Tokyo's best games, he did play the Batrider in the other patches. So this is definitely a comfort for BB Team here. Or Beast Coast, that explains the troll ban to me right there.
Yep.
They go get the Slardar right out the gate there. I'm sure they had some idea of that. It's like Tusk Slardar, some heavy physical right clicker was what troll is really good against there. Paired up with the Rubik potentially. The interesting thing about the Rubik for me is like they haven't really favored this hero too much. So I wouldn't mind if they went for a Hoodwink as well, just for the laning stage, to make sure this hero can get out of the lane.
I mean, I'll just backpedal on the fact that we have Gunner here. I don't ever see a reason why you would pick any support over Hoodwink. I think it's the best laner, the best follow-up damage, and it builds the best item.
Ooh, but how about the twin-headed dragon?
He's pretty good.
Yeah.
I like this. I think the, what is it, Liquid Frost facet?
Yeah.
Really cool. It's so much damage in the lane. I think it's a very big lane secure as a 5. And they also have the Rubiks. Now the other team can't pick Rubik, which is the best hero against Jakiro. And also at this bat, I feel like in the early draft right now, both of these teams are picking very open heroes, especially BB with the Batrider Tiny. The Batrider can be played mid, offlane, 4-5. Tiny can be played, some people play it any role, so they kind of get the option to pick whatever they want. I assume now that they see their full offlane, which is Slardar Rubik, they're just going to take a very stable safe lane. Probably just even the Gyro Bat, I think, is good enough to go even or win that lane. The other one would be Crystal Maiden. Which I guess is a really solid lane.
Yeah, I guess it's like one of the best supports left, right? To maybe slow down the Slardar a little bit. No Phoenix. Okay. I mean, that's, I guess, also pretty cool for them is that there's a lot of like semi-flexes going on, right? They do have last pick. Enigma can be whatever. Batrider can be kind of whatever. Same with Tiny. And I think most of their lanes, however they put it, seem pretty solid for now.
Okay, isn't Enigma really bad to pick into Rubik and Jakiro, who have very long range?
I don't think you play necessarily for the black hole against Rubik anymore. I mean, you can. It's always a threat. And Jakiro, you can argue that, but at the same time, they stole the gyro. Monkey King's banned, Weaver's banned, TA got banned. You don't have a lot of options that can deal with the Eidolons here. Sure, there's some stuff you can still pick if you want to go down the route of like Bristleback. Maybe there's a couple more that can really make Enigma's life hard, but it's Tiny Enigma. This lane is incredibly strong here. Probably giving GPK the last pick as well, because I don't know if there's a better 4 you can pick with this Enigma, but they could still flex things around technically if they want to do position 5 Enigma and then bat 4 mid Tiny.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, this should be a position 5 Enigma. I think Auk is the hardest counter carry to Enigma in the game. I would say it's on the level of Gyro, if not worse. Just because the way Enigma plays, the level 1 Eidolons are kind of trash.
Yeah.
They don't really do much, and he gets really strong when he hits level 3. And at that point, Alchemist will keep killing Eidolons, and then when the lane gets ever iffy, he can go jungle. And he's the happiest carry going jungle in the game. And so Enigma never really gets to like crush the lane, you know, completely destroy like versus a Lifestealer or some weak carry. And he also has a Jakiro to help just kill Eidolons in the acid spray. And so I think likely this was kind of a bait for the Alchemist. And they're going to do just Enigma 5, Batrider off lane, probably, and then they're going to last pick mid as a counter pick.
Off lane bat or 4 bat, do you think?
I guess you could do the Tiny bad lane, no? I guess
they could either can go off lane, honestly. It'll be a Batrider Tiny lane, and Miro will probably just pick the hero he feels like.
Yeah. I mean, okay, I'm at least a big fan. I mean, I like playing Alt personally. I think it fits well when your team wants to like play for some mid-game timing. I think obviously when you play Alt, you're gonna be top net worth. You need to push your team forward. I think again they have like some double minus armor ride with the haste, acid spray. You can help your team. So I think it can fit. I will always say that it's one of the more volatile carries in my opinion. I think the teams that play it very well, they can execute it very well because they get the net worth, they know how to push the game forward. But at least for Beast Coast, I feel like it fits their style pretty well.
Yeah, on the other stream we saw Heroic, which is another South American team.
Yeah.
They actually also had the Alk Slardar in their first game versus Gaming, and they 2-0'd the series with an Alchemist carry both games. And so I think we're kind of seeing a lot of this physical damage be really important. Where another hero that's kind of valued in this is Shadow Fiend, which gets banned out by BB Team. And the other one to consider that a lot of people are picking is Sven 5. I think it's actually really good versus these types of drafts. I don't know if the BB Team can fit in a Sven to their draft, but I think if they somehow are able to, like doing a Sven 5 with a gyro lane, draft-wise, it's really good for them if they
banned
pull it out.
I was looking at Lumpy's heroes. Shadow Fiend, Ember, Tiny, Dragonite, Invoker are his top heroes, all banned.
Did you mention Tiny?
Yes.
Okay.
Those are all his top like 6 heroes right there. So next is Void Spirit. And
I think
Storm
Void
Spirit
is pretty solid here. It versus Gyro, you really like heroes that kind of commit on him in the early game because he doesn't have a huge health pool and he doesn't really like just getting jumped. So I would like that. There's also Puck.
Would Zeus be okay? He plays that too.
It's not my favorite. I don't think it really fits their draft that well. They need either more physical damage to kind of boost up the starter Alk minus armor, or just an annoying hero like a Puck, Void Spirit, some Spirit hero to just jump around the backline.
Snapfire, okay.
All right.
That should be their mid unless they want to end up putting Rubik mid, which I feel like is not a very easy game. I think it can fit in terms of like the, I'm not gonna, I don't know if it's the best pick ever, but I think it can fit in terms of like what you want to do.
It's a blind pick.
Yeah.
It's gonna go even in its lane no matter what.
Yeah.
It has follow-up damage for the stuns on his team.
Yeah.
It doesn't really go in, but it does have minus armor. So it does pair well with Alk and the starter. They can Roche, Tormentor, take objectives really fast. And I think it does scale really well.
Yeah. No, I think this hero is very good. And I just like seeing Snap on like lineups that can play aggressive. He wants to play off of aggressive lanes, go here, speed up the game. Alk, starter, I think they kind of fit with that. So I think it's more up to BB to how they want to find a response.
Because now that we've seen the whole lineup from Beast Coast, where do you want all BB Team's heroes to go?
Definitely want Gyro on carry. So they're going to pick a mid last, so they're most likely going to go with Enigma off lane regardless here. I'm imagining that, well, they could do Bat.
There's a 5 Enigma.
Yeah. So 5 Enigma, and then they're going to do Tiny Bat off lane. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's going to be
Tiny, okay.
I think Tiny just scales better with items than Bat these days. Bat also kind of as 4, I feel like you end up as a core anyway because you farm so fast with Firefly, whereas a Tiny
Rubik
core...
mid.
Oh, it is Rubik mid.
Yep.
Interesting.
Yeah, these guys are crazy. I kind of like it. I mean, like when I look at BB's draft, I think it's very good. I think the kind of double range core is nice to have against these. I would say that Beast Coast have like more committal heroes, at least with Alk starter. It's nice if you're a bit more evasive with your secondary range core. But I think that Beast Coast have kind of what they want in order to take the game to BB. So I feel like both teams kind of have what they want. I would slightly favor BB.
Yeah,
I want to favor BB as well. I think Beast Coast does have their type of draft though.
Yeah.
So I think BB teams, their drafts are more out there for them. I think they are really good when they pick like very solid lanes, very stable heroes, and they have this Enigma 5. They have an offlane Tiny. They're not really like following the standard procedure. And whereas Beast Coast, I think they thrive off this like Rubik mid, kind of clowny drafts, like run at you, do their own thing. And so I kind of lean towards Beast Coast in this game.
Yeah, I definitely like Beast Coast's lineup, but I'm a little bit afraid that they're going to get out of the laning stage. So if they can get off the laning stage, Lumpy gets pretty farmed. You get Blink Daggers on Pyke and Vitali. He can actually get a lot of work done in this game, but I'm a little bit afraid that potentially the lanes might go a little bit south, especially the Slardar lane into the Gyrocopter. Mid lane might go even, but we'll see how we all know how the Alchemist lanes can go. It's either you get out of the laning stage or it's a disaster. When you play against a Bat Rider, there's always room for that disaster to happen.
How fast do we expect Beast Coast to need to play in this game for them to do well?
I mean, I don't know if they need to be like crazy. I think it's more like maybe around some timings. I would just more hope that they're able to protect Ruby. I feel like when GPK has a good early lane and they're gonna play through mid and like try there, I want to see how Beast Coast respond to it and kind of like play off of their own pressure. I think for them it's more like timing based as opposed to, it's not like at 10 minutes they need to go 5-man.
Yeah. I mean, for me, it's survival for Beast Coast. If they can survive the lanes, Alk is farming, Sardar's farming, I think their lineup looks pretty good.
I also am confident in this mid matchup. I think Rubik actually is going to win mid, so I have faith in Beast Coast.
Okay, nice.
All right, well, let's see if Beast Coast, their first game on stage, if they can actually make it happen here against the way more experienced BB team that they're up against. It will be BB team's first series here in Riyadh for this year anyway. For Beast Coast, they've already had a whole group stage before this. They went 5-5. They were in the middle of the pack. So they're kind of flying under the radar. Maybe that's exactly what they need. It seems like we have a slight delay for going into the game. So bear with us as we get that sorted out. But you heard my panel, they favor... Well, you know what? You guys all kind of backpedaled at the end. And I favor the draft of BB team. But I like Beast Coast.
Yeah.
You know?
It's like the heart versus the brain.
Oh, fair, yeah.
The brain favors BB's draft, but the heart knows Beast Coast has a draft that I would say fits the game more than BB's team.
Yeah.
I think this Alchemist can carry this game if it gets farmed, to be honest with you. And you do have that Rubik, so the biggest threat I see for this Alchemist is going to be like a black hole, but you got Rubik mid, so you can turn that to your advantage here. But it isn't BB team. This team, throughout the existence, has been known for very high skill players and their laning stage. And that's like the first hurdle you go through when you play versus BB team. Can you get out of the laning stage? And a lot of the teams that just come up or new can't do it.
Okay, well, let's see if they can do it. We're keeping our eyes mostly on the Wind Ranger versus Rubik, GPK versus Lumpy. Let's see what's going to happen with BB Team and Beast Coast.
Thank you very much, CBS. Looking forward to this one. BB Team versus Beast Coast. Fogged, as Shiva said, obviously from the previous performance of the playing stage. Kind of a mixed performance from Beast Coast, but they made it. They're here. BB Team turning up. First game for them. This team, it's a scary team.
It's a very scary team.
This team is a scary team, but I'm excited to see what Beast Coast can do against them because they got some fun stuff this game.
I mean, there's a mid Rubik. There's a lot of different type of style picks that they've gone for. It's very down their style. Same thing with the Jakiro. We're not seeing it too often, but it has to be the highlight with that mid Rubik, right? That's going to be something that they're going to be looking to play around. He has some pretty good steals, of course, versus Tiny, versus Enigma, even versus Bat. The Sticky is... You can build up the AoE very heavily with something like Sticky, because he's gonna, I imagine he went for the AoE, Arcane Accumulation. So there's a lot of potential combos that he can get. Let's just see if he's able to get off the floor there.
Oh, for sure. Even against the Wind Ranger, right?
Yes.
Kind of a rare hero in which the worst spell to get is kind of the ultimate. But everything else, you know, the Shackle, the Power Shot, and Wind running around on this mid Rubik could be great for the ganks.
Yeah, the Power Shot, it actually gets very, like, thick, you know? Like, it really does once you get the buildup of this accumulation, which he can definitely do. And even, I will say this, it sounds a little clowny, but you can't underestimate a Focus Fire Rubik. It sounds really clowny. It's not amazing, don't get me wrong, because you're committing, but when you're tanky in a Rubik, and let's say you are that ahead, you do get physical, you do get a lot of damage now in this hero. Your right click is there, so.
Because in the fights, Wind Ranger is definitely a pretty safe bet, right? So if you take a spell from Wind Ranger, you're going to be able to do something with any of the spells.
It's obviously, you don't want the Focus Fire, but if you get it, there can be situations where it's like, okay, this could be okay. Not amazing, but let's see how these lanes do end up going down.
Yeah, we're looking at this top one, you know, talking about kind of different lanes. We are getting indeed this time around, you know, Tiny on the off lane here for Miro, for BB Team. So Miro and Save in this sort of duo, how does this do against an Alp Jakiro?
I'm not sure. This is actually my lane to watch for me because I think this is the one that can have the most volatility. How are they going to be able to shut down this Alchemist with Bat? Because we've seen Bat struggle a lot in the laning phase lately. Save, I feel like him and Miro tend to make things really work out for themselves, but same thing for Tiny, not the traditional off-lane pick. So we'll see how much they're able to do versus an Alk because the Acid Spray is pretty devastating in this lane. But yeah, we'll have to see as that one. Because also now, talking about these side lanes, bottom is another one I want to talk about. It is the Slardar versus that Gyrocopter, which can be a bit difficult, but they have a Snapfire. So there's a little bit of a gap-closing element that the Snap can help in a way versus the Slardar that usually is pretty terrible versus those range heroes.
I'm talking about the Snap looking pretty fantastic.
He looks,
that new
beautiful.
set.
Yeah, it looks beautiful.
Crazy one. That's a good one there, that new one.
The guns are ridiculous, I have to say. They're like laser beams.
Massive lasers that you've got. On top of whatever kind of what creature it is, some sort of space dinosaur.
This is, you know, I'm saying about the cookie thing where there's the gap close. It's still probably going to be a very difficult lane for Vitaly, all things considered. But there is, you know, that potential. If the Enigma leaves the lane or something, they could try to catch the Gyro off guard. But overall, BBT does not make these type of mistakes that often in laning phase. They are a very laning-oriented team to be able to dominate and kind of snowball off of that, as we've seen in most situations. So. Nice denies there from Vitaly. He actually got 3.
Good damage. Oh, Pyke's in trouble. As Pyke will get taken out. First blood for Save. He'll die in return. Move's able to take him down, but BB Team, they get that first blood.
That's the, I mean, there's a lane to watch, really. Tons of kill threat, kind of on both sides as we see there. I just don't know how good this Jakiro is at stopping the kill threat onto this Alchemist at this point. Because like Panel was saying, he's saying this is the lane really that has to go well for Beast Coast for them to have a good mid game. Of course, the Rubik too, but that Rubik should have a good lane versus the Wind Ranger. Be careful, Moose. He stepped up. The stickies are stacking up.
Ooh, and he's gone.
Pyke,
be careful quite be able to set up to take down Mirror in return either, as BBT get the one. I won't quite get Pyke the second time round, but bullying him back underneath the tower.
Save is a master on these type of heroes. He's very specific. This guy, like when he gets to play his heroes, like his Pudge, his Pugna, his Bats, these Can definitely do that versus an Alchemist. Slowing down Alch is very important too. Every time there's an Alch game, you know, it's all about how that Alchemist is able to do. And if he does get slowed down versus a Gyrocopter, the recovery is very difficult. It's usually not really there.
So what about the Gyro so
He's gonna
far?
free farm.
Yeah, Nightfall, top last hits. And by quite a while.
Just can never, just the afterburner too, just makes you just kind of impossible for the Slardar to ever get aggressive in particular. Vitaly's doing okay down there though. 21-7's pretty good for the Slardar, all things considered.
GPK continue to keep it even against the Rubik. Top lane, they're going to make another go on towards Pyke. He's able to turn, get the concoction off. But he is dead again. This top lane from BB team continuing.
He's dead too.
To crush Beast Coast safe lane duo. Double kill for Save. It's getting kind of close and a little bit early for the Alch, but he may have to leave that lane pretty soon.
Yeah, I think he might have to just go back to jungle because they aren't able to get the pull reset, and Save is just, he's got the resources too. He's got the salve clarity. He's going to be able to keep putting this pressure. I mean, Save, I've seen him do this so much. He's actually, you know, I take note of this guy a little bit when he plays his bats and his Pugnus, because I feel like he's one of the few that really does make it look this strong in a lot of scenes. Him and Crit in particular with the bat.
The other one, right?
They're the two that make bat look broken, really. Yep. And right now off the bat, yeah, Pyke already very slowed down, and the Tiny's levels are already starting to kick in too for that toss.
Bottom lane, Toronto Tokyo continues just doing an excellent job of really just zoning back both Vitaly and Almisho. It's just giving what continues to be pretty much more than free farm, it feels like. You know, 37 CS here, 5.5 minutes in. Nightfall barely missing anything, if anything at all.
Nightfall has the Falcon Blade now too already, so can't even get aggressive unless they make a third move. Or I mean, they couldn't really get aggressive versus it anyway with this lane, but BBT has done this perfectly in this early game. Now looking to play around that 6-minute power rune. All the supports rotating over. They've even warded behind the tower here versus Lumpy. And Misho. Just die here.
Run. I mean, there's a blood grenade at the ready. Toronto Tokyo lays it down, and indeed Almisho turn with a scatter blast, but the Eidolons will take him out. Lumpy in the mid. He's forced to have to TP away.
Secures the rune, regen. Catapult will die to the mid lane, but aggressive move from BB. Very successful. And a free kill for Toronto Tokyo, and it's a Gyro who's free farming in the bottom lane too, so unable to pressure this Gyrocopter at all with this Slardar pick. That's why they went for it. That's why they wanted this Gyro. These ranged cores versus Slardar can just be very problematic in lane.
Yeah. And Lumpy wants to help out, but it's going to take time, right? With the build he's going for the Boots of Travel rush into the Aghanim, so rushing the bots.
Okay, because I've seen like the phylacteries and stuff like that to tank yourself up a little bit earlier. If you do this, you are a bit susceptible to bursts, and there are heroes that can get on top of you. Aghanims, of course, is the dream, especially if you're able to ever get these, you know, tosses and stickies, because the AoE just becomes massive for any of these double spells, but see if the early bots are going to be beneficial versus him. If they lose early game early, Boots of Travel feels incredibly greedy, and they already are losing this early game. So we'll see if he does actually go down the bots route.
Yeah. I mean, I guess just really trusting in the fact that there are a lot of potentially very strong spell steals for him to make.
Yeah.
Right? So as long as he can be there, involved in the action, Lumpy feels like whatever he grabs, he's going to be able to use it. He doesn't need kind of that phylactery build-up. He just needs to be there.
Sure. My worry is just that there's going to be double blink daggers pretty early in this game. Or relatively early. Bat and Tiny, I imagine, are going to rush those really early, and that's the gap close. If Rubik gets gone on, he's dead at that point. With Boots of Travel and stuff, he's going to be squishy, so we'll see. We'll see if he does commit for it or not. They're going to make moves around.
And this tower almost certainly going down. Not a lot that Pyke and moves can do to keep it alive. They have the wraparound coming in from Lumpy and Almisho. They're going to try and take the fight against BB team.
It's got power shot. Good burst damage.
GPK is already kind of out of that. They won't be able to get the catch-all connection.
I mean, BBT's playing this early game pretty much perfect. The execution. Couldn't ask for anything better, really. They even have stacks to go back to. I've been seeing Save after he crushed the top lane. He's got these stacks formed to be able to go back and farm too. Alch will be able to go back to the jungle, but 2 deaths in laning phase is kind of exactly what you want if you are a BB.
It's not going to be the quickest of radiances here for the Alch this game.
No, definitely not. Nightfall will probably be able to match net worth of an Alchemist, which is definitely pretty sad for the Alchemist. how those levels too. Still not, I mean, very far from level 6 on these supports on the side of Beast Coast. And the snap level 6 is pretty important in this game. That burst damage, it's mostly going to come from him and the Rubik early on, depending on what the Rubik steals.
Sure.
So yeah, that one's going to come out really, like, very, very slow. Literally level 4 on the Snapfire with 0 XP so far.
Yeah, we've got to see some crazy stuff from Lumpy. Pressure's on for him.
Definitely.
Italian Almisho seeing if they can start something down here, but fighting Save and Toronto Tokyo doesn't seem to be a
nice
an option. He's got backup coming in Almisho and further TP, so BB team have to pull back a little bit.
Ooh, tempted blood grenade there, but can't go at all aggressive.
BB team force a reaction and back off.
Perfect response. They just poke and prod, force reaction, and then just back up and get back to that farming. And now looking even pressure mid, GPK immediately was pinging out the mid lane. He's got a rotation also from Yero. Moose might get caught off guard.
Looking at the setup, Avalanche tossed into the power shot. It's far too much burst for any support to withstand at this step. Tokyo is too far back.
Nothing going Beast Coast's way, everything going BBT's way.
Dire's middle tower.
It's going to be a tough game for the mid Rubik. Still working on the bots. 1,260 gold into the recipe.
Okay.
Lumpy.
Oop. Bit of lag. A 4K lead. A Gyro ahead of the Alchemist. I mean, they've done everything they needed to in this early game, it does feel like, for BBT. Taking all the boxes.
As you say, Miro doing exactly what you need to do against a Rubik.
Yep. Never give toss.
I guess that's probably the worst spell to steal this game.
The tree, yeah.
Would you rather? It's flat cannon worse. You know, what's the most unappealing spell this game to have as a Rubik? The most useless spell.
Probably is the tree.
The tree.
Probably is the tree. As long as he keeps, he has to try to get one of these spells. So power shot and toss are very, very good. Those are the best ones.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, the huge damage nukes.
Because the other ones, yeah, you can argue, of course, the call downs and stuff, but in Black Hole, but it's very unlikely to get a lot of these, especially since they, they move the positioning. I think it was really clever from BBT the way they kind of did this style of drafting, where they showed this Enigma early, they picked the Alchemist, maybe you could say an overreaction perhaps from Beast Coast, but is them making sure that they can shut down this Enigma, and then they just swap the lane around completely. So
you got to imagine that, BB team, they knew that Alch was coming. They were baiting that Alchemist pretty hard in the draft as it seemed to play out.
Yeah, now, after all these aggressive moves that they've been able to make, 10 minutes, they've got a 4K lead, great position they're in. They've got those stacks to go back to that Save was prepping for either himself, his Tiny, or his Wind Ranger. Yeah, beautiful execution so far. So for Beast Coast, it really is, I mean, now at this point, slow down a bit, right? Wait for the Radiance, in particular on the Alchemist, but if you can find some kills on Lumpy, it would be good, because I want to see the Snapfire try to get a level 6 pretty soon. I don't want to see some level, like, the second Wisdom Rune being the Snapfire's level 6, because that's going to be very sad for them to pose any kill threat into Nightfall at that point then. So we're getting back into it here.
Let's see what I've got. Bottom lane, Almisho trying to grab that final bit of XP to get towards the 6. Yes, it's this sort of timing now for all 3 cores. Vitali, it's got to go straight for that blink. It's going to take a bit of time to get there. It's going to take a bit of time for Lumpy to get his bots. And it's going to take a bit of time for that Radiance to get there for Pike. So Beast Coast, at the moment, kind of wanting to avoid any sort of fight the BB team brings them.
Okay, I mean, let's see if the Boots travel end up working out for Lumpy. They're going to be able to get on him. The blink on the Tiny's going to come out very soon. Same thing for Save, so... It is the greedy route, right? He's trying to play with, like, I guess that Alchemist Radiance and stuff like that, just to be able to greed it up, but I think BBT will be pretty happy playing into the greed anyway.
Well, there we go. BB team as well. They turn up and already GPK smashing records about over a minute faster than the fastest that we've seen so far from the ATOS rushes on Wind Rangers.
Like, just a casual toss, but it's half HP. Keeps him on his toes. So far, Beast Coast unable to make any aggressive move this game.
What do they do? I mean, they've got the bots, right?
They do.
Bots are done, so Lumpy can always be there. Now, what he's going to be able to offer,
yes,
who knows? It might not matter that he's there, but he will be there.
Power shot is strong if he can land these.
Not quite enough to clear out the Eidolons, though, unfortunately, as it seems.
Nope, and the Blink's now already finished up for Miro. So these more fragile mids can really suffer. Although Rubik, of course, not as fragile as he used to be because he does have the crazy magic resist and whatnot that we can talk about too. But 1,000 HP. He still will very likely die if he gets tossed back in every situation right now. But they are trying to slow the pace of the game down. But as we were mentioning before, BBT, they're fine with slowed pace game when they have this gyrocopter absolutely free farming. And that Blink is done. So for BBT, things will accelerate. And Vitalis is still about 500 away.
Still on the bottom lane. Almost taken out.
Slowly but surely, the Eidolons are doing it.
Of course, BB team yet to lose the tier 1 tower themselves. They still hold all of theirs.
I mean, I don't feel like the lanes have gone past the river almost in quite some time. It feels like they're just shoving these lanes out constantly, farming back onto the jungle.
There's the smoke.
There's their smoke. Vitalis not quite had his blink, and he is literally one toss from death if they see him.
Let's see who they go for. GPK and Miro. And then between the two of them, they've got a crazy amount of jump burst. They'll go for Amisho. Quick with the setup, the burst leaves no chance.
Another chi throw stolen.
Throw the tree in frustration there, Lumpy is like, why can't I get a better spell?
Miro's still, I mean, he's thinking about the jump. Lumpy. And they might be able to take away this Wisdom Room. Again, another great aggressive move, but at least this time, Misho, that was kind of he caught the gank, right? Sure. He prevented the Slardar from dying there, so he did see the movement, or read the movement coming.
And Vitalis got his blink, so let's see what Beast Coast are going to be able to do around the Slardar blink dagger.
They have the Radiance. They have timing.
But do they want to get the Alk involved? Probably not, right? He's going to continue to farm with this Radiance.
If he can TP in and join afterwards,
sure.
Right? Like something like that.
Maybe.
Dire's bottom tower.
A 40-minute Wisdom Rune. They were preparing just in case BB Team were going to bring a fight, but BB Team have actually backed off. So Beast Coast will get the Wisdom Rune fine.
Great read from BBT to not stick around there, right? They must have known that these timings were coming for them.
Yeah, and I guess Nightfall felt, it wasn't going to be efficient, him sort of waiting around to be a part of that fight. He just wants to keep farming, keep staying ahead, and keeping on level with for outside of the laning stage, what has been a free farm Alchemist.
Absolutely.
But as you can see on the numbers, this Gyro, Nightfall's farming just as well.
He's matching.
Which is pretty impressive stuff. Aghanims, about 1,500 gold away for the Gyro.
I'm just seeing this. The real big thing is too the two supports on the side of BBT. They're really scaling. Owen. The blink on save is pretty much done. Toronto, Tokyo. He's got drums and I believe something else. No, just drums plus something else soon. BBT's gonna look to fight on their towers, especially if they can get any type of initiation to start the fight, which they will have double initiated.
Yeah, they've got so much of it. The double blinks on the supports, the Atos on the Wind Ranger. They've got so many ways of starting a fight, BB Team.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Smoke through the Twin Gate.
Nightfall is just maximizing as much as possible, using call down even to farm the jungle. And this ward, I believe it caught Pyke for a second here. Will he be ready for the jump? The double blinks are ready.
That's a lot of burst, a lot of control potentially here between the two supports.
They're right on him.
They get the toss back. And they have the lasso. TPs are coming in. Pyke, he'll be able to get the concoction off, but...
Oh, look who comes in for the cleanup.
And he might be ready to go for more. GPK's got the setup over to the side with the Atos. Be able to turn moves here with the Macropie laying down the ult to stop BB Team from chasing.
They got what they came for. They got the Alk. They'll back it up.
Radiant are
Nightfall just comes in. The carry contribution, I think one attack finishes off the Alchemist, the Dream. Pretty much the Aghanim's now finished up. Beast Ghost getting some farm, but now Lumpy has shown himself a bit deep. He get himself away. Miro's right on him.
We'll get the Avalanche to open.
Another tree throw.
Another tree throw. Poor old Lumpy.
He hasn't given anything.
He's really stolen this game. He just keeps getting these trees.
Vitali. He may have got baited.
I think he might have. The Black Hole's going to get dropped down. TPs are coming in. Vitali, he's going to try and run, but the full lineup of BBT pretty much showing up down here. Vitali's gone. Lumpy's got to get out. He's able to turn his telekinesis on to save, but he's knocked back by the flame break. Jump forward from Mira again with the avalanche. The cooldown coming in. Lumpy's gone.
And another one.
GPK even gets the setup onto Show. They're going to be able to take down all three of them. BB team.
They came very ready today.
Oh, they did. 11 for 1 and 6K lead.
Very smooth the way they did that, too. Beast Coast maybe thinking that they can try to go back in, but everybody from BBT just shows up.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Great coverage of spell usage, too. He was like the Enigma Black Hole potential steal, but he went for Avalanche instead. It didn't matter anyway, as Vitaly got baited.
Nothing going the way of Beast Coast right now.
No, and they didn't even have the numbers there. They didn't even bring Moose. Speaking of Moose,
he's jumping over the lasso. He wants to take on Moose at the same time. He's going to be able to kill off Moose. Lumpy will have some backup coming in, but already Saves on his way out with the Firefly.
And he's burning them, so there's no blink available. He'll be able to reset out. This is, I mean, outplay, outclass so far. BBT dancing around them.
And Nightfall just continuing to stay ahead of the Farmer Pike on the Alchemist.
And Lumpy just unable to really get any of the real big dream spells. He's had Power Shot a couple of times, but still unable to find that beautiful toss. Halfway to the Ags. Has been slowed down massively, though. We've seen these Blink Daggers really be his kryptonite.
Beast Coast grouping up heavily around the mid lane.
GPK already has Gleipnir finished. This is scary positions to make an aggressive move. 8K lead versus the Alchemist lineup. Zero mistakes so far from BBT.
Beast Coast not able to find a way to sort of make a move on towards BB team side of the map. I mean, again, they're just keeping their towers alive. There's just never been any sort of coordinated push that succeeded. The sort of fight that happened the deepest was that one down there where Vitaly gets caught in the black hole.
Yeah.
BB team turn up and they hold the defense.
I mean, we've just been seeing one team really playing like a team and the other one looking a bit disjointed and disconnected because of how poorly that early game went. I feel like I haven't even seen the Jakiro in the last like 7 minutes or so, and they need every little thing they can get on the side of Beast Coast to be able to surmount the fight now. Speaking of the Jakiro, Save feels like he just always finds him.
Vitaly is there.
Okay, he's patient this time.
Backup was ready and Save, he knew it. Doesn't go for the play.
But he farms, as Bat Riders do, and I'm continuing to see these supports almost starting to catch up, at least to these offlaners and mids.
Actually,
side of Beast
Vitaly and Lumpy, they're starting to... I guess you say not necessarily them falling behind, just these two supports on BB team just zooming ahead.
Yeah, bit of both, of course, but... Mech is finished up for Almisho, so I mean, feeling a bit tanky, but they just aren't being given any opportunities from BBT with the way that BBT's just playing. You never really want to make a move for Nightfall because he's just too big, and the rest of them just seem to have always been together. So it's difficult for Beast Coast to find any opportunity, at least pre-BKB. That's probably going to be the next call to make. It's a BKB on the Alchemist, but you are going to be so far behind on everybody else at that point that BKB might just be very underwhelming. How close is the Ags?
It's close.
BKB on Alchemist and Ags on Lumpy, and we'll have to see if they can execute the team fights versus BBT.
Is there any in particular big Ag spells that he's looking to grab?
I think it's just multiple spells.
The frequency.
Yeah.
That's the big thing this game.
Ages though. Very methodical game from BBT, to be honest with you. It's as clean as it comes.
Not just the Aegis, but pretty much what got his BKB as well, right? Yeah. Nightfall, so everything continued to fall into place. 21 minutes in, he's able to back off. Maybe step the entrance, or if not the least, grab that Wisdom Rune. There's going to be a smoke coming out from Beast Coast, but it's a risky one. This one is into the Aegis.
And without a BKB on Pike. This is not really with any actual timing by any means.
On Lumpy.
Okay, I guess it's just the one.
That's the one timing they have here with the smoke. If he goes and joins the smoke, that is.
It's only, just a single item timing. Maybe looking to try to catch BBT off guard somehow, but as it's been so far this game, just perfect movements really from BBT.
As it looks, Lumpy's not really joining them.
No.
I'm sure he's got the bots up in a couple of seconds, but not leading the way with the smoke movement. Either way, Beast Coast, they don't find anything.
And BBT, they're definitely ready to fight. 4 staff now on save, level 2 lasso. Lots of different timings that they can look for. Oh,
he's gonna find him.
He knew. Miero, part of 11 of the 13 kills, this Tiny. This swap to the offlane has honestly been absolutely perfect.
Yeah, he's, you know, Miero on the Tiny's getting almost as much as if any of the other cores were playing Tiny in their lanes.
Absolutely. And he's going to transition. He will be a right-clicking core as well, too. He's going to scale.
Lasso. Charlie tries to clear the wave in the mid, but save. He's there ready. Grabs him with the lasso. He's gone.
That's a rough one.
GPK's on the hunt. He's going to find Pike. In with the focus fire. It's not going to be enough to kill him, so Pike should get the chance to walk this one off.
Towers to fall, though. They can't even get any type of responses. Just nobody can find anything on the map for Beast Coast. We have seen this from BBT quite a lot. Especially in these early games, if they're able to get that lead, they tend to keep it versus a lot of these teams. I mean, Falcons, of course, has proven otherwise in some tournaments, but that's Falcons, so. A flawless game from Nightfall, continuing to just be ahead of that Alchemist, his team pressuring beautifully, and they're about to have multiple BKBs. I believe the triple BKBs are going to be finished up on the cores. And when you look at Beast Coast lineup, their way to fight back is if they can get some type of overextensions from BBT and get these catches with their spell combos. But if they're just all immune, all debuff immune, kind of running through all the Jakiro spells, it's going to be even harder. I just haven't felt any impact really from this Jakiro. Not much of East Coast, really. It's all falling apart quickly.
That's pretty passive stuff, which I guess it just tends to be the case when you do run this like out safe lane and don't have a hot start. You kind of sit back, let the lab farm, but
very different from the usual style that I see from, I mean, especially the South American teams in particular, just like relentless aggression. This was just been quiet and just BBT just dictating the pace completely.
Yeah, it really feels like the draft in which it seems that Beast Coast kind of got baited into picking this Alchemist because of what they expected the lane to be that he was against, has just hurt them really bad.
Yeah, I mean, draft as well as play is, yeah, BBT is kind of dancing on him. And yeah, BKB's done. Greaves finished up from El Misho, but these items just don't feel like they're going to surmount to much since their mid and their offlane have completely fallen off.
Same sight.
They'll catch him. Finally able to get something on the board. But it's taken them 24 minutes to find that secondary kill. Lumpy does have to be careful.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I'm going to find the Avalanche or the toss straight away. Vitaly still to get caught by the Malefice. Toronto Tokyo is going to drop the Black Hole.
Can get stolen.
See Lumpy step forward. He's able to use the stolen one very nicely against the two of them. That's the kind of steals you're looking for.
Nightfall. He's got 40 seconds left on Aegis.
Can they run this down? They could take him out for twice.
He is pretty alone.
It's the cooldown off, but I mean, surely they get him the once.
Surely.
Surely.
Took him a while. Bouts respawning.
I don't think they can get him a second time. Yeah, they got to get out of here.
That was a good strike, though. First time this game that they've actually made an aggressive move.
Yep, they get in, they get a good steal. The Black Hole's there, and it gets them something.
It does. And he's got the sticky napalm, too, so you saw that AoE was increased pretty decently there. Moose also will be able to get away. Signs of life for Beast Coast. At a pretty necessary time, it felt like, too. That was into the multiple BKB timings that BBT had. Unfortunately, the Aegis, of course, was still there. If the Aegis wasn't there, that would have been a dream positioning for them there, but...
But now, you know, Lumpy, he's got the Blink Dagger, and he will have that chance to try and go for another play with the Black Hole before he loses it.
And he can just keep stacking the AoEs with the sticky. So I'm looking forward to a massive Black Holes if he's able to find position.
But how big can you get the AoE? That's pretty just...
I don't know the exact numbers on him with the cooldown of the accumulation, because the accumulation only lasts 20 seconds, so... You can probably, I mean, exact
so how many stickies can you get off in 20
You can get,
seconds?
let's say, like 8. You can get a lift of a nuke and another steal. So you can maybe get like 10 stacks. So
that's what, 250 AoE bonus?
Yeah. Let's see.
Okay.
It's going to be execution. If he lands a big one, then they can absolutely turn this, but...
Yeah, That could be pretty high. Let's see if Lumpy can do it.
Gyro is also one of the better ones versus that too, right? Because he is going to be able to potentially survive if he does get caught in it as well, especially if he gets Satanic, but
we could see... I mean, he's got the tools to have literally the biggest black hole we've seen ever.
Literally.
Like, this could be a pretty crazy black hole if things go to plan. Does one go to plan for Almisha?
Nope.
He gets caught. So now you've got black hole. Do you just start spamming sticky?
Yeah, you should.
You just spam.
He has to, but he has to hide himself.
He's spamming, he's spamming, he's spamming.
Don't get caught.
Oh.
He's got an avalanche steal now too.
Okay, well, now we can't spam.
Yeah, but he's gonna start losing the spell anyway too, right? And also this is just this is a better spell to steal overall.
Avalanche into black hole is also very nice.
Yeah. And let's be honest, the radius of the black hole is usually kind of enough.
Yeah, but imagine how big it could be.
See if they can capitalize on BBT making another mistake like that.
I mean, you got to be going for these moves. You want to use this black hole.
You have to try to use this black hole.
Go and use this black hole. You know you're behind. You've got to just go for it.
Are scanning.
Even if it's just for a solo kill, it's, on a core, it's going to be absolutely worth it. Just do it.
How close to AC on Pyke? He's still a little bit away, but you have to try to seize the opportunity of this timing.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Top is getting pressured here from Eidolons. How long left on that steal? BBT might just avoid until the steal is gone.
I mean,
that would be the safest thing to do.
Considering the caliber of Team BBT, I imagine they're indeed keeping a pretty much a track on the timing of this spell.
Oh, look at GPK. He's baiting. He's trying to bait here with his illusion. And they're going to fall for it. Oh, what a play. Oh, that was so sick.
I mean, that was, because it hits them when they're going to be a bit kind of like panicky. It's like they know that the black hole timing's running out. They're just going to go if they see something. They see something and they go for it.
He's also there in the side, so the smoke breaks and they're like, oh, clearly it's real.
That's the big
game them.
Keeping the hero in range so the smoke dispels. That is indeed the big brain element of that one. Yeah.
I mean, tip this man.
Oh, and that hurts, because that was really the move that you were looking to make, because now the black hole's gone.
And now, BBT, you're going to see the posture immediately change. They're going to look to play aggressive right off the bat. That was so smart. I love seeing stuff like that.
BBT looking pretty good.
Yeah, they're looking hot.
Looking pretty good.
Yeah, playing around their vision as well, too. They buy an early gem, even when they have this advantage. A team that does this very often around the 25-minute mark. Satanic now finished for Gyro.
I mean, the whole game, again, Nightfall has just stayed ahead of the Alchemist. Yeah. I'm sure Gyro is a pretty great hero for farming, but
absolutely is.
You got to consider as well, Pyke, he has had a lot of space. Like, this is not an Alchemist that's been necessarily pressured. Sure, he had a rough lane.
Yeah.
But he has been kind of free farming for the most of the game. It doesn't matter. Nightfall is just free farming on a Gyrocopter and out farming him even harder. Level 22 as well on Nightfall compared to level 18 of Pyke.
That is pretty crazy. Was it the triple blink daggers as well too on the side of BBT? So this Rubik, it's so difficult for him to get a good execution, really, because they can just triple jump on top of him.
Sure. And as you say, he can dive through the black hole.
He absolutely
even if he gets the steal and he's able to get it off. But maybe. I mean, that's really the only spell still that he's going to be looking for. At this point, when you're this far behind, it's black hole or bust.
Yeah, black hole. Lasso could work. Could see Lasso, the double.
The double lasso.
Double lasso. Do they have any force staffs? They don't. They have a cookie. So they have one single repositioning tool with it as well. Does he have... wait a second.
He's going to be able to find Vital. He was trying to TP out in the trees. But these supports, we've seen it from Sage finding him in the trees down there. And then we saw earlier what Mira catching moves in the trees. You can't hide from these two. They'll find you.
They always know. Call down is louder than any other spell in the game. It just deafened me. I was like, everything else was fine. Then call down came out. I was like, my. Whew. Oh my. Pyke, AC's finished, but yeah, still the timings just continue to get more and more delayed. He's got the MKB in preparation of the Q versus the Butterfly that inevitably will come for the Gyro, but yeah, he's still being a full item behind on Alchemist is a very sad position to be. And yeah, these two supports, these two quote-unquote supports on the side of BBT, they're about to surpass that offlaner.
Okay.
That's got to be the black holes. Kind of feels like the only way back here for Beast Coast, especially with the way that BBT's playing. It looks like they're just going to wait for that next Roche. It is up. They can look to go for it.
All eyes on Lumpy.
Do they go for a fight, like this YOLO fight around Rush? It feels a bit too risky.
He's got his BKB Lumpy.
Oh, okay, so there we go.
A chance if he does get that black hole of being able to just drop the black hole.
He's prepping for literally having a 5-man black hole.
Yeah. Could still die to the right clicks of the gyrocopter.
He could also still get blink lassoed if it's not in a perfect positioning, and he does find it. Sneaky play. Hides his BKB when he goes out.
Okay.
I like it. I like it.
Radiant's middle tower.
They're pulling out all the tricks, and it feels like they do need to pull out all the tricks at this point in this game too. Well, this game won, but as well. Yeah. So. Amp damage bottom. They've got a banner now too if they do want to force the issue here. And they have lanes in a pretty good position too. The Eidolons are pushing bottom. Can't believe Save has a BKB already. Blink, BKB, 4-staff on the bat. He can pick and choose whatever target he wants.
Oh yeah, they're going to be ready to tear people outside of the high ground.
Absolutely.
He's ready to go in and go out.
Lumpy in particular has to be very careful how much he shows himself on that high ground. He is showing. The banner is down.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That's the jump Vitali. He's trying to start something. They're throwing everything down onto this gyrocopter. But it's really not doing a whole lot. And now Mirror's in with the toss back on towards Pike. They're going to have to put the BKB and step back. And nobody dies.
Nightfall got the Satanic off as they jumped him, so he just keeps himself at full health. They will stop the push, though. Banner gets taken out. Hold on to their buildings at the least there. And they did end up keeping each other protected versus the commit that GPK attempted for. That was an amp damage, too, on GPK. Couldn't actually finish him, but either way, looks like they'll continue that push. Attempts.
Trying to see if he can get a jump onto them onto the side. Pikes watch him with the concoction. Throw it down onto Mira. Jump forward from Save. He's looking for a last look. He's able to grab the Alchemist, drag Pike down to the low ground, into the toss bomb, into the shackle shot. The Alchemist is dead.
The perfect target. No BKB available. He's dead 60. How do you hold on to your high ground now?
Nightfall, but indeed. He's got Satanic, he's got BKB, he's got Aegis.
Healing right back up. Miro, he's in again.
He's able to get the toss back straight away onto Lumpy. Lumpy caught in the combo. He'll nearly get away, but the vision is down. They'll find him. A buyback will come out from Pike. They've taken the Aegis.
He's got BKB ready.
Out of his hands, but can they take it down a second time? He's going to get forced down to the low ground. Vitali puts the BKB, but he cannot get stuck in on this. They cannot punish BB Team any further.
That's a buyback, and they might look for the jump. Lasso's up in 20. Miro considering it. Nightfall doesn't want to leave this area. 30 seconds still on the Rubik.
Dire's bottom barracks are under attack.
Wave's coming in. He also, of course, found the best item. Didn't point it out, but he did get the Vindicator's Axe. So in a lot of these situations, gets stunned, and he's just got such increased armor that doesn't have to worry either. Butterfly finished.
Basically unkillable on the gyro. Nightfall.
He is unkillable. There is no MKB even anywhere on the horizon for the Alk.
Tokyo's even got a Vlad to amp him up as well.
The toss back again.
Hero's able to find it.
And the lasso.
And they'll catch both for the moves, and Vitali gone. The moves will come in straight away with the buyback. 70% for Vitali. Pike, he's jumped the backlines. He has got on top of Toronto Tokyo. They're taking the Enigma down. Can they get more? They'll turn over towards Nightfall. What's the BKB Pike as he continues to come in on towards him? The Macropie is down on towards Nightfall as well. Nightfall trying to run. He's able to get out with the BKB. He's going to opt for the TP out. And he is away safely. Same to be said with GPK here with the BKB TP. He'll also make it out. So they lose Toronto Tokyo, but they make sure everyone else gets out of there. And that defense, it cost Beast Coast 3 extra buybacks.
And they're not even going to get a Wisdom Rune either. Individual plays and whatnot too. BBT, just they're so on point. Nightfall gets himself away, just always holding on to that BKB, gets the TP out after he resets away from Slardar. It's picture perfect plays really from him in particular. The three cores are having unbelievable performances really on the side of BBT. Only Miro with the one death.
Really, the support.
Yes, true.
Like they've kind of become additional cores here. They're catching up to Lumpy.
Yeah.
They've taken over Vitali.
Such quick little decision making. When they get jumped, they just like, okay, yeah, we can just, BKB get that TP out. Vitali. Nightfall wants him. Got the missile on him. There's backup also.
He's got BKB. Whoop. And he won't need it. Blink Dagger alone should keep him at a safe distance as he's able to fully retreat. But yeah, this inevitable push is going to be coming in from BB Team. And this time around, Beast Coast won't have the buybacks to fall back on to try and push them back. So it's going to be a tough defense.
What, it was 4 total used, right?
Or at least 3, right?
It was 3, but then there was also one from beforehand used, so I believe it was 4.
Yeah. Or,
yeah.
Yeah,
Pike could use it
Pikes came out earlier
so
on the bottom lane defense.
This is the last attempt here, and yeah, they need Black Hole. It really does feel like they need it. And maybe even just going for that wraparound again, too, because that was decent.
Sure, yeah, it kind of worked. And now this time they do have the MKB on Pike.
They do.
So if they get in onto Nightfall, they can keep him locked down. Maybe Pike can threaten the Gyrocopter.
Just have to make sure you handle the Enigma, too. Maybe allow this Rubik to get the steal or something. It's a lot to ask for.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Level 25 also hit onto Nightfall, so Flat Cannon is pretty much always going to be active. Another toss back.
Oh. Not where you want to Ogre Seal Totem too, but sometimes you just Ogre Seal Totem.
He is just way too tanky.
They're trying.
Still stunned.
Gyro down, they're throwing everything
Still
onto
stunned.
Nightfall, but he's now starting to heal. He's healing up. He's killed them off. The tier 3's gone. They don't have buybacks.
Give him the 5-man Black Hole. Just give it to him. He's got the sticky in the Black Hole.
Okay, he's got it. Okay.
Miro, he won't give it to him, though. No mercy.
They're just killing off moves.
Oh.
Well,
I mean, it's game over
I'm going to guess that's GG. GG is called this game 1. It's BB Teams, and it was not close, Fog. This was it was a very painful game. I got to imagine for Beast Coast, this was rough.
Yeah, I probably still have to give MVP to these two in the off lane, Save and Miro. Yep. Absolutely smashing that lane. I didn't even really feel the impact too much from the Chikiro in the mid game, also because of that. But the most important thing, of course, is they shut down the Alchemist. It's an Alchemist game. They didn't let Lumpy either play that Rubik as BBT. This was almost a flawless game, except for that bottom little situation that happened.
Wild stuff here from BB Team. 5-0-8, 4-0-10. Excellent stuff across the board. For Beast Coast, I like to think they could do a better job than this.
They can do much better.
Surely it's going to be a little bit closer. They could change some stuff. I think they kind of got tripped up in the draft. They got baited into this Alchemist lane. So at game 2, they could change things, right? I mean, looking at this, are you taking anything away from BB Team? It's tiny. What's got to go?
I mean, probably I think Tiny probably has to go in most games because it's pretty ridiculous here how much you can flex it. But I just want to see them play more aggressive, to be honest. Even though they were so far behind, they went boot to Travel Radiance. Like, their mid laner was super inactive as well, too. So I just want to see a little bit of a switch up across the board.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they've definitely got other options, other things to play with. We saw some strong stuff from Beast Coast during the play-ins, but this first game for BB Team turning up this stage, BB Team looking a step ahead. We'll see if we get something closer in game 2, but game 1, it's all BB Team.
BB Team taking this one incredibly convincingly. I'm here with Kesu, Gunnar, and Fear, and we're going to break this game down, do our best to do so in a fairly objective manner, because it's easy to just start talking about the things that Beast Coast can do better in the next game and could have done better here, but I want to focus on the good things, because it was the first match, Gunnar, of BB Team, and they looked on fire.
Yeah, I think their offlane duo, as Fogd and Odipixel were saying, I think they looked really good. They kind of crushed the top lane. There were some self-stuns on the Alchemist, which probably helped them a little, but I think even progressing the game, it was really good from the two of them.
I mean, they also had like this mid move later, like even Miro, like usually you see that move from like a 4, but he does it from a 3. I think overall what they were doing is just, I mean, we all know how solid they are as individuals. I think, well, you don't really have to argue. They should be the more individually skilled players. I think the second kill Beast Coast got in this game took them like 18, 19 minutes. I think they need to be bringing more tempo in the next game to have a better shot.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what happens when you play versus BB Team, and they do this to the best teams in the world too. They just beat you in the laning stage really hard, and if you lose 3 lanes in Dota, it's very difficult to come back, and it becomes a snowball effect where one lane will start bleeding into the other lane, then all of a sudden you've got fires everywhere, and that's pretty much what happened.
Is this one of those times where Beast Coast came into the series is like, this is what we're going to play. We want to have the Rubik and the Alchemist, and they basically stuck to their guns a little bit too long and kind of didn't work out? What are we thinking here?
They
feel
tried
like
the counter pick, right?
Yeah, maybe. I feel like the snap mid could have worked. Gunnar, do you think that the reason at the end they swapped is because of the Wind Ranger and like they overthought it, or?
Yeah, I think it's probably a little overthinking. I would assume the reason they picked the Rubik was for this flex mid.
Yeah.
Which is a little strange. I think a lot of other teams would, when they have that position, they would pick the Tiny there, the Hoodwink, something more stable. But you know, they're doing their own thing, which I think is very respectable, and it's one of the ways that even if you have a hard game, it kind of lets you progress further in tournaments usually when you can keep doing your own style.
Well, they do have to win with it, with the own style.
Yeah.
This was, I mean, it's a hard start. It's so hard. It was their first LAN performance as well. We can take a look at a couple of clips that we've chosen. Fear, I believe the first one is for you. It's fairly early on in the game.
Yeah.
It's a rotation.
Yeah, well, basically it started in the top lane. They took the tower, let Miro get that space, and he repays the space. And this is what I talk about. The game started to bleed into other lanes here. Miro goes mid lane now. Now you have to use your glyph. Then all of a sudden, you have 2 lanes that are a problem now. And this is part of the reason why Lumpy couldn't get online as well, because he didn't have a lane to go to. And I feel like if you are playing this Rubik hero, you need to get your items first, and then you can make rotations. But if the map collapses on you, it becomes a snowball effect, and every single lane started to bleed after that.
Yeah, you did say after the draft, as if they don't survive the laning stage,
Not.
it's going to be real hard.
Eventually, he stole Power Shot, and he sat as tier 2, and he would Fade Bull and then Power Shot, and then kind of like walk in a circle, and was like, okay.
I feel like
30 seconds.
Like generally when I watch them play, I feel like they have more, I like to call it, I would say this was not chaotic chaos, what they have in this stuff. Like Rubik takes some time, you have offlane Slardar, he's like, he takes a bit of time. Alchemist as well, like usually they're more explosive, some Snap mid or Weaver 4 who's running around, or a carry that can join him. This time around, I feel like it's a little all over the place. It is like chaotic and like SA style maybe, but I'm looking for them to have like a 1 level higher tempo in the next game.
Yeah, we do have one extra highlight, Gunnar. This was a fight where they could have done it. Right? They did well, didn't they, in this fight?
They actually won this fight. It was something I was actually hyping up, which was the sticky and the black hole interaction.
Yeah.
And
Here it comes.
ended up
Small
stealing
hole.
the black hole. And
Look at him!
It catches the Tiny on the side because he had that increased AoE from kind of sticky casts and his facet. And this was, I think, the only fight that they were really able to like have a nice control of the fight. Every fight after this, they didn't really have the damage to follow kills. There's a lot of BKB TPs out from fights because they didn't have the stuns through them, and this was the only time the game really looked promising for them.
Yeah, I mean, you were literally talking about this at like minute 10, because I mean, to all it kind of looked like a very hard game.
Yeah.
Because they were so far behind, they had to like come up with some cool stuff. You know, they made it happen, which is good. Can give you some confidence, but I would like the next game to be a little easier for them.
Yeah, and they can set it up in the draft.
Exactly. Start in the draft and make it simple, and just give yourself more tools.
Is it as simple as to start with banning Tiny?
Or pick it.
They can make it easier,
They had first
I think.
pick. They could have
did.
taken the Tiny and done the response there. We saw that happen in the Falcon Spirit series.
Yep.
They just like first picked the Tiny. There's a DK response to it, and Tiny looked really good in that game until it lost. And I don't think it was the Tiny's fault.
Absolutely
not. 8-0. He was just crushing the game, and I don't think you can give this hero up for free.
Yeah.
I also feel like they had an idea for the Slardar. They banned Troll, right?
Yeah.
But the Gyro did the same thing a Troll would do. So
pretty much.
Maybe they need to think about more heroes that can counter what they have. They got a little surprised, I think.
Yeah, a little bit outclassed in game 1, but hey, you gotta dip your toes in the water first here on this stage, and that was the first stage performance for this iteration of Beast Coast. Looking forward to seeing what they can do in the second game that's coming our way after a break. We're getting ready for our second game here in this series of Group B. It's BB Team versus Beast Coast, and BB Team obviously coming in as the favorite. They definitely delivered as the favorite as well. So we're going to look towards what Beast Coast can do better in Game 2, but we also should remember that this is their very first LAN experience, and that can get nerve-wracking. How nerve-wracking? This is a great question, because I'm joined by 3 ex-pro players or pro players.
Ex-pro players.
No.
L.
I covered both bases, Connor, please.
Give her like 2 seconds bonus there.
No, I didn't.
Anyway, we made it there.
We're here.
I would love to hear of your first LAN stage experiences, if you would be so kind. Like, how nerve-wracking is it?
I remember my LAN was like 10 years ago. It was actually with Zai and Insania. They were in my team. I think I was too young to really care, but I think at some point when we played on stage, something was so loud, like just some in-game sound of some creep being hit. It actually made me nervous on stage. Like, that was the first time I felt it. Like, it was more random during a game rather than feeling nervous before the game. It's hard to explain.
Like, the walk-up bit was like whatever?
It was whatever, but then you get in the game and like something, I don't know, I was too cold or something didn't feel right. Like, I feel like it's a lot easier for you to be thrown out of your game or like out of your zone. I don't know how you guys feel, but that's how it was for me.
I like the name dropping there. That was good.
You're welcome. Give me some
At my first LAN, I had like Merlini.
Yeah.
Can
you look
and Malk.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm very old, so I didn't really have a stage on my first LAN. It was a bring your own computer dream hack, but I was with MYM. It was a different feel, right? So we had to play, and it was somewhat nerve-wracking just to play in front of a lot of different people, of course.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it was very loud because they're in dream hack. So over the time, when you finally get onto the stage and all eyes on you, it's a lot different. You start to feel a lot more pressure. But I wish my first LAN was pressure, but it wasn't, unfortunately. From the dawn of time.
Back to you, Chat.
Your turn.
I was at ESL Mumbai. I had legends such as Ice, Mike, and Eternal Enemy.
Nice. There we go. Anyone else?
Eternal Enemy? Brax.
Okay.
Good times. I remember the biggest thing I noticed was you can't hear any like audio, but you can feel like the bass.
Yeah.
The stadium like is shaking, like people are clapping, or sometimes you cast a spell and you can like feel it. Or the scariest for me was buybacks.
Yeah.
Anytime there's a buyback, the whole entire like
doesn't matter which team.
Shakes. Yeah. It's like your team buybacks, their team buybacks. You're just scared.
Yeah.
Like you feel it, and I don't know if there's many buybacks this game, but I think just it's different. Like you hear different things, you see different things. There's like background noises. There's just lights everywhere, and you have to get into the gaming mode.
Yeah, and you have to stay in because it's probably then, as you say, a lot easier to get taken out by random things that are out of your control.
Because like Dota is just a lot about like you need to be thinking fast, and like ideally you're just playing natural and on instinct, and suddenly something throws you off. You're 2 seconds slow. You know, they're making the decision. You're not. Boom. They got the initiation, and well, fight's over. Good luck.
This is the problem with the kids. You know, back in my first LANs, right?
Back in my day,
everyone's screaming around you. You're in a LAN center basically. There's like the Razer booth behind you. They're screaming, doing giveaways.
You got the trial by fire.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe that's why I was conditioned to eventually be on these big stages and not affect me too much.
You're just a Giga Chat fear.
Yeah.
What can you do? There is the Hood sting.
Guys,
there we go.
Hoodwink has been picked.
Nice. Once again we got BB team on the Radiant, Beast Coast on the Dire side, and this time they do pick up the Hoodwink. They do have second pick this time around. First pick is Weaver.
Yeah, I mean, I would say both teams have to be happy. Like Bedboom, pre-banned the Rubik for their Weaver, they're pretty happy. Other team gets the Hoodwink, they're also happy. So yeah, I think all in all, happiness all over.
They do ban the Rubik. I don't think they were scared of the Rubik from last game. I think it's more so, it's a really good hero versus Weaver. It's probably the best support versus Weaver. You have a stun, you can seal Sakuchi, they're really nice. And so whether or not that gave them the Hoodwink pick, we won't say, but they do have a Hoodwink now. I think that's going to be a lot better. One of the things that was really bad for them last game was their lanes. I think they didn't draft strong enough lanes for a team like BB team, where they're really, really strong at their laning stage. And I think you need to draft in a way that you can't really think about, oh, what's going to happen at 15 minutes, 20 minutes. You have to think about these first 5-6 minutes and not only just survive, but you want to win the lanes versus them.
These are like the probably two strongest laning fours right now, right? I would say.
Yes, I think Weaver and Hoodwink are just, they pretty much at worst are going to go even when you pick them.
They also they build good items, they have easy playability, they can shove waves, be annoying. Maybe also a different thing for Beast Coast last game. I think if you get, or even not just out of the laning stage, but in a game, if you have to make moves with Jakiro 5, Snap 4, Rubik mid, I think it can be very hard depending on how your games go. Like, it can be very clunky. So I think already this time around here with the Hoodwink, it should just make for an easier foundation of the draft and also the gameplay.
I think Hoodwink is okay at starting moves, but you usually want someone to go first with Bushwhack. There's the offlaners that are okay with it, depending on how you play. There's Mars, there's Centaur, which is really good. I think that's a really solid lane. The Slardar even lane is fine. I don't know what he plays like specifically. I know he plays Legion, but I don't really see that hero being that strong in the meta. I think something just really stable, like a Centaur, would just be nice. It's also good versus Weaver if it ends up being a carry, and so it kind of like keeps the draft open.
He's really good on Pango and Brewmaster, which aren't great versus Weaver necessarily. I don't know if you want to worry too much about that.
I think Weaver is the best carry versus Brew. So I wouldn't expect them to pick Brew into Weaver. The Pango is okay because it's also flex. They can play it mid, they can play it off lane. It's not amazing versus Weaver by any sense, but again, the Weaver is likely a 4 already unless you pick a bad hero into it.
I mean, I do like the Bedboom bans as well, like Gunnar was saying. I mean, Hoodwink, you're not going to start moves. You're going to be the follow-up guy, give your guy enough damage. I think Beast Coast have played very well with both the DK and the Ember. So I think those are kind of, I mean, not like very complex bans, but, you know, very good. Make it a little more difficult for Beast Coast to move forward.
They're also protecting it to ban the Weaver. Dragon Knight's a really strong core versus Weaver. A lot of the teams that first phase it actually would ban the Dragon Knight there. I think either they value the Rurik more, or like the TA Monkey, they ban something. I think Monkey is a really strong hero. We don't really get to talk about it because it's banned pretty much every game, but really strong hero.
Was that Doom's second phase ban?
It was a second phase ban.
First phase. No, it's a first phase ban, right? Because they only get one ban now.
Yeah, for them it's actually a first phase ban.
Yeah.
We have seen it more. I don't know if there's something that I don't know.
Yeah,
or
we've seen it first phase ban in the previous
or
years
something
as well.
you know from
really cool stuff.
Spill the beans, Gunnar.
There's the facet where you can sell items. Used in a lot of different cool ways. The very simple one is you buy your Midas every game and you sell it.
Right.
For pretty much full price. But the really cool one I've seen is you don't buy the Midas, you buy a Blink Dagger. You use Blink Doom, then you sell your Blink for a Midas.
We saw that once.
Which is really, really cool, I think. It's also just a pretty stable lane. It's good versus a lot of the carries people are picking. I think it's really good versus Gyro. It's good versus Weaver. Some people are picking Void, so it's good in blind. It's also a really strong lane with Hoodwink versus any melee carry in the game.
Yeah, I was just asking because I wasn't very curious if they were banning to pick again, but they just banned the Gyro with their one ban there. And they don't go back into the Slardar. I was wondering, okay, you banned Gyro, maybe that was the problem. We leave Troll, we take Slardar again. Maybe they still will later on, but for now, they're just getting rid of Nightfall. He won't be playing that one again. Force him to play a new hero here, and they just picked stronger laners this time around. Maybe they just had a talk. Of course, I do think Jakiro and Snap are strong laners, but I feel like CM and Hoodwink are easier to execute than those two, so I think that's a good step in the right direction. Whenever you play versus a BB team, I always look at them as like, how's the nice way to put it? It's like the noob destroyers. Like, if your laning isn't on point, right, and you're not playing good in the laning stage, they will destroy you harder than any team in the world. So you got to get your lanes right when you play them.
Yeah, and for a BB, I always like this kind of hero combo. I think it used to be even better. I think it's good now too. You have team fight, you cover each other, you have double minus armor, you help the bugs as well with the lower attack speed. You have good Roge. I think Pango as well is always a hero. if you have people that can play it, you don't ever really feel bad about it. I like comparing it to like Hoodwink as a support.
Yeah.
If you have people that play it, you're happy having it.
It's also flex, mid and off lane. So in this picking phase, you don't really see a core to counter pick, which is usually what you would do here. You would pick, if you see mid, you pick your mid here. But the Beast Coast decides to pick their double support. And if you're able to pick this flex, it's kind of the best thing you can do as a response to the double support. And so they kind of get away with this on BB team. I think that the draft so far is looking slightly in their favor.
Yeah.
Is Bat coming back then? Because a lot of other teams haven't been picking this Bat.
Yeah, they've all been losing with it.
Yeah, but this is a team that I mentioned before that Toronto Tokyo looked the best on this on a lot of games I've seen, but Save proved he can play it as well. I'm sure they can play on Miro if they really need to.
I'm sure GPK plays it as well.
Will play it as well,
Yeah.
so maybe this is a Nightfall Bat.
Easy carry Bat Rider debut. No, but I mean, they of course have incredible players. Like Save is probably one of the better mechanical fours as well. Made it look very good. Wouldn't be too surprised to see him play it again. Or I mean, it's interchangeable between the Weaver and the Bat, so they're just pretty happy with it.
So the center comes out, the center Hoodwink lane. Just a stable lane, it's blind pick. You don't really know if it's this Weaver, you don't know if it's a new pick, so you wanted something strong. Win, it's kind of the same logic as the Pango, where it flexes between mid and carry, so they get to use this last pick for anything they want. And now it's up to BB team to decide. I assume this Weaver's just going to go support. I think the Bat Rider is likely going to be a 5. And so I think this new safe lane now is just going to be Chaos Knight Bat Rider.
Yep.
Really solid lane. I honestly don't know if they'll win this lane. I think the Centaur Hoodwink might be a little too strong, but even getting out even in this kind of lane is a win to some extent.
I mean, I do think Beast Coast's like double pick here, their 16-17 was actually pretty good. I think Gunnar already called the Centaur, it's nice. The win too, that you can just match it to the Pango and like help your draft out, because I do think CM Hoodwink is a little exploitable. If they mess up one of these two picks, I think you can easily kind of GG your draft. So I feel like they found a good way back in. But yeah, BB team, probably, like you said, very good lane. Chaos Knight's a very good hero. You want overwhelming damage, maybe even minus armor against Centaur. Looks pretty good.
Yeah, you got sustain as well, which is pretty nice. I'm just wondering, like, at this stage, what is the overall game plan for Beast Coast to really put this all together? It's probably going to be win mid for sure. You have a Centaur. You're lacking a lot of team fight, I feel, on the side of Beast Coast now. You got a lot of single target, kind of like lane winning heroes, but are you going to be able to fight into this rolling Thunder and like Lasso later on in the game, potentially the last pick as well?
So I think there's a few options for Beast Coast. I know they have last pick, so it's kind of hard to predict, but they can do a Bloodseeker, which would be a little, you know, out there, but it's really good versus Pango and Weaver. The other one is they could do Wind Carry and pick some like Huskar type of hero to try to crush mid. I don't know if there's Storm. I think it would also be decent for a mid for them. For BB team, again, they kind of do whatever they want.
Yeah.
This Pango, I'm not too sure. It probably depends on the bans. Usually what happens in this kind of situation is you ask your mid and offlane like, hey guys, what are your top 1-2 heroes? And then whoever gets like their best hero that's not banned just kind of takes the pick.
I mean, how would you feel if you had to lane, let's say Pango Weaver, you go into CM Wind Ranger? You probably slightly lose, right? I feel like that lane's too strong.
Yeah, but that is one of the strongest lanes. So like, what are you actually going to pick that is going to be happy in that lane?
Probably nothing.
But do you want to pick some, like, for example, for the mid lane, you don't want to put Pango mid, I would imagine, against Wind Ranger, because Wind Ranger just kills Pango pretty quickly, right, in the fights. I'd rather have that on your offlaner and just kind of ulting in there and then pick something a bit more strong for GPK that can maybe initiate as well. Storm could be good for them too, right, potentially for GPK?
Yeah. Didn't Laurel say in his winner's interview just now that that Storm is not as good as he was previous patch? He didn't like it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the hero's pretty good. I mean,
no one said it's like really good, so I think it's player preference.
I think the hero's solid. Yeah. I think it's really nice when you can play with buffs.
Yeah.
So they do have a Crystal Maiden, which isn't like a crazy buff or anything for Beast Coast, but it is there. It's something.
Yep.
The other one that people used to pick is like Coddle. I think it's a really good combo, but neither team has it. For BB team, I think it's nice if they don't really need anything from this pick, which is really nice. The Pango, the Bat will buy Blinks. Chaos Knight is a hero that is a carry with a stun, which is just really nice to play with. You know, this guy's going to go and be really tanky. So they can do whatever they want with this pick.
Yeah.
They're going to pick Puck.
That's what I was kind of thinking. Like, most likely Wind Ranger will be mid, or carry, doesn't really matter, but Wind Ranger kind of hard counters Pango in the team fights, right? You just buy BKB, focus fire, and I see Pango die a lot. I'd rather have my offlaner take that punishment instead of my mid laner in most games.
Also, the offlane Pangos can build Crimson Guard.
Yeah.
They can go this auras like Greaves, Crimson, stuff like that, which is really good versus Wind. It's like terrible hero versus Crimson Guard. So I do think that there is a lack of damage if he ends up going these ore items.
Yeah.
Pipe, Crimson, at some point, Beast Coast is lacking damage, and I think they need to fix that with this last pick.
Unless the Weaver, though. Not to bring up bad memories, but this hero has been known to get very farmed in the late game, potentially.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure where...
So does Hoodwink, too, though. They're both, like, hidden carries.
Okay, so they'll take it with the Lesh. I mean, Lesh is generally, I think, very good when you're running into damage, like when you can just live a very long time. I feel like it's actually quite easy for Bedboom to play prolonged fights with like some... I think Puck, unless he cringes up pretty hard, I think GPK will have a very good game. I think they have like a lot of long-range poke, mobility, which is a little bit annoying for, I think, a hero like Lesh to play into. I like Beast Coast drafts more than last game, but yeah, I guess it goes without saying, but I prefer Bedboom in this game.
I also prefer BB team. I think that I really like the Pango. I think it has a really solid game, and I also think GPK doesn't really have any issues. There's no instant stuns. The supports don't really stun the puck. It's kind of on him, like you said, to mess up to some extent, to die. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if even win or lose, he's going to end the game with 0 deaths. He's going to be one of those puck games where he's like 18-0, his team loses, he feels good, but it's a little scary for Beast Coast.
Yeah, okay. I mean, it's definitely a little bit difficult, I think, for this game, but maybe Lesh can get very farmed. It is good for CK. If you're really farmed on Lesh, that's your only chance, I think.
So you're looking at, once again, Lumpy to do well, because if the Leshrac is not farmed, no bueno. No game.
I mean, I would say it doesn't only start with him. Like, maybe this time it's easier for them to have better lanes to also move their supports. So, like, go mid, camp the runes, make some moves, and, like, make stuff happen on the map. Like, maybe go through the gate with Wind Ranger. Just, like, be more aggressive, play together, and, yeah, then let your Dota do the talking and hope it works.
So they find themselves a little bit in the same scenario as previous game in terms of needing to survive the lanes?
I think their lanes, technically their lanes aren't about survival. They should be winning their lanes.
Okay.
They have a Centaur Hoodwink lane and a Wind Crystal Main lane. I would put those lane combos at probably top 3, respectively, for both of their lanes. So statistically, they have stronger lanes than BB team. But the question is, are they going to be able to play them out in the way that kind of like lets them execute these like winning lanes, or are they going to fall behind just mechanically?
I mean, it is a tough game. We saw in the previous game that there was a little bit of a skill diff. I gotta say it. It was a tough game for them. Let's see if they can have a better shot in game number 2 of this 2-game series in Group B. BB team versus Beast Coast. Let's go.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Time to see what goes down in Game 2 of BB Team and Beast Coast. Game 1, of course, a pretty stompy one from the lads on BB Team. But as we have for the panel, right, there's some potential, right, but this time around for a bit of a closer game, maybe. Beast Coast, for example, some of these lane setups should be kind of good for them.
Yes, they have very strong side lanes. It's just going to come down as if they can execute them versus BBT, who played almost perfect in the last game, right? Very little mistakes. It was just that one bottom situation where the black hole was stolen, but overall, it was a very, very swift game, and we'll have to see. Yeah, we have to go back to basics, right? Do well in lanes, try to get something out of there, so. Hello.
So what is it that you like about some of these lanes?
Like Gunnar was saying, it's just the CM Wind Ranger is probably one of the strongest ones. CM Wind Ranger overall is just super safe in the safe lane. Super hard to pressure in a lot of situations. CM's going to be able to protect you with that one. And then Hoodwink and Centaur, they give you everything. There's multiple different disables. There's good ways to reset the lanes, and there's good spam and control. So it's going to give you good lanes in theory. Just, yeah, we'll have to see how much they can pressure, because I've seen that sometimes also these CKs not deal with too much of that pressure, that is. They just usually endure with the Chaos Strike and just live throughout all of it, so.
The battle begins.
And then, yeah, mid. Curious to see how that matchup's going to end up going.
Yeah, how do you sort of feel about Lesh nowadays? Because we don't see a huge amount.
No, it's fine. It just Mage Slayers and Pipes are quite popular, so it does feel a little bit difficult, but I'm looking at, I mean, Pango might just itemize for at least the Pipe in particular, but has to get tanky enough, has to have a good game, and they have to be able to play around it, but it's Lumpy style. Lane overall, though, I feel like GPK should be just fine. I'm really going to be looking at just side lanes, because they lost all 3 lanes last game, but it really was these side lanes that just got completely smacked from the switch up that BBT was able to do.
And kind of a big part of that, right, was kind of what Mirror and Save were able to do.
Yeah.
In their lane in particular, so. This time around, I mean, getting to play once again, this Bat Rider. I've only got to imagine the save's going to be quite the nuisance, but this time around, Beast Coast having the double range safe lane.
Much better.
Should be a little harder for BB team to find ways to take them down early on.
Yeah, it's like disable slows as well too, just a plethora of them. And then bottom, of course, one of these stronger lanes that you can kind of also have in that off lane, just very, very pressure oriented. There is going to be a Weaver, so as soon as those level 2 hit, there could be an instant aggressive move that comes out once the bugs do come out, but we shall see. But yeah, I'm infinitely happier to see this draft from Beast Coast than the last one. And I just want to see them, even if they do fall a bit behind inside the laning phase, I want to see them just look to make much more aggressive plays. So that last game, they just really didn't make too much happen. And in this game, they have a lot of good burst early. CM, Centaur, Windranger, even the Hoodwink, they're going to be able to provide burst from distance.
Tokyo taking quite the hit there.
He went under the sentry for a second there, has to be very careful.
And now he's got the level 2, so see if he does find the chance to go.
Damage from the Hoodwink is high.
And he's teasing around with the idea of it. We'll be able to get the bugs out onto the Hoodwink. They get the drag back with the Rift.
Good stun.
Bushwhack indeed is there to hold Nightfall back, so Almisho not going to fall foul to the attempt here with the level 2s being hit on BBT.
And they'll get the range creep denied too. They are absolutely slowing down Nightfall down here. We'll be able to get that sentry taken out so Toronto Tokyo can play a little bit more aggressively, but so far the bottom lane, much better. That melee versus CK, able to pressure him. Unlike last time with Slardar versus Gyro, there was no pressure.
Top lane so far, 9-2 on Pyke compared to the 11-3 on Mira. So Mira having a slightly better time. It's got this creep wave coming in as well, so Mira's going to continue to hold the advantage against the Wind Ranger in this lane so far.
Which is impressive. I mean, this is definitely one of those lanes to watch. If BB is able to do well in this lane, that's going to prove to be pretty problematic afterwards for Beast Coast, because they can definitely look to get aggressive and catch the Wind Ranger if they're not careful as well up here. The power of the Bat Rider, just making mistakes. The Bat Rider can always thrive versus that.
And imagine after these, first few levels on the bottom lane, BB team likely have missed that window where they can kill the Centaur, right? It's going to start getting very difficult to take Vitali down.
Yes, I would say kind of similar, like against Nightfall though too, because just the Chaos Strike is so strong, but they can absolutely kill Toronto Tokyo, and they will still slow down Nightfall's farm, because he'll walk up and he'll just get double stunned over and over again, so it is obnoxious to play against. But yeah, Centaur Vitali is going to have absolute free farm.
Now already looking to sort of have the ingredients for a much better performance from Beast Coast this game.
Gets the courier as well. They'll just walk in and snag that one. And it looks like they'll be able to get some time. Since the bottom lane isn't really pressured on the Centaur, the Hoodwink can start getting some stacks as well too to enable the Lesh. So infinitely better this time around.
Toronto Tokyo coming in with a rotation. Lumpy could be in trouble here. Jump forward from GPK with the waning rift. TPs are coming in.
Nightfall also. He goes down first.
First blood indeed is actually going to be elsewhere on the map. Almisho but claiming that taking down Nightfall. They will end up getting the kill in the mid. And GPK should be able to get away from moves just in time. Well, good stuff there. Beast Coast able to strike first to get that first blood.
Good build from Vitali as well. He even buys the third bracer. So it's a full aggressive lane that they've gone for down here. 2 points in the double edge. As soon as the Weaver leans the lane, they just go straight onto Nightfall. Very good bushwhack too. He actually angled it so it caught all the way on the right side, so it was like a mini vacuum pulling that CK back. And he does catch the wave as well too, so good positioning for them to continue being aggressive. So Nightfall actually is definitely going to be in some trouble every time he steps up.
They're going to go for him.
Absurd amount of burst.
Not able to get the bushwhack connection this time round.
Still dropping low. He's going to try to turn with the bugs.
Nightfall of Toronto Tokyo indeed considering going for Vitali, but underneath the tower.
He's just scared of the double edge spam. One of the slower starts we'll see for Nightfall.
Yeah, the lane setups worked out very well for Beast Coast there, indeed in particular on that bottom lane.
And their heroes overall, I mean, I say this a lot versus CK. CK is actually not as explosive as we thought it was going to be in this tournament, but they do have good heroes to deal with the CK overall. They have AoE stun from Centaur, they have the Lash magical damage, they have the CM slows and stuff, and AoE bushwhack, so there is definitely ways for them to control the Phantasm and also just keep the CK locked down as game progresses.
Dire are scanning.
So slowing down Nightfall, it's going to be very good into that mid game, since they'll have extra answers on top of it. Power Rune.
Dire are scanning.
BBT's doubling down for it, bringing both supports. It'll be an invis bottom. And let's see if these stacks do get scouted, since they're, what, 2 triple stacks now made from El Misho. We'll be able to get the ward, but we'll be able to get dewarded as well.
Top lane.
CM could be in trouble.
See if they can try and go for moves.
TP coming in.
Going to momentarily hold back Miro, but he's still able to get in with the shield crash, take him out with rotation of Lumpy. They'll get the trade kill.
Doesn't find the Pango, but does get the kill, and will also be able to go back and find the bounty run as well for the Lesh. So good rotation.
A tithe to the impurity.
Keeping things very even in this early game.
GPK a little bit ahead of his counterpart, though. Yeah, very even start here. Even the two carries not having the most phenomenal of start here. The Wind Ranger just a little bit better than that CK because it's a super safe hero, but CK when left alone can power farm. Lumpy will work on some of those stacks. As we said, he does have those other 2 triple stacks to be able to go to. Should be pretty much the same net worth, if not higher than the puck in the next few moments. See where that the first big aggressive move does come out. Miero has hit level 6. That's pretty early. So actually has the 6 on the offlaner before that safe laner does. So we'll be able to commit a Rolling Thunder perhaps without having to worry about that, focus fire kind of killing him. Pyke has to be careful.
It looks like they're setting up to try and mess around with Pyke. Both supports in the neighborhood.
Toronto Tokyo to scout. Sentry on the ground.
Yeah, Pyke's going to play it very careful now. Knows that they're in position trying to hunt him.
Power Rune. It's going to be a regen. And there goes these stacks. So time to farm up on the Lesh, get that item enabled. Pyke does have to just ditch the top lane. That top lane didn't go as good as I think they expected it to. Didn't die, of course, but that Pango's farm is neck and neck with the Wind Ranger. Which is ideal when you've, as the panel was saying, they kind of sacked, they made the choice to put Miero up there rather than in the mid lane, so him having that good start is pretty important. Stampede at the ready. So they can look to reset and run away from that Rolling Thunder, and level 6 has been hitting for Pyke, so they could also make an aggressive move. GPK is making the move up, though, so the numbers is there for BB for now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Lumpy's going to try to hit mid. He's got max Edict.
It's just a question if they want to bring anyone up there. I mean, at the moment it's just Moose sitting behind Pyke as they hold the tower, push back the wave.
As long as they see GPK making those moves, they can make the call. It's either they go straight for the fight, or the Lash can just push the mid lane, because he will be able to take the tower in seconds. Miero. Just getting zoned away.
Javelin's out on Pyke, so we'll be able to threaten these sort of solo kills with the focus fire.
And he's gotten all 3 of the Lotuses. So it's a great healing Lotus and 9 minutes in the game. That is, it's half your HP pretty much that can be healed up. Could make a big difference in the first fight that comes out.
BB team being very careful about how they go about this top lane. They know that Beast Coast can fight back.
Definitely don't want to overextend until they do see some type of stampede or something used, because then you can just further overextend. Yeah, much quieter start though. Beast Coast with those strong lanes, can they capitalize?
Smoke to come in. The 2 of them are swinging around towards the mid. Save. And Miro looking to see if they can set up onto Lumpy. GPK is going to drop the coil straight away. They've also got Toronto Tokyo coming in.
He shows here.
Up. They'll get the jump forward here with the shield. He's kind of caught Miro in a very awkward position. Not really able to get any sort of connection that he hoped for. And now he's going to have to maybe consider backing off. The backup comes in from Vitaly. They will be able to burst through the Lesh track. Miro's still alive somehow. Finally falls to the double edge. The shackle from Pyke comes in. They'll turn towards Toronto Tokyo, but he's got the Shikuchi back up to get away.
Misho?
GPK is actually able to finish off moves with another orb. Toronto Tokyo.
He's thinking about it. I mean, he's got the time lapse, so he can be very obnoxious. Misho also still low, salving up, but that could have been disastrous for Beast Coast. It ends up, honestly, pretty decent for BBT anyway, even though Miero got stuck as they finish off Lumpy, but that could have been even worse for the side of Beast Coast. I think they got quite lucky he got stuck. And they still end up losing 2 heroes. Even though they have that Stampede. Of course, that counter, that coil, just keeping the Lash in place. They were able to get on top of him. It's GPK now.
Radiant structures are fortified.
He's done a good job of keeping the pressure on onto this mid tier 1 tower. You know, between the puck and the Lesh, it's actually the puck that's been able to do more to the tier 1.
Yeah.
Now we'll see again, he said awkward stuff really. Miro getting into kind of the one spot that you don't want to around here.
The actual only
shield crash.
Yeah, pretty much the only spot that he'll get stuck in. Between that little fire, that lamp, of course. But Lumpy does get caught anyway, so they do get a bit of a cleanup.
Yeah, GPK landing some great angles with the orbs in this fight. Right up until the end, being able to snipe that extra kill on the closer. Got eyes on Pike up top. Dream Coil is back online.
Stampede, it's going to be back up, but the coil will be able to stop it. They've got backup, though. 2 supports at the ready to protect this Wind Ranger. Nightfall catching up. He's being left alone. No pressure on the CK. You're starting to see that net worth reflect. He will pull ahead of the Wind Ranger if he's left alone like this the whole time, if there's no pressure that comes out onto CK.
GPK, it's got saved by his side.
Power
Temper
Rune.
not bad with the Flame Break, will get it, but of course yet to hit the 6 on save, so no lasso.
Power Rune was bottom. GPK will get it. That's a big rune. Could be a difference maker in the next upcoming fight around this tower. Because still the game is very even at the moment. It's just GPK is putting a ton of pressure. He's gonna be able to whittle this mid tower down. Difficult for them to do anything about it, really.
Considering sort of the very back and forth nature of the game so far, and that you're a puck, you know, 12 minutes in, taking the enemy tier 1 feels pretty good.
He just completely took it. It's huge. He's got Witchblade now, so he's got kill threat on all these lanes. Even Wind Ranger. The Witchblade's going to be very good to be able to catch that too. So they're looking to catch Nightfall since he's been left alone for a while. Will they be able to find him though? He's been pretty careful. He's got Phantasm up. Might just use it for the wave and go back to the jungle. So let's see if they can get the wrap around. El Misho trying to get information.
Not able to find the bushwhack. They really go for it. Stampede comes in. TPs are going to be there, but it's straight in with the focus fire on towards Nightfall. The stun, the sharp shot all comes in. It's enough to burst through the CK. The question is, can they get out? BBT, they look to fight back. They get the Dream Coil down on
the Wind Ranger
lasso as well. Beautiful setup with the coil into the lasso, catching the 2 cores, and maybe even getting Vitali as well. He's on his own. BB team, they find all 3. They may have lost their carry, but they take all 3 cores from Beast Coast.
You know, I'm happy to see Beast Coast playing more aggressive than the last game, but when you do use a Stampede to go for that play, you know you're bound to get caught. I can't believe they get all 3 cores, though. BBT super happy with that play. They're like, okay, you want to go for that overextension with the Stampede. You have no way of getting out afterwards.
I mean, you're right. As soon as they see that coming in, BBT and the TPs are there. And GPK, great game so far, and it continues with the Dream Coil, catching the 2 of them.
Perfect.
Both Lumpy and Pike caught and saved. Able to use the lasso to get the snap back on the Dream Coil stun to guarantee the kill on the Wind Ranger.
This puck is making way too much happen. Arcane Rune now too. He's got the majority of the power runes secured for him, and a blink is about to be finished up after that Witchblade already. How close to the blink on Vitali? Once they have that, they can do the plays a little bit easier. Then they don't have to just use Stampede to start the fight, but you have to be careful how you use some of these cooldowns. It can get punished very heavily. Coil is going to be probably one of their biggest kryptonites in this game. And that blink is going to come out very, very soon. So he's gonna land these 2-man calls. He's gonna get the perfect situation for it.
Beast Coast definitely going to think twice about how they go for that next sort of aggressive move, even if they see someone show on the map.
They still want to try to dictate pace, though, a bit here, right? They have the blink on the Centaur. They have this Lash with still good network, so they want to get this type of tower lead, but just have to be careful how they overextend.
They'll finish off the tier 1.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Dagger on GPK, it's going to be even easier for him to make the moves that he has, and they're going to go straight away with the smoke.
Save also has the blink, so they have the double initiation that can come from BB. For Beast Coast, they have the Centaur, but he has to be able to catch it. If this Lash gets caught first, it's going to be...
Lumpy! Ooh, out just in time before they see him.
This Lash has to be very careful of positioning of how... The Lash and the Wind Ranger in particular just kind of have to join the fight later on, it seems, in a way, until at least the Lash has that one first big item, that Bloodstone. Slumpy. Scouted them with the courier. I think he saw both of them there for a second.
Dire's middle
But all of BBT in the area.
And they're going to try for Vitali. He's a tanky one.
They have so much damage, though.
Indeed they do. The Centaur's gone.
What, he just got that talent as well, too, what? -9 armor. Orchid now picked up for Nightfall. Even more burst. Anyone they grab is going to die.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Toronto Tokyo.
And with the Centaur dead, they know there's like no real aggressive move that Beast Coast is going to want to do. So I would say for the Centaur in these next situations, Vitali can't really show on the map like that. He's the one who's making he's the driving force to make plays happen with Blink. So if he shows, BBT knows that there's nothing happening. Or they can just go to kill him. So he has to kind of hide himself a little.
Every coin helps.
Beast Coast able to get a record themselves here with the speed that Almisho gets his Glimmer Cape out this time.
He is very
the fastest.
He is very farmed, to be honest with you.
GPK. Considering options here, I mean, he does have a lot of backup, but underneath these tier 2s could be a bit too much. Beast Coast, they're going to go aggressive with the Stampede. They're going to look towards Mirror. Mirror is trying to get Thunder up, but they got the burst.
Got him.
They'll be able to blow up the Pangolier, take him out.
Good initiation. Miro playing too deep this time himself. Gets caught, but they're looking to go back in. Vitali's
low. I mean, Vitali's incredibly low.
They've got a vessel.
The two of them. He's going to be taken down to the vessel. Saves coming in from the side. He'll get the Who Stomp off Vitali. They're turning more GPK. GPK trying to jump back to safety. He'll be able to hold out to the side. He'll get away from us. They get that kill on the Centaur. Toronto Tokyo's able to get out of this as well. He's trying to juke it, but he does get caught by the stun from Lumpy.
They've got him.
They've got him. So they'll get Toronto Tokyo, but they do lose their offlane for that one. Back in action, GPK
almost gets him.
He's so low, but he's actually able to jump away just in time. Almisho tried to get him there with the Acorn shot, but GPK somehow is still yet to die. Gets out. He's 3-0-5. He's going to keep it that way.
That was so close. Nice plays there from Beast Coast, especially on Almisho, but GPK just a little bit nicer himself. Dancing. And all in the meanwhile, I'm watching Nightfall. He's just going up and up and up on that net worth and the itemization. It's as standard as it comes, but it's perfect in this game. Miro did get caught out, though. A bit too aggressive this time around from the Pango to start things off.
A Pike. Oh, look towards save, but he doesn't want to commit for this. Knows that there's a chance that backup's inbound, and it certainly is. GPK is coming. He's in with the silence.
GPK is playing just so well. Save. The juke around the tree.
Okay, save teasing him a little bit, and he does pay with his life for that one. Didn't need to die, but he does. So yeah, GPK.
He's everywhere.
Make these moves. They've got to get a handle at this puck.
Yeah, he's 9 of the 10 kills. His rotations have been everything to get BBT into this position. It's not going to be easy for you to bring him down either. Just the nature of the lineup. No instant form of catch, instant form of disable to deal with this puck. But GPK wanted it. And so far, a flawless performance. He's going down the right-click build, too. He's got the Maelstrom queued up on this puck.
The damage is going to be insane coming out from him.
He wants to be able to scale massively. He's got this Pango that's going to be reducing everyone's armor. There's a Swarm that's going to be reduced. He's going to be hitting hard. And this CK at this point now has really found a gap between him and the Wind Ranger. Just constantly spamming Phantasm.
Top lane, they're going to make the jump. They're straight in over towards Mirror. They'll get the bushwhack to follow. Can they burst through? Sharp shot connects. They can. They'll be able to bring him down. But
Lumpy's deep.
They're ready to fight back. Nightfall. So to get his hands on towards Lumpy. Now they're going to turn for more. Jump forward for save. He's got the lasso in onto Vitali. The rest of BB team bringing in the damage. They're bringing down the center. Moose will be able to TP out. But the Dream Coil drop down onto Almisho. They'll look to chase out the Hoodwink and do his best to juke around with the Glimmer Cape. They don't have detection on him at the moment. So Almisho will manage to make it away.
He's playing him 2-0, but he's yet to die this game too. Some wild plays from this Hoodwink. But they get the ones they wanted. Miro goes down, but it takes them a long time. He didn't have Greaves up, but he still had, the cloak and just the tankiness to be able to survive for his team to catch back up in. So many times Miro, he's just being the sacrifice. And he is gonna go full Aura route. As we were mentioning from the start. Imagine if, might even go the Crimson later on. They're gonna prep themselves for this Tormentor. Supports, be careful of your HP. They'll do it as 4 though, so it should be fine.
Quite nice little one there for Toronto Tokyo.
Yep.
Can help him start farming up a little bit as well.
Absolutely.
He wants to begin scaling himself.